for you.
Utah's Mr. Sports here with a pro tip. Do what I did and choose the world's most efficient water softener. Kinetico uses less salt, delivers better performance, and here's the best part. You get more time for sports, less time wrestling heavy salt bags. Upgrade your system today. SoftwaterUtah.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth led 2-1 after 2 periods, but Vegas wins the third period. They score 3 times and win Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Playoff Series 4-2. Nate Schmidt not fretting the Game 1 setback.
This is a long series. That's what we planned on it to be. There's a lot of lessons to be had tonight. Our effort was there. There was some momentum swings. That's the playoffs. And, they scored a power play goal to get it even there early in the third, and I think it tilted the ice a little bit for them. And I liked our response throughout the last little part of the game. There's things to build on for Game 2, and I think some of our guys tonight, got a taste of what it's like.
Game 2 tomorrow night, T-Mobile Arena. Puck drop set for 7:30 on ESPN2. This Utah Mammoth update is brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from in Murray and Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it is time for your feedback. Ryan Smith on the Pat McAfee Show. I believe we're going to win a championship here in Utah. There's no woe is me here at all. We're going to do it. Here come the reactions. Eric doesn't buy it. That's hilarious. Cameron's at the total other end of the spectrum. We're winning a championship in the next 5 years.
Well, if we get Ace DeBonsa, I'd say in the next 3 years.
Oh, and there it is. A lot of comments coming in about the draft lottery. Eldon, perhaps, maybe, eventually, the Mammoth before the Jazz. Patrick says, will the lottery favor us this year? Kyle says, I got about the same confidence I have in the Jazz winning the draft lottery, which is getting a bunch of thumbs up and laughing and crying emojis.
Just you wait and see. Big changes are on the horizon with the Utah Jazz and the KSL Sports Zone. Count it down, people. Top of the hour. Woo! Woo! Woo!
Are they there and poised and ready to go? All excited?
I've been hugging people left and right. It's almost like a wedding.
You've been hugging people.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I believe one of the 2 people would hug you. I believe the other one would just tell you to stay away.
Too bad. When I come at you with a hug, you follow.
It's a new lineup today, people. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. You'll figure it all out.
And the old geezers are still here.
Oh, man. Greg, getting back to the topic at hand. I am completely confident. It may not be with this team, and there may be another rebuild if the current team and assets don't get there. But Ryan's doing everything right. Singular focus goal. Championship's all that matters. He's brought in other professional sports. He's rebuilding the stadium, practice facility to make it world class. I even like his focus on diversity in the organization. It's going to provide long-term gains with free agent perception.
He likes his focus on diversity.
Mm-hmm.
I love diversity, too, under one condition.
It doesn't impact your job. Hey, when we diversify, am I still getting a paycheck?
Okay, I'm good to go.
I'm all for diversity as long as I'm not over there on the curb when the bus pulls away.
That's a funny thing, that diversity.
Are we expanding? Expanding, I like. I like that. Good theory.
Don't contract, no.
Greg says rings everywhere. Greg is very upbeat.
A ring here, a ring there?
Rings
like
everywhere.
Oprah and the cars?
Mm-hmm. Cam says, I believe they'll win a championship with both the Jazz and the Mammoth They're building something special here in Utah.
Oh, the same year. That would be the same month practically then.
Cam is very well, maybe it's 5 years apart, though. Who's to say?
Oh, I know. But I'm saying if it were to happen
They'd both happen in June, yeah.
If it were to happen the same year, that would just be unprecedentedly unbelievable because it would happen in the same month, right? That would be shocking. 2 parades, or did we just have one big massive parade?
All the way from Ogden to Provo. No, Brigham City to Santaquin. Let's go.
Why are you going to stop it at Santaquin? Go all the way to St. George. What are you talking about?
Now you're talking.
With that new ballpark that the Utes have on their campus, they go to Omaha and win the College World Series in June. What can be won in June? And then Finau wins the U.S. Open in June.
Ta-da! Ephraim says, I think he's right. The Jazz can get to the NBA Finals next year as long as they buy their tickets for June of 2027.
And we shall see.
See, I think that was sarcasm.
I know.
Buy their tickets.
I know what he was talking about.
Travis thinks it's one big conspiracy theory. The league will have its say. Travis isn't buying it. All right, we got to take a break. Then the new lineup, well, at least part of the new lineup, debuts next.
No, I'm staying. I'm going to be right in here for the very first word so I can say I was there.
Okay, you were there, PK. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The new show is next.
Dang it, show's over.
Wait a minute, I'm not finished.
Shut up! Let him finish.
Where did the time go?
Well, that was an incredible waste of time.
That's it. I'm done.
See you next time.
Goodbye.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high-security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey! It's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
You're damn right.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, can we turn on that other camera, Lloyd, by chance? Because who knew that we would start with a three-man show? It is the first debut, inaugural edition of the coach, Tim LaCombe. He is my one and only friend. How are you, sir?
Well, I am so glad to have risen to the top of the friend group.
That is PK in the background.
Hey, you look like you did at the Party Hounds concert. You were right up against the stage doing that.
Oh, man. What better way?
Keep me out of it, man. This is your show. I've been waiting for this my whole time here, and it is here. The coach and Scotty.
Yeah, I should have listened to Majerus when he told keep the guy from New Jersey, keep him with the glasses, he's up to no good. Keep him away.
I'm just sitting here. Keep me out of it, man. I want to just watch you guys go to work.
Oh, man. Any advice for our guy, Timmy, on day one?
Yeah, we've had advice for like the last 6, 7, 8 weeks.
Yeah, he's been somebody I've been talking to about how to manage this whole thing.
Know as much as you can about the locals and have fun doing it.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I'm a little getting up there in age, and I just want to sit back and have some fun with guys I like. I like coming in and chopping it up with DJ and PK. Letting you behind the scenes. We got Jake and Ben coming up at 2:00. You and I are going to spend 4 hours. I just want to be around my buddies talking sports. Let's just have some fun, man.
Yep. Well, have fun.
This was when I left coaching 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I keep saying 5 and it keeps growing, but yeah, it's been a minute. This was the end game for me. This is what I wanted to do. I wanted, to get to know people here and like anything else, man, relationships win the day. So I am surrounded by wonderful people. My co-host, I'm going to nickname him Velvet. That's my new nickname is Velvet because his voice and he just manages everything.
Yeah.
Velvet, probably turn into Velveeta, because of me. But.
Well, hopefully we don't go back to those days, but we'll try.
I am honored, though. straight honored, and excited. And yeah, I feel excited to do exactly what you said, Scotty. And what you said, PK. We've all know so many people in the state and have for so many years, and the people that are in it tell the best stories. And so I think there's a lot of fun we can have with a lot of different folks. We're going to have some cool people on the show today. In
fact, some guy named Ryan Smith is going to join us at high noon today. So fired up. PK,
yeah.
And Dave Rose at 11, the old boss man.
The old boss man's coming on. It'll be fun.
Dave's one of my guys from way back.
Well, I will say this. When I got a phone call, I was in a parking lot taking my kid to a football practice, and I get a phone call, and it says Dave Rose. And I'm like, what is this? And Dave's like, there's only one guy you need to be looking at for this job. And I'm like, well, when Dave tells you to do something, you do it.
Well, no, didn't he say there is only one guy you will look at?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's what I remember.
Exactly.
I'll get out of your hair with little hair you have left. I think that you guys will knock it out of the park.
He's got the best hair on the station.
I was talking to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you come at me all you want. Don't be coming at my guy.
And, Tim, I love to see guys who work hard for something that they want, and they grind, and they achieve it, and now's the opportunity. I hope you guys hit it out of the park. I'll be listening. Have a lot of fun. The show will continue every day. Today's the first day, and I expect years from now, you guys will have somebody else in here will be looking at when I'm gone. You'll be saying, son, this is what you need to do. Have a lot of fun. So good luck to you.
Yeah, that's not going to happen for a long time, though.
Hopefully not, but hopefully that's the case. I'm looking forward to this show. I'm looking forward to the lineup, and good luck to you guys, and I'm sure you'll do well.
Yeah, I appreciate it, PK.
Way to go.
That is a legend right there.
Yeah.
Long time, but what most people don't know, his shtick is pretty good. He comes off as this, he doesn't care. He's this. Yeah, he cares. He's a wonderful guy. I hate to break his mystique.
I know. That's the thing. Like, I don't want people to know, but PK is actually a really good dude. All right. Hey, welcome to the team, man. I'm so fired up for you.
I am.
I'm so fired up for me. I mean, from a selfish standpoint, I'm fired up to work with you.
You've been talking to yourself. You and Lloyd have been kind of, having people fill in here and there. But, yeah, I'm here. I'm excited. Let's do this thing. We had a lot to talk about. A fun weekend of sports and a lot of things going on.
Yeah, there's no doubt. For those that don't know, let's just give you a quick the Tim Lacombe resume, if you will. This is a LinkedIn on the radio with Tim Lacombe. Just kind of give us your background. If somebody is popping on the radio and they're not like, wait a minute, I know Tim, but I'm not exactly sure what Tim has been and where he's been at, because you have been all over the state.
I've been all over the state. Really, as far as sports goes, you know what? The funny thing, I actually always wanted to be a broadcaster, and coaching got in the way a little bit, got in my blood. But I started this way long ago. I walked into Jeff Judkin's office at the University of Utah as a student with no idea what I was doing, and I just said, I want to be involved. I want to help the team. And he kind of ran it through chains, and they gave me a towel. And I literally was Bobby Boucher, for the Utes that year. And during that year, and this would be my advice to anybody, people make everything happen. And so what I did was I love people, and I got ingratiated with the staff. I got ingratiated with players. And, year two, I got a little uptick to kind of following Rick around.
Yeah.
And kind of managing his life, which was, we could fill hours this summer talking about some of that. But it really started as a manager at Utah, and then I went and coached high school basketball for 7 years at Lone Peak and American Fork. And from there, got invited to come up to the University of Utah with Ray Giacoletti and do video. And so I was excited. That was another step up. Got to be in the video room breaking tape. And I was there 2 years. Ray was let go. And I thought at that point my coaching career was over.
Yeah.
But I got a random call from John Wardenberg, who is now an assistant with the women's team at BYU. His son Adam just got the Utah Tech head coaching job. Congrats, Adam. And he called me and he said, do you have any interest in our position that we have open? I said, I didn't even know you had one open. And they had their director of basketball position. And I applied for that, and lo and behold, I ended up getting that. And then my BYU career kind of started. I was there 12 years. was there 2007 to 19. And in 2019, I decided to get out. I saw NIL coming down the pike.
Yeah.
I missed COVID too, which was a blessing. But during that time, I reached out to Scotty G and I said, hey, can we go to lunch or breakfast? We went to breakfast and I just said, hey, here's what I want to do. This is kind of what I'm chasing. If there's any opportunities. And you said, you know, we maybe could get you on the jazz stuff. So that reared its head. I've been doing jazz pre-half and post the last 6 years. So I've watched kind of the end of the Mitchell Gobert reign and this new iteration with the rebuild. And so I've been immersed in it pretty much my whole life. I'm like you. I watch everything.
Yeah.
I'm just I listen to rock music and I watch sports. And I kind of am excited because hopefully that's what we can do with this show.
Yeah.
Is make it a place where people can go talk it. But been fortunate enough to fill in a couple times. I've done some TV with the Jazz in studio a little bit this year and last year. And this opportunity came up. You and Hans were the show I listened to, and I was in the car anytime I could. And so already being familiar with it, I saw that when Hans decided to step sideways and to go do something else, I was like, I want that job.
Yeah.
And I forgot that I texted Lloyd, I don't know how many times in the last 5 years.
Once a week.
And I can't say
And that's
exactly
okay.
what it said, but it was basically, I need a job.
It was, if you could fire somebody.
No, it wasn't that. I didn't ever go after. I mean, it was only Kinahan. I wanted
If you
blood.
could tell Kinahan it's time for him to go.
Yeah.
No, I never did. I just like, hey man, I need a job.
You only did that once.
You're like,
it was only once.
what,
I said, don't do that. That's not
what's
cool.
he driving these days? And can I get underneath that and take care of some brake lines?
Yeah, you remember that Alema thing? That was, people say that drum flying through was an accident.
No.
That was just him.
I've got people. I've got people everywhere.
Well, that's the case. And you know what? Honestly, that's why I'm so fired up to work with you. Look, I've known you forever. I've considered you a really close friend for a long, long time. There's nothing better than getting a text in the middle of the day with you strumming the guitar and FaceTiming and just having a blast. But getting to know you as a person, not just as a sports figure, but just as a human being. And honestly, when Lloyd and I, when Hans came in and said, you know what, I think I'm going to go a different direction, and this is an opportunity that I can't pass up, and we all hugged and said, we love you, brother. You'll always be one of us, and we wish you well. And we still, like Hans and I, talk almost every other day. Because he is my brother. I love that guy, and we will always be very, very tight. But you know, when the opportunity came up, I had a really close relationship with Lloyd and Hans, and for 12 years. And so, to me, it wasn't just about hiring somebody that I wanted to do sports radio with. It's somebody that I wanted to do. Essentially life with, for lack of a better term. Like,
Are you proposing to me?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it was a situation where I want, our show has become very transparent, and Lloyd and I, we don't hide anything. What's going on in our life is an open book, and we share each other's craziness, our happy moments, our terrible times. Like, that's just part of the show, and that's something that we've always felt was really important, is transparency. Because I think that, like, I'm in my late 40s, Lloyd's in his early 40s, you're a little bit north of that. And so there's a lot of our listeners that are going through what we're going through. You know what? When you have kids get married, or you send kids to college, or kids that are starting to graduate, and I know a lot of our listeners are in the same era. And so when they hear us going through these things, they can relate. And I want us to always develop that fraternity with our listeners, that what we go through, you're going through, and we're all just trying to figure out this crazy life together. And I wanted somebody who was going to embrace that. I wanted somebody who not only is going to work his butt off in the sports world, but also share part of his life, the struggles, the happy moments, the ridiculous things, and just let's have fun. I've never been a kind of guy that wants to do radio where we have to manufacture arguments, where we have to manufacture conflict. You and I are going to disagree on things, and that's going to be great, but it's always going to come from a genuine spot. It's never going to come from, hey, let's see here. Do you think Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame? I don't. You do? Okay, let's really get those phone lines burning. Like, we're not that. I can't pretend to be that. I'm just not that guy. So, and I wanted somebody that was going to be that guy as well. And I couldn't be happier to bring you on, not as a co-host, but as a buddy. And let's go have some fun.
And I'm glad you brought up Hans. It was really important to me. It's kind of like when you go into a new coaching position. I've always felt like the reverence for what's done before and respect for that. As you said, Hans is a buddy of yours. He's a buddy of mine. I got to know him coaching. He actually interviewed me after a game down after a Gonzaga game, and we hit it off and kind of started a relationship. So, this is going to hopefully just continue to build on the greatness of what you guys have done, and that will be my end game too. It's not, I didn't get into coaching to try to go show people how much I knew. That wasn't my thing. I got into it because I loved it, and I love doing it every day, and that's why I'm here. And I'm sure, I'll say some stupid stuff and I'll be wrong here and there.
But
I will throw it out.
That is a prerequisite to be wrong on this show.
And be okay to be wrong,
yeah,
right?
That's the thing. If we screw up,
look at my face. Every day I have to face this.
Oh, man. Are you kidding me? You actually cleaned this joint up for once.
Yeah. Actually, you actually do. You're now the better looking of all
and
of us.
The problem was the prerequisite before was that you had to have a little bit of, you had to be a little follically challenged.
See, before I was the only person.
He was
with
the only
hair.
one rocking the head of hair. Now I'm the odd man out.
Well, Mike Smith told me I could use maybe some plugs in here if I wanted them.
On the power alleys a little bit?
Yeah, but I kind of like the alleys. I've earned
I've
earned this power.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not I'm not worried about any gray coming in. Just own it, whatever.
And I'm going to get out on the soapbox early. There's a certain age where you got to stop doing that. I see all these broadcasters.
Oh yeah,
bro. We know you're 70. Marv Albert, you've got one gray hair.
I think Marv's rocking the piece up top.
Oh, he's always had the piece.
Yeah.
He loves the piece, but he doesn't let any gray in the piece.
Oh yeah.
So just a word to the wise. After we know it's getting gray. Just let it go gray. You're not fooling anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got a lot to break down. Let's get it, folks. Starting a lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right. How about that? Last night, the Utah Mammoth, it felt like they were in control. Up 2-1 going into the third period. Felt like things were going their way, and Lloyd lost it a little bit on Twitter. I was right there with you when the penalty took place, and you're like, ooh, you cannot be a man down against this team that's one of the best in the NHL on the power play. And sure enough, they almost made it, the 2 minutes, about 13, 14 seconds left in the power play. The Golden Knights were able to get the game-tying goal. The go-ahead goal came just a little bit later. And just like that, after an empty netter, it's a 4-2 game. And the Mammoth drop a tough one in game one.
Well, I will say the environment seemed to be off the chain.
Yes.
There was so much energy in that building. The Mammoth represented. They had people there. It was good to see. The pace of the game stood out to me. It was, watch regular season, then you watch the playoffs, and they're going a little harder all the time. I feel like those two goals you mentioned, the one came off of, as you mentioned, the penalty.
Mm-hmm.
The second one was just a kind of a lazy pass by Uyghur, just kind of kicked it out in front. But it really, the tough part is I felt like if you take the physicality and size of the Knights into account, the Mammoth played really well, minus just a couple of minutes. But that's playoff hockey, and that's, they were fortunate enough to get a bounce their way to get their second goal. But just couldn't hold them off. And it's going to be tough. But the beautiful part about a series is all you really need to do is go down there and crack one.
Yep.
And they still have that opportunity.
I mean, in the what's the old adage? A series really doesn't begin until somebody wins a road game. And honestly, it came down there. Now look, Bear Tierney and Bill Armstrong, who will join us coming up tomorrow, they would both reach through the speaker and strangle me if they heard me say this. But your goal is to steal one. and you still have that opportunity, although you got to kick yourself a little bit because you had that great opportunity last night. But if you can find a way to get a win in game number 2 and you even that series up coming back and then you have home ice advantage, you got to feel pretty good about yourself. But the thing that really stood out to me, and you brought it up, the size and the physicality, because you saw two very different teams. And as I'm still trying to wrap my brain around this sport a little bit, it's very apparent to see the teams that are built in a particular way. Utah, whether it was done on purpose or not, is a very fast, athletic team, but they do not have the size to match up with what you're seeing from the Golden Knights. And so if they're able to slow the game down and they're able to lay a lick on you, some of the hits that were out there last night, I mean, they had 52 hits in game number 1. Their season high in the regular season was 36. 36.
I'm telling you, that game was played on there was grease on top of the ice. They were going extra fast. There was a lot going on last night. But the hits, can you imagine?
If I got to hear another blown tire for the Mammoth, I'm going to lose my mind. Because that's all I heard on the broadcast was another blown tire as they
when they lost the edge.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be a tough moment when you're, there were just a couple of tough ones. They actually had a power play themselves. They didn't score on early in the game, but then scored right after the power play.
Yeah.
So I think there were a lot of really good things. The one thing that stood out to me, if they can get the puck cleared and get out, like their speed was apparent, and they had many. In fact, the goal that Cooley took it into the zone deep and spun and kicked it to Kraus. Kraus kicked it back, and he was able to one-time it in. Those, that's the way they got to play. They got to get out of the fray. They got to get out of those checks and everything behind the net to get those things cleared. You can tell Vegas, that's their end game, just smother you.
Oh, yeah. And that's, it's interesting because you go back to the basketball situation that, you would play teams that their whole thought, it kind of felt like maybe St. Mary's back in the day with Randy Bennett, where a team's like, you know what, we don't want to go up tempo. We want to slow it down. We get you in the half court and we're just going to beat the crap out of you. And that's what you're seeing out of Vegas. It is a team that wants to slow it down. They don't want to go up tempo. And if they make you play essentially the hockey version of half court offense, they will beat the ever-loving snot out of you. So you have to find a way to adjust. You have to find a way to figure out how to speed the game up, how to use your angles, how to get it in the open ice, because once they slow you down and they put a body on you, it's lights out. You're done.
Cooley made a couple friends last night. I
noticed. Yeah, how about that?
And the chatter in the penalty box was great. Bursey was giving the guy the biz. But I will say, watching the game, I feel like I'm excited to watch game 2. And as you said, they just need to try to go steal one. This does not look like a matchup that they can't get one down there. So no. I've still got faith. I got my Mammoth jacket on today.
Look at that. That's like the old school starter jackets from back in the day.
I love this. I love unique looking stuff.
You did spend some time over with SEG in that organization. Are you still going to have the gear hookups?
Oh, I would hope so. I've made a lot of friends over there. What an amazing group of people. Chris Barney.
Oh, yeah. I know. Chris used to be our sales manager on radio. In fact, Chris and I started with then the Miller Group about the same time, and he was a sales guy, and I was just a peon radio dude, and my career has stayed stagnant, and his is
Yeah, he's over there on Everest. But the cool part about it is he still treats people like he's in that first job, and I think there's something to that for why Chris is the way he is. But he does a great job, and he's got a great team over there. And I was just in 6 months. I worked inside the Jazz organization with youth camps and clinics. So that's what I've been doing most recently.
All right. We're just getting started. Now, in case you're just joining us, you're like, hey, where's Jake and Ben? Well, guess what? You're going to hear them today from 2 to 6. So Jake and Ben on from 2 to 6. Tim and I, the coach, will have you every day from 10 to 2. So a 3-show lineup. DJ and PK still doing their thing from 6 to 10. Coach and myself from 10 to 2. And Jake and Ben from 2 to 6. It's a new era here on The Zone. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go.
It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Here's the secret no one's telling you about those trendy weight loss shots. You may have to take them for life, and many people gain the weight back after stopping. With the Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program, there's a better way. The proprietary natural-based program they utilize has helped thousands of people lose weight and keep it off long-term. Imagine losing up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without muscle loss, side effects, or yo-yo rebounds. Ready to transform your body for life? Schedule your free personalized consultation today at slcfatloss.com.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program that gave me the direction and the structure I needed.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. But the most important thing after losing that weight in 60 days, I've kept it off of those full 2 years. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by going to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
It's time to stand up for savings at Mountain Land Power Equipment. During the SCAG 2026 Stand Up for Savings event, save 15% off MSRP on select SCAG mowers, leaf blowers, and turf spreaders. Power, performance, and unbeatable durability. Now at unbeatable prices. But hurry, this promotion ends April 30th. Visit mountainlandpowerequipment.com or stop by Mountain Land Power Equipment in Ogden, Salt Lake City, or Springville today. Stand up and save with SCAG.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports, and this is a huge week on the zone. Tuesday night, it's Game 2 from Las Vegas. The Utah Mammoth and the Vegas Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the opening round. Game 2 starts at 7:30. The pregame show, Hockey Night in Utah with Adrian Denny, starts at 6:30. And Wednesday night, it's Messi and Miami visiting RSL right here on 97.5 FM, the KSL Sports Zone.
Spring is in the air, and your forever begins here. At TSH Events in the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, elegant spaces set the stage for unforgettable I-dos. Celebrate your love story where every detail feels timeless. Reserve your perfect date today at tshevents.com.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is home for my mother.
And the boys ready.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe. Kicking off a new era of sports radio here in the state of Utah. Coach has been around a long, long time. You even lived through the Jimmer era down at BYU.
I did. I lived through the Jimmer era.
Was that unlike anything? I mean, I can't imagine how crazy
it was.
That was
crazy, man. It was so crazy. We didn't have any idea when we recruited him. He was a 2-star guy.
Yeah.
And, the whole story about how he worked his way into where he got. But, yeah, we had stories to tell after that year. People waiting for us in lobbies at airports, outside the bus, just trying to get a look. We joked that we were kind of like the Beatles.
Yeah.
But we only had one. There was only one of them. They didn't care about us. They're just, hey, can you get me closer to Jimmer?
It's all John Lennon and a bunch of George Harrisons.
But my one thing when I meet people and they say, when were you at BYU? I was there 07 to 19. Did you coach Jimmer? Yes. But he didn't know how to shoot when he got to BYU.
Yeah, until he came under your tutelage.
What I did was I showed him how to shoot, see? No, that's not true. Jimmer could shoot. And I did not really put a lot of emphasis on his defense, unfortunately.
Well, I don't think anybody really wanted, like, hey, we're going to hide you on one end of the court, and then you're going to be the guy on the other end.
Jackson Emery had that role. He played he played his spot and Jimmer's spot in the zone.
When did you know that dude could fill it up like that?
After the Arizona game was when it really just blew me. He had 37 in McHale. It was the Fiesta Bowl Classic, so all those, like I guess Ryan Hatch is there now in the yellow jackets. All those yellow jacket guys were there. And, dude, we put it on them. And it was the beautiful thing about that game, it wasn't just Jimmer. Like, we played BYU basketball. We played up-tempo. The ball was popping around. So everybody became a threat early. And then Jimmer was able just to carve them up. And when we walked out of there and beat that team, it's the worst defeat, at least at that point in McHale history. I was like, okay. I'd seen him do things in practice and stuff, but it's almost like playoffs. When he got onto a game, lights were on, scoreboard, you saw a different dude sometimes than you saw in practice.
Well, it was a crazy time for sure. I will always consider that semifinal game against New Mexico in the Mountain West Conference tournament one of the craziest things I've ever covered. I mean, just watching, because you always know New Mexico travels like crazy to those tournaments. And so that, and BYU, obviously, wherever they go, you got a huge fan base. And it was just, it was as rabid as anybody has ever seen in that building.
Well, the one thing I'll add to that made it even more crazy is the next morning, as we were preparing to go to shoot around, there were like 3 or 4 referees from the Mountain West that had done games through the year. We're in the lobby with a ball.
No.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Please tell me Dave Hall was one of them.
He was.
Was he really?
Yes.
Wow. That does not surprise me one bit, actually.
So, you saw stuff that you just didn't see in all your other years. But I will say the cool part about my journey is I got to see the formation of kind of I was there after Josh and Jimmy.
Yeah.
So that second, when Van Horn, so I got there as Van Horn's sophomore year, Doliak's freshman year, Andre's freshman year. And so there's so many stories that we can talk about in all that are just mind-bending. But to be able around that group, then be around, the BYU group, and then have to compete against the other teams in the state. Stu had that place humming. It's so hard to go up there and win. But they've just followed it with great coaches, great broadcasters. And, they still got a great thing going. So hopefully that's... some of those things, when you talk about Andre Miller, that's my buddy, right?
Yeah.
Like we talk about Doliak, so hopefully some of these things we can peel back some of the layers and let people kind of meet these guys in a different way with some of the formality out of the way.
So I was up at Logan on Saturday, Utah State wrapping up spring ball. Pretty much everybody's got spring ball in the rearview mirror. And Bronco, and you mentioned in the first segment that there was a reason why you decided to make the jump out of coaching, is because you saw the freight train that was coming in terms of collectives, NILs, free transfers. I remember Tim Duryea in like 2017 telling me that, hey, be ready. These kids are gonna get one free transfer. And I'm like, no, they're not. He's like, yeah, that's coming. And he goes, and it wouldn't surprise me after that it's unlimited transfers. I'm like, you're insane. Well, 2-3 years later, that's the world we're living in right now. And Bronco Mendenhall, I thought, had a really interesting comment. And this is what life is like as a college football coach, especially dealing with the transfer portal, dealing with trying to remake your roster. You have to do it at a very small amount of time. Listen to this timeline from Bronco.
The scar. The transfer portal opened on Friday. We started school on Monday. There's not supposed to be any contact, direct or indirect, prior to that. And yet players are showing up with all their visits set, deals already brokered, monetary amounts already set, when it was supposed to be no contact. And by the way, we need players in school in 2 weeks. So we visited 44 players, signed 31 in 10 days. I mean, how in the world? 44 players in 10 days on 24-hour visits to sign 31. Most people date more than a 24-hour period, right? I mean, these official visits were 24 hours, and we have to be right, and they have to be right. How is that good for college football? Oh, and by the way, that costs money, and there's negotiations with agents that aren't certified, and how is that now smart business for anyone with a decision of this magnitude? Yeah, we're perfectly designed for the nonsense that we're getting. I love my team. Wow, you get right to the point when it's a 24-hour visit and you have 2 weeks to get kids into school that you don't even know.
By the way, that's a classic Bronco line. We are perfectly designed for the nonsense we're receiving right now. All right, so you've been on the recruiting trail. Imagine trying to put a team together in essentially, not short amount of time.
It's insane. The whole thing, and it's why I decided to step out, was this used to be, like Ronco said, you used to know, or at least have a really good idea who these guys were. You have to understand what they can do on the floor, but so much of being successful is bringing the right guys with the right attitude into your program in 24 hours and going off the words of others. And honestly, I found that every transfer was like you got them and you're like, okay, it's just a different dude with a different set of issues than the guy that just left us. So you're so much better off if you can maintain a roster. But I just don't see in this climate, as he said, with the agents that are scumbags in a lot of ways, that aren't licensed, that are just out there trying to make a buck. This whole thing's become about making a buck. And I wish we could go back in the archives, because I remember I got on a show, I can't remember whose it was. I think it might have been you and Hans, when NIL was announced. And I basically started talking, and I went on a rant, but I finished about where we are right now. Because what they were talking about in the beginning was giving kids a couple $1,000s for an appearance, this, that, the other. I'm seeing now where college rosters are going to eclipse $100 million. Like they see that in the future. What is going on? Where is the oversight? And how in the world does it ever end? Because what I've learned, when you start giving money, it never goes down from there.
No.
It always goes up, So I sympathize with Bronco. I've talked to a ton of coaches. I talked to Cody Feger over the weekend. He's at Kentucky. And, just the ins and outs of just trying to get on the phone with a kid and trying to get them to say, hey, I'll come on a visit, without money get into the conversation before all that. So it's a unique world. It's one that I didn't want any part of, because I was in the relationship game. I was in the people game. I was in trying to, go get guys that we believed in that could play, but had a little extra something. And then you got 4 years to develop the heck out of that. Good luck if you get 8 months now.
I know, and that's the thing that bums me out, because if you're a college football fan or a college basketball fan, and the thing that really jumps out to me is you really love the fact of you could have a kid. So let's say, you saw a kid in high school and he commits to your program and he redshirts that first year. And then his freshman year sees a few minutes, hits a couple big shots, sophomore year, bigger role. And then he becomes a star his junior and senior year. And you're like, it's like, watching Nirvana in a garage back in, 86. Before they hit big. You're like, all right, I was on the grassroots with this kid. I knew this guy was going to be special. I knew that this was going to be fun. And you got to experience that whole journey along the way. Here, for lack of a better term, it's mercenaries.
Yeah, there's no loyalty. There's no commitment.
No, and that's fine because I get the fans not having loyalty to a player or a coach because if they get sideways, boom, you're out. Like you suck, you're gone. Well, I just gave you a conference championship 2 years ago. It doesn't matter. So I understand like loyalty has always been fairly precarious in that regard. But now it's just there's no relationships, as you mentioned. There's no history. Like I walked down the tunnel. You know where I'm talking about at Utah State in the Spectrum by the offices, and you walk by and you see these massive like life-size photos of Spencer Nelson and Nate Harris and Desmond Pinniger and Sam Merrill and Nemish Keita. Like you see these larger-than-life posters of people, and if Mason Falslev decided he was going to go and leave to go somewhere else, he probably makes more money. Who knows? He may be part of a team that makes a deep run in the NCAA tournament. But guess what? When you have your grandkids and you're walking back into there, you don't get that anymore. Like you don't get to be associated with that university anymore. You don't get that opportunity to have that identity associated with that school. And that bums me out for a lot of these guys because I think you're going to wake up one day, you're going to be 35, you're going to be 40 years old, and you're like, oh, man, what did I give up? And you may be looking at a nice house. You may be looking at some investment properties. You may be looking at your investment portfolio and be like, I made the right choice. I still would do it again. But you do sacrifice some things for sure.
And there's millions of players like this, but Elijah Crawford, I'm going to use him as an example, signs with BYU. He actually committed to Stanford, but then broke that commitment, signed with BYU, basically rode the bench his freshman year, transfers to Illinois Chicago for this year. And at Illinois Chicago this year, he averaged 14 points and 5 assists. And so now what's he do? He up and goes to Villanova. So, I mean, there's going to be so many guys with 4 different places that they went to school. And to your point, one of the best parts about being an old guy is going back and seeing a guy like Chris Collinsworth or Logan Magnuson or Jimmer Jackson, and Chris Miles, giving them a big hug and knowing there was 4 years of toil and we ended up doing great things together. But now it's just like, all right, who are my 12? Okay, what's your name again? All right, you're only going to be here 8 months? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember, this is how crazy it is. I mentioned the Majerus time. So back then, in order to go to a booster's house and have a meal, you had to go through 4 forms because I had to run the forms. You had to get them signed by the booster, agreeing not to do anything illegal, by the player, by the school that knew it was happening. So basically all these forms. And then it was a family that was huge supporters of the Utes for a ton of years, the Felts. And they were awesome people, and they wanted to have Mike, Andre, Drew, and Alex over for dinner on a Sunday. And to them, like, they watched those guys come into the program, watched them, became fond of them. I would assume all that stuff's kind of out the door. I mean, if these guys are going somewhere, they're going to, get some money somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Like, we'll show up for dinner, but, we're going to need a $1,000 a plate.
I mean, this is NIL era. So anyhow, it is, in a lot of ways we sound like old fuddy-duddies, but I do think in sport there is a piece that is you got to be loyal, committed, and you got to sacrifice.
Yeah.
I don't see a ton of that in most of these places because they're just not together enough to care.
Yeah. Now, on the flip side, something needed to be done. Like,
no question.
There's no doubt something had to be addressed because if I'm Jimmer and I walk into that Marriott Center and I see all these students wearing 32s, but it won't have a name on the back, but it's got that number, you know who they bought it for. And you're like, okay, so the university's making, $15 a shirt, the bookstore's selling them at $25 a shirt. Like, who's making all that money? Because I'm not getting any of it. I get my monthly stipend and that's it. So you're like, wait a minute. If you're Sam Merrill or if you're Alex Jensen back in the day or Keith Van Horn, you see all these guys wearing your jersey numbers and you're like, well, they're wearing that because of me. So where's my cut of that? And you should get a cut because that is your name, image, likeness. You should own that. But for somebody to say, hey, we're going to give you $2 million as a high school senior to come here and $20,000 just to make a trip for us to have the right to be able to talk to you on our campus. And that's getting a little out of hand.
Yeah, and that's the problem is everybody gets their hands on it.
Yep.
And everybody wants a piece of the margin, so the price goes up. And here we are in a market that is, like Bronco said, unlike any market that functions anywhere in the world. It's a pay to play, and it's, who's got the most money, you're going to get me.
Imagine the NFL or the NBA at the end of every year. It's like, okay, your roster's done, and everybody's a free agent. I mean, every year. Now, granted, that would be some great drama for sure. And I think in a weird way, college athletics has benefited from this because it makes the offseason even more interesting because it's like, okay, this guy's going to leave. This guy's going here. This guy's being retained. And so that shuffling of the deck, I think, has made for some intrigue and in a weird way has helped the interest of college athletics. But imagine trying to run a team in the NBA when all of a sudden Justin Zanuck and Austin Ainge and Will Hardy are like, okay, guess what? Larry's in the portal. This guy's in the portal. This guy's in the portal. We got, Triple J. He was here for a couple months, but he just went in the portal. We got to bring them all back. Or you know what? I can go get Giannis for $20 million, and everybody. It's just a madhouse.
Free for all.
It's unreal.
Yeah, it's a free for all. And like Bronco said, the logistics of it. I can't even imagine visiting that many guys. Just the logistics of visiting them, the cost of flying them. There's so much to it. And hopefully someday somebody can grab this thing and get it at least in a place where it can make some sense. But right now, it makes no sense to me.
What you may have missed coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That's Tim Lacombe, Scotty G, and the coach right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Mark Durant, you hear him on the radio broadcast for BYU basketball.
It was a lot of fun to have A.J. Debonsa in the program. Wow, what a kid. Forecast for us what you think he'll be as far as a pro, ranging from a decent player, an occasional all-star, perennial all-star, Hall of Fame. Where do you think?
I was talking to Matt Carlino, who's a former BYU player who does the color at TCU, and he said, I think A.J. is going to be the face of the NBA for the next 20 years.
Wow.
And I think he can be that guy because of the charisma, just has that nature about him that people like him, and I think he's got the game. And because he works hard, he's going to get better and better. I think he will be a perennial all-star and could end up being a Hall of Famer. I think he's going to be one of the greats, and I can't wait to see what happens for him.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Man, I love our friends at America First Credit Union. There's so many great opportunities, and for car loans, you're not going to find much better than this, if anything better than this. How about an auto loan rate as low as 4.9%? So an incredible rate right there on its own, but let's add to it, shall we? I'm going to give you, and when I say I mean America First Credit Union, is going to give you your first 3 months, your first 90 days with that vehicle without making a single payment. And it's not like you have to make a balloon payment after those 90 days. You just make your regular payment after that. It's really simple if you're America First Credit Union to walk into your branch and say, this is my dream vehicle. This is what I need financing-wise. And they're like, okay, let's work that out with a already low rate at 4.9%. And you don't have to worry about making a payment for your first 90 days. You can pay down some credit cards. You can save for a rainy day. You can invest it any way you want. But imagine 90 days without making a car payment. It is an awesome opportunity with America First Credit Union. Apply today for that rate and those 90 days off. And remember, all you have to do, visit a branch or apply online at americafirst.com. That's americafirst.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Tough loss last night for the Utah Mammoth. Up 2-1 going into the third period, but give up 3 goals in that third frame. And with that, Andre Tierney's team comes away with the L, but still proud of his team after that one.
I'm proud of the way where our guys were mentally. I think at this point, as a coach, what you need to do is make sure your team is in the right mindset, the right approach, they're in control, and they control their performance.
That update brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from in Murray and Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated with BMW Utah.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for another edition of What You May Have Missed, brought to you by Paris RV. It's the huge RV blowout sale this Wednesday through Saturday at the Provo Town Center, 10 a.m. to dusk. Used RVs from all over the country have been sent to Provo Town Center. The sale includes millions of dollars of high-quality used RVs, motorhomes, travel trailers, fifth wheels, tent trailers, toy haulers, toy campers, Class A and C diesel and gas. It's a great time to buy. Don't miss the used RV liquidation event. More info at UtahRVEvent.com. All right. I know that we're all waiting, and it's going to happen probably next year, in which the Utah Jazz are in the playoffs. But again, on the outside looking in, but you saw some games yesterday. Boston roughs up Philadelphia 123-91. The Thunder do the same to the Suns 119-84. The Magic knock off the Pistons 112-101, and then the Spurs get the win over the Trailblazers 111-98. I want to circle back to the Pistons game, though. I mean, look, there are some similarities between them and when the Jazz had the number one seed, 3-4 years ago. and a lot of people are like, okay, yeah, they had the best record, but let's get into the playoffs, and that ended up being the case. The Pistons might be that team this year, where they had a gaudy regular season record, but the playoffs may be a problem for them.
Well, they may, but I also think this series is going to be a knockdown drag-out. I tweeted something yesterday that this game's going to look like a demolition derby. Both teams highly physical. Both teams really rely on the paint for their points, and both teams draw fouls. And so it really has to me, it has the feeling of a series that could go the distance. But I'm not necessarily surprised. I think Orlando, with Wagner back, they're finally kind of healthy, and they've got, when you talk about playoff experience, they got a guy in Desmond Bane who's been there and done that, and he can have a big night. But I was impressed with Orlando. I thought this year that, once they get fully healthy, they give somebody a run for their money in the playoffs. They may just give the Pistons a run for their money.
Cade Cunningham with 39 points. We don't give him enough love. I don't think he gets enough love for how good he is.
No, I'm with you. And the crazy thing is, came into the draft as somebody that everybody was kind of worried about his ability to shoot the three. But when you got a 6'9" point guard that can get where he wants to on the floor and use his shoulder a little bit, man, it's going to help you so much. But a guy who's just simply gotten better, every single year. And this year, by far, his best season. He's a future star. He'll be a guy that people talk about for a long time. He's having one of those years.
You go back to Saturday, Cleveland knocks off the Raptors 126-113. Donovan Mitchell with 32 points in that one. Where do you stack up the Cavs in the East? Would you put them number 2 behind Boston?
We've talked about this all year on the air, and I think the East is really hard to call, but definitely the Celtics are the team out in front. I kind of thought the Pistons would be a little better in the playoffs. I still think they can win that series. But yeah, probably in reality, there's a couple of teams there, but Boston's by far, and they showed it yesterday. They just made short work. Yeah. It was never close. No. I mean, they hit them first, hit them second, hit them in the third. And they were done. So I think it's the Celtics in the East. And then outside of them, yeah, probably the Pistons, the Cavs. I just don't think the Cavs have enough defense to do it.
Yeah. I mean, and I love our guy, Sam Merrill, but Sam is an elite defender for that team.
No, he is.
And when you look at Sammy as being the guy that's leading that team defensively, then, and again, it's not a knock on Sam, but Sam's the best defender they have on that team.
No doubt.
Especially on the perimeter.
And when you start Mitchell, Harden, excuse me for a sneeze, Mitchell, Harden, and Dean Wade, when you bring in Sam off the bench, you're going to be a little limited defensively. I just don't think at the end of the day that Cleveland's done enough with their roster.
Yeah.
They needed to do a little more. The Harden thing
No.
It doesn't fix the issues that were at hand.
All right, coming up later on tonight, you've got a 4-game lineup with, actually 3-game lineup. Philadelphia, Boston in game number 2, Portland and San Antonio. Actually, no, that's Tuesday's schedule. Sorry. Toronto will be at Cleveland tonight. The Hawks will be at New York taking on the Knicks, and the Timberwolves against the Nuggets. All right, Dave Rose is going to join us coming up on the other side as Coach calls him boss.
Jefe.
All Jefe. Dave Rose joins us next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hi, Tim Hughes back at Replenish Landscape Garden Products, talking with Greg about all of the great materials that they have here. Of course, you know about Replenish Compost, you know about their soil blends, but this year, as we've mentioned, has been a tough winter, and doing away with some of those areas that are just gobbling up water would be a great idea this year.
We have a variety of barks. There's 4 different sizes of barks. We also have the colored wood mulches, 4 different colors there. We have playground chips if that's what you're looking for. We also have soil, sand, screen topsoil.
By the way, those playground chips are used by a lot of the schools in the area, aren't they?
School districts, municipalities, and daycare centers, and a lot of home use too.
Make your home look like the pros do by using Replenish Landscape Garden Products this year. You can buy it in bulk, you can buy it in bag, or have it delivered from 4660 South 200 West in Murray. Find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish. It's good stuff.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry-aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles. Premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
It's time to stand up for savings at Mountain Land Power Equipment. During the SCAG 2026 Stand Up for Savings event, save 15% off MSRP on select SCAG mowers, leaf blowers, and turf spreaders. Power, performance, and unbeatable durability. Now at unbeatable prices. But hurry, this promotion ends April 30th. Visit MountainLandPowerEquipment.com or stop by Mountain Land Power Equipment in Ogden, Salt Lake City, or Springville today. Stand up and save with SCAG.
Here's the secret no one's telling you about those trendy weight loss shots. You may have to take them for life, and many people gain the weight back after stopping. With the Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program, there's a better way. The proprietary natural-based program they utilize has helped thousands of people lose weight and keep it off long-term. Imagine losing up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without muscle loss, side effects, or yo-yo rebounds. Ready to transform your body for life? Schedule your free personalized consultation today at SLCFatloss.com.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program that gave me the direction and the structure I needed.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. But the most important thing after losing that weight in 60 days, I've kept it off of those full 2 years. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by going to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
difference.
And we're off.
My goodness, I've already disturbed the guy in the cage.
It took 1 hour. 1 hour for you to get under Lloyd's skin. I love it, man.
I didn't even know I did. He said, "Hey, can you send me a number?" I sent it, and it just wasn't in the format.
No, it doesn't. There's a specific format.
It's very cool. iPhone has this thing that says share contact.
Yeah, and
you share contact.
But if I have you up right there and I just go 801,
because he has it in his mind, it's hard to go back into contact.
See this thing right here?
I've got the map in my brain.
This thing's a steel trap, bro. Except for where I left my wallet, because I went to the bathroom right before the show. I was a tad bit nervous, and walked past the cleaning lady as I walked out of the bathroom, and walked down the hall and saw PK for a second. And I was like, "Oh, I left some stuff."
Yeah.
Run down, cleaning lady's got the wallet, the packet, the whole thing. Like, you left it? I know. My wife has to do that for me all the time.
I have air tags attached to everything now. My keys, wallet.
I need to do that.
Because I'm right there with you. And the only thing I need
it on your Stanley.
Need it on my old Mormon housewife standard mug, too.
I need to get a
leave
mug.
that thing lying
I need
around.
to be in the club. One quick story about losing something. Back in the day when Dick Hunsaker was the coach at Utah Valley.
Oh, yeah.
And a former Aggie, actually, Curtis Condi, a buddy of ours.
I love Curtis, yeah.
Was his assistant. And stuff gets crazy on the sideline during games. I mean, it's like a war zone down there. And you can't take anything personal because, Lloyd would be in his heyday down there because he'd just be cussing and then you'd forget about it. But he looked at Curtis in a crucial moment and he said, "Curtis, you've got one blanking job. Find my glasses." And Curtis is looking at him, and he doesn't know how to tell him, but he's got them up on his head. So he said, "Coach, they're on your head."
Right there.
Okay. Sometimes that's what you got to do as an assistant. Something that simple to help a coach.
Well, joining us now, longtime head coach at BYU, Dave Rose, kind enough to carve out some time for us. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, thank you. Not as well as Tim, but I'm doing really well today.
It's a good day today, Coach.
Yeah, it is a good day, and I'm really happy for you, big fella. I can remember those days driving in the middle of nowhere on our way to recruit kids or watch games in the summer. That you talked about someday wanting to have your own radio show. I thought you were kind of crazy, but
you already knew that.
Yeah. So I'm happy for you. Good luck to you.
Well, he's killed it, and it was fun catching up with you. Coach called me, and he was like, "You know what? I'm not even going to tell you who you need to hire. I'm going to tell you who to hire." And so Coach took over the hiring, but it was great catching up with you. It's interesting. When you look back on your coaching era and the coaching run and some of the teams you and Tim had together, what are some of the moments you go back to and that you think about when you're sitting back and remembering the good old days?
Well, I have a lot of people ask me that, and you would think that you'd think about the stars, Jimmer Fredette and Jackson Emery and Kyle Collinsworth and Brandon Davies and that's obviously a really big part of it. But what I remember the most and what I miss the most about college basketball right now for me is the team and being on the team and those teams, the personalities that they had and the leadership that was shown by guys, the hard times we went through and how guys just stepped up and responded. And so that's the part of it. I really miss the interaction I had daily with my coaches, and then I miss being part of a team.
I'll tell you what's pretty cool, Scotty. I don't know how we haven't said this a lot, but when I went to BYU to try to get that job, I was one of about 110 people that were applying at the time. And in one of the last interviews, Coach took the whole packet of resumes and he threw it down on the desk and he said, "I know about 85 of those 110 people. I've either coached them, coached against them, been friends with them in the coaching. Somebody's kid needs a job." And he's like, "But I'm sitting here, I want to hire you." Why? And the crazy part is Coach and I, we didn't know each other. We'd shaken each other's hand a couple times going through the line after he beat us or we beat them. But it was pretty much strangers sitting across the desk. And after 12 years, I can honestly say, and what's one of the best things ever about what happened to me at BYU is I gained almost like a best friend in my boss. And we had a unique relationship because, there are times where he'd have to chew my butt and I'd have to take it. And I was just,
when you thought I was an idiot and I had to take that.
Right, yeah. I mean, but
you never told me that, but I know, I know when you thought I was wacko.
But the bottom line is, to me, that's that's the best thing that came out of my coaching is the relationships. And, to be able the last 5-6 years to just, Coach and I have talked just about every week. We stayed in touch, and those are the things you miss when you get out of coaching. You forget that, your only job is to go do that. So it almost becomes a part of you. And when it goes, and all those people go from your life, it's pretty tough. And so we've helped each other through that.
When the team's winning and the team's on a roll and everything looks good from the outside, that's when I kind of miss the actual, that'd be pretty cool to go coach. These guys are pretty good, and they're beating everybody. But the work that goes behind just to get to that game, and to make that one game actually competitive on your side. That what goes into it. I mean, there's so much, and not just the preparation for the other team, but the preparation for your team, and then the personalities of your team, trying to keep them alive and keep them positive and keep them hungry, and all the things that goes through a coach's mind to make your team to be pretty elite and to win more than you lose. And I was pretty lucky. I had great players, and I had really, really, really good coaches that helped me through this thing, and that's the reason I had a lot of fun.
Did you ever think there would be a day and age where BYU would be the home of several one-and-dones?
Yeah, now that's a little different. People ask me about BYU basketball now and what I think will happen next, or what about this game, and I have no idea, because that's not the game that I actually coached for the 20+ years as an assistant and a head coach there. This is totally different. I think that they've got the best guy in the world to actually manage it. They've got a guy who came up in the professional ranks who understands players, being paid and how to motivate them and how to get the best out of them. And I think that's what I've talked to a lot of guys who coached during my era who have now retired also in the last 4, 5, 6 years. And that was the hardest thing, for them to relate to the players when, basically the players are making more than, they're second on the list. The head coach is probably making the most, but then it's the players, and then maybe the assistant coaches come in there somewhere. But that's a whole different dynamic of you trying to deal with the personnel issues on your team. And I'm really happy for the players. The players should have been paid years and years ago. I feel bad for, like guys like Jimmer and Jackson and, that group, Brandon, those guys who, really built the name brand of BYU basketball, to attract the group of people that come now. And then all they get to do is cheer for the guys, and the other guys get to play and deposit the money.
We had Bronco. We had a clip from Bronco talking about how he's signing guys right now. And basically over a 2-week window, he had 40 players come on 24-hour visits, and they signed 31 of them.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, can you imagine? Because, dude, what goes into one freaking visit. You remember how those things used to tear us up.
Yeah. But, Bronco was always a different guy. Bronco was that guy. I mean, he was as good mentally as a coach of anybody that I'd ever been around. And the times that, Cheryl and I would go to dinner with Bronco and Holly after the seasons were over, and we'd try to get away and to just kind of relate a little bit to each other. we talked mainly about BYU and the kind of the quirks of BYU more than the sports itself. But that guy is one. He is one driven dude, and I understood when he said that he was burned out and wanted to get away from it, and I'm glad he's back in the game. He's such a really good coach, really, really good for young guys, to be able to be mentored by a guy like him. And I like this. It'll be interesting to watch Utah State in the Pac-12. They're going to kind of step up, but every time they've kind of stepped up in my career, I think we've been from the Big West to the Mountain West to now to the Pac-12. They've always met the challenge, and I expect them to do the same.
What are your impressions on Kevin Young? Have you had a chance to chat with him much? And if so, what are your takeaways from him?
Actually, I have been able to spend some time with him. I don't call him, or I text him every once in a while and congratulate him on things. But he's a one focused guy. He's a basketball guy, and I really believe that it's a perfect fit for him and his wife because he was really missing the opportunity to raise his kids. When you're an NBA coach, the season's way longer. There's way more games. Think of the preparation, Timmy, for 82 games in a year. It's amazing that how focused and how driven he is. But I'm also happy for him because he's getting to experience some of the good things in life along with that. I always thought about maybe being an NBA scout or being in the NBA, not on a staff though. I never really had a desire to be on an NBA staff. I had quite a few friends who were there living that life, and that just wasn't the one I wanted. And so, but I think Kevin is the perfect guy at the perfect time. And if the last 2 or 3 weeks don't let you know the contacts and the draw that he has to be able to bring kids to BYU and people wanting to play for him, wanting to be coached by him, I think we've all got a pretty good idea of what we're in for here.
One of the things that stands out, you and I were at the press conference for Kevin that night.
Yep.
And, I think everybody was excited to hear what he had to say. And when he got up there and basically said he wanted to turn this into, a place where really solid players that are working on their game can come and prepare for a year for the NBA, that he was going to go after those types of guys. I looked across the room, and there were people like rolling their eyes, like, how in the world is he going to do this? I talked to a couple people after, like, this guy's, Timmy, you need to educate him. He's up in the night. But, the timing of everything, too, that's happened, it makes Kevin even that much better for this job. So the days of, I will share this story. Coach and I went to Western Nebraska. We had to fly to Denver. Okay, we had to fly to Denver, rent a car, and go to Western Nebraska to watch the regional playoffs in junior college. So we fly into Denver, we get a nice meal, we get out there, we watch the games, and it's late at night.
You got to tell them how far away from Denver we have to drive.
Oh, we had to drive to Western Nebraska. It was 3 hours, right?
Wow.
In nothing. So we get out of the game. It's 10:30. Everything's closed. We can't even stop and get a drink or anything. And so we start driving these back roads, and we get maybe a halfway there. And I look at the odometer. I look at my dash, and literally we're hovering over E.
Oh, no.
There's no gas in the car. And to this day, the other crazy thing is we were trying to figure out if we get in the tournament or not. So we had sticky notes on every part of the dash. We had it all broke down. Coach was writing them, putting sticky notes on the dash. We're trying to figure it out. It was madness. And to this day, I still don't know how we got home. I think there must have been, God must have blown a little air in the thing to get us, because I still can't believe we got to a gas station. But I remember how nervous Coach was. He's like,
hey,
if this happens, you're going to walk, brother.
It's just good living on your part,
that would be you, dog. No, that would be you. You insulated me from bad things that night.
Oh man, and that's the thing.
I will
sorry. Go ahead.
Though, those days between the WCC tournament when it was over and waiting for that next Sunday to show up, and then to watch all the teams play across the country in the tournaments. I mean, we kind of knew which teams we needed to win and which teams please don't win and which teams please don't lose, just because, there's only so many at-large spots that we would actually fit in. And if somebody stole it, then, that would put us on the outside looking in. And so we made a couple of those that way. And, we were glad to be in it. One time we won that playing game. One time we got beat in that playing game. But it's really good for the players just to have the opportunity to say they made the tournament that year. When they get to have 4 or 5 little kids, that they can tell legends about.
The other great thing about that is, for me, is that week, when I get after this life, wherever they send me, I know I'm going to be they're going to have to discuss some things, so they're going to put me in a holding area. That's what that week was like. And so I've already experienced it, and I know I'm going to do it again.
There was a run there where it seemed like BYU was having a hard time getting that victory in the NCAA tournament, and I believe you finally broke the curse. Was it Florida in OT? When you guys walked off that court with that win, did that feel like you just had an 800-pound gorilla taken off your shoulders?
I mean, I'll tell you. I mean, I could talk for an hour about this, but I want to talk about Lavelle Edwards, because Lavelle was really, really supportive of me as we would, get in the tournament and then get beat. He'd write me notes and then do it again, get beat. He'd, maybe talk to me or, send me I don't think we text back in those days, but I would get communication from him to hang in there, and he would tell me a little bit about his bowl story. And, I can remember this quote. He said, it got to the point where they couldn't win a bowl game, and he didn't want to deal with the fact that we were lost a bowl game, that he said, I don't know if I even wanted to be invited to a bowl, because it was just such a big, heavy weight on his shoulders. And he said, hey, listen, it'll happen. You just keep fighting, keep doing what you're doing, and eventually it'll break through. And we did, and it didn't seem like, you fixed it all, Lavelle, when you were talking to me, but it really helped me to try to, keep pushing through and keep our coaches motivated and get our players to believe and all those things. And then I remember Billy Donovan, when I was walking out of the press conference after we beat him in that first round game in Oklahoma City, and he was sitting in the back waiting to go on because he was going on next. And I walk off the stage there in the back behind the curtain and whatever, and he walks over to him and he goes, Dave, I had no idea. That's what you were fighting. And I hate to lose, and it was a great game, and congratulations, but I'm really happy for you. I'm really happy for you to get that thing, and good luck the rest of the way. And those are little things that I'll remember forever, because those are guys that I know how bad he wanted to win that game, and I know how tough it'll be on him to lose that game and have to go on that stage and then answer everything that's coming from everywhere. And that, when you go to that place, you're answering questions from not just that game, but the whole season. I mean, there's guys in there who have just been waiting, to give you this question or that question or bring that topic up or this. And that's where you get it. You get a lot of that in that final NCAA tournament. And he took the time to congratulate me and be happy for me and make me feel good. And I thought that was pretty cool.
Well, I'll leave at least my part of this with a story. We owned Weber State, Scotty. Every year we played them.
Oh, I know where this is going.
Never, ever lost to them.
Just barely, a lot of them.
Right. No, Randy always brought great teams, and he had them well coached.
Oh yeah.
But all those great teams. He had Damian Lillard. We never lost a Dame. But the last year, we took a pretty good thumping up there at Weber. Yep. And we were on the bus home, and my mind is going everywhere, right? Like all the things Coach is talking about. I got to handle the parents. I got to handle all the criticism, and we're fighting all these battles that nobody has any idea. And I look over at Coach, and he's just kind of looking straight ahead. and he doesn't look, I can tell when he's down or bummed. He just kind of looks like he's, I don't know if you remember this, Coach. I leaned over and I said, dude, what the hell? I said, what the hell are we going to do? And he said, dude, right now, you know how many times Randy's played us and how many times we kicked his butt? Let's just find a way to be happy for Randy tonight.
Wow.
And it taught me a killer lesson. It really did. And so, Coach, you took Billy's example and you lived that all the way. And, I don't know how many people, people know you're great, but the greatness of Dave Rose is far more than just what he did on the basketball court. He is seriously one of the best people going.
Wow. All right. So I do have my Dave Rose story. And, Dave, I've never told you this. I don't think I've ever told Tim this. But I got off an LDS mission and immediately went to Utah State. And I worked at this radio station before my mission, and they immediately hired me back, and they said, hey, go up and cover this BYU Utah State game. And Steve Cleveland was the coach. And, Dave, you were on that staff. And and it was after that 1 in 25 year. And and so
first year.
But it was a great game, went right down to the wire. I think I think it was Whitehour had a shot to try to win it, and it didn't fall for him. But they said go and sit in on the conversation with Coach Cleveland afterwards. Well, I had just showed up, and so I was looking at the coach that was getting the most adamant on the sideline. And I thought it was you. And so the whole time I'm like, well, that's not, wait a minute, I need to go talk to Coach Cleveland. I'm like, who's this guy? And they're like, that's Coach Cleveland. I'm like, okay.
See, I heard those younger Rose stories.
Yeah.
I never got to experience the young, like crazy Dave Rose, but I heard a lot of stories.
I will tell you this. There's something about being the head coach at the time, it was Vixie, but now it's Utah Tech. The time being that coach and then being the head coach at BYU, it's amazing how you don't become more mellow inside. You become a little more mellow outside because of the guys sitting in the first 8 rows in the middle.
Yes,
of there, and it changes some things that way. But when I got there as a young assistant coach, and Cleve and I were trying to turn that thing. Those games, I mean, you just don't understand. People don't understand. If you have a job, okay, and you work, for a full year, 365 days a year, and during 365 days, you only have 30 days that you can make money. I mean, think about it. You only have 30 days that you can make money. And on those days, if you fail, you don't feed your family. I mean, that's what it felt like to me all the time. And I probably should have mellowed that a little bit because it's really what made me miss a lot of my life because it was all in the gym with the guys, on the road, recruiting, whatever. But I think that's what kind of made us successful. We were really driven and we were really focused. But that's how I kind of always looked at it. I don't have a lot of time to make money, and the only way I'm going to make it is if I win these games on these 30 days,
And the stripes, the guys in stripes cooperate.
Yeah, of course.
I told Scotty how the guys in stripes, a couple of them, after Jimmer scored 52 in the Mountain West tournament, I came down the lobby the next morning. There were 4 guys getting autographs. 4 referees. I was dying.
I did name one of them.
You did.
Yep.
One of them, he definitely, he's known to be cheap, so he was trying to get a value ball.
Yeah, that thing probably ended up on...
All right, if we're going to talk about referees, I'm going to tell you this story real quick. We're at the Maui Classic, okay?
Oh.
We get beat in double overtime, okay? The very first game. Is Rainbow Classic? I think it's Maui Classic. So we play the tournament, whatever. We're walking down the airport in Honolulu to get on a plane, late night flight, to go home after the tournament's over. And an official that I won't name, okay, but he had our games a lot. He's still refereeing today, and when he see him,
it's from Denver.
I hope he can make it from one end of the floor to the other. But he came up to me in the airport. My wife and I kind of just sitting there, and he says, "Dave, I'm sorry, man. I blew that call."
Wow.
And it was an absolute terrible. And I said, Randy, you can fix this. Just stop the game and say you're sorry. I mean, just do something, okay? Because it's not a foul. He should not go to the free throw line. Game's over. We win. And anyways, he looked at me and he just said, Dave, I'm sorry. I'll never feel good about that call, and I'll feel bad for you. And so you're going to feel bad for me. We'll drive flying all the way home, and then where are you going next to make your money? I should put topics out there. Referees, road trips.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, we're going to use you up. Don't you worry about that.
We can spend hours talking about it.
Coach, appreciate it.
I'm so proud of you, Tim. I'm happy for you, and I wish you the very best, my friend.
Sure love you, man. Thanks.
Go, buddy. See you, man.
About as good of a human being as you'll ever find. Dave Rose right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It was such an awesome experience. I mean, I had so many different experiences. I worked for Rick, and I worked for Ray, and they were distinctly different. And then Ray and Dave were so different, but all in a good way, and I just value so much. It was a 12-year education on just how to be a good person.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 11:30. Hey, we still have the good, the bad, and the ugly. We'll do it next right here on the Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 354, is looking for telecommunication technicians and fiber splicers to fill immediate job openings. Technicians work with network cabling and fiber optics to build communication networks and infrastructure. Come to our job fair on Thursday, April 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. The IBEW is offering an amazing job opportunity. Enjoy a competitive wage, paid holidays, and employer-paid health care and retirements. Learn more at our job fair on Thursday, April 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. Meet the contractors and tour the training center. Do you want to become a telecom technician? Apply for the 3-year telecom apprenticeship. Get paid while you learn. Invest in yourself. Join the IBEW. Learn more at IBEW354.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Here's the secret no one's telling you about those trendy weight loss shots. You may have to take them for life, and many people gain the weight back after stopping. With the Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program, there's a better way. The proprietary natural-based program they utilize has helped thousands of people lose weight and keep it off long-term. Imagine losing up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without muscle loss, side effects, or yo-yo rebounds. Ready to transform your body for life? Schedule your free personalized consultation today at slcfatloss.com.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program that gave me the direction and the structure I needed.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. But the most important thing after losing that weight in 60 days, I've kept it off of those full 2 years. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by going to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Spring is in the air and your forever begins here. At TSH Events in the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, elegant spaces set the stage for unforgettable I-dos. Celebrate your love story where every detail feels timeless. Reserve your perfect date today at tshevents.com.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly. By the way, just texting with our guy Jake Blair down at Tim Daly Mazda. We're going to be down there on Wednesday from 10 to 2. We'll even be there from 11 to 2, Lloyd, but also from 10 to 2 we will be there. Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy, 10785 South Auto Mall Drive. Again, Tim Daly Mazda. I drive a Mazda. My wife drives a Mazda. I even got my son, who's a freshman at the University of Utah. He's got himself a red Mazda.
You buy cars from those guys.
I buy tons of cars.
Do you think they'll be okay with me? Or
yeah,
you're going to have to go in and smooth it out?
No, they'll love you.
Okay.
They'll love you. Because those dudes, all you got to do is share a Jimmer story or two.
Done.
You'll be good. You'll be absolutely good. All right. By the way, before we get to the good, shout out because, look, Lloyd is obviously a huge fixture of what we've done here, and we give Lloyd some grief, but Lloyd's like one of my best friends on the planet. Love the dude. He is our ride or die. But we also need to introduce Alex Napolis. And Alex has produced a bunch of my Utah State games. If you're buying stock in a guy right now in this business, you need to be buying stock in Alex because Alex is going to take all of our jobs.
What's the
before
symbol?
It's all before it's all set.
ALEX. Okay.
So Alex is also going to be kind of the fourth member of this ragtag group of broadcasters. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys?
See, look at that voice already. Look, he's just ready. He's ready.
Well, and he's also not ornery.
Oh, Lloyd will wear off. Here's the thing. There's a lot of people that come into this business, and they're genuinely good human beings. And then there's a stretch of time where the business kind of rubs off on you, and you become just a miserable human being.
I'm looking forward to that.
So, Alex, do not let that happen.
I'm going to try to inspire Lloyd and rub off some of my energy and kindness into him.
Nah, see, there you go.
Instead of the other way around.
Between you and Tim, very positive, upbeat people. Maybe you can impart some of that on me and Lloyd, who may be on the other opposite of that.
Yeah, we're a little bit on the other side.
Yeah, the type that don't even respond to a text.
Yeah, Lloyd.
What are you talking about? I responded.
No, you do now. I've got you now. It was just, there were periods where it was very desolate for the kid.
Be better.
I'll try to be better.
A simple
That's my
thumbs
bad.
up, I don't know, a prayer, a heart, just any of those work.
Yeah, but I feel like those don't have as much meaning. I'd rather put a big text together and you don't give me a chance to do it before being upset with me.
All right, so this is my Gen X thing, wearing through. Like, I'm with you. Like, if I send somebody a text and all they send is like an emoji attached to them, like, did they really even care?
It feels
Did
insincere.
they really even read it?
But if you're good with that, I'll send you one of those. I'm good with that, actually.
Okay.
I'll just give you a thumbs up and we can move on.
Okay. Depending on the subject matter.
No. Just the thumbs up.
Okay, good. Now I'm going to ask you for a lot of different things.
Or the thumbs down.
Or the thumbs down
works.
on the things
Either
that
way,
you don't
see?
want. Yeah.
Boom. Frowny
See
face.
how he fixed that?
Frowny face. I could do that.
Hey.
Angry face.
I like and my grandson, his favorite is the poop.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Can do that as well.
Poopoji.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, that's going to continue because my 14-year-old still loves to drop those emojis too. So.
Oh, you 14 is right in the jaws of just some serious snark.
He is the dude bro of all dude bros. Like, my first two were just like, they were huge into academics, all the stuff that you really hope your kids like grasp onto.
Jenny.
Yeah. Jenny had a lot to do with that. The third is my mini-me, and he just wants to talk sports and talk trash. And he's going to get us into fights. Like, we're at games, and I know, like, one of these days we're going to be at a Broncos-Raiders game, and he's going to get us into a fight. And it's like, hey.
Luckily, that's a much calmer group these days.
It is a much calmer group, yes. But I'm like, oh, man, I can't back you up on this. So
I'm excited to hang with him.
Yeah, you'll like him.
Impart some wisdom.
Yeah. All right, good, the bad, the ugly. Ryan Smith's going to join us coming up here in about 20 minutes. And then we have ourselves a big moment that'll be well publicized. It'll be televised. Everybody will see what's going on in the coin flip coming up at 1 o'clock today. No, I'm kidding. Nobody knows what's going on. Essentially, the NBA will reach out to these teams and say, hey, by the way, you picked heads. It was tails. Sorry, you're in the fifth slot. It's crazy how this thing plays out.
Yeah, that would drive me crazy not to have some transparency on that one. But yeah, Ryan will be fun. We'll talk. We got hockey. You know, he was in Vegas last night. Wouldn't you know that he was in Vegas, flew home, got in bed at 1, and the dude was up playing pickup at 6 o'clock this morning. I mean, he's just like the rest of us.
All right. So as a coach, and I know you got to be careful with this, evaluate Ryan Smith's game.
He's good. Surprisingly good. I didn't know. You see a lot of people step up to the mic, but he's got athleticism. He can get up in the air. At that point, he could dunk. I don't know if he still can. Cerebral player, definitely cerebral. Makes the extra pass, and he'll scrap a little bit if he has to. Like, he'll get down and guard you.
I've talked to some people that have been involved in that game, and they say that thing is uber competitive.
It's high level. Well, Santiago runs it, and he runs everything like a general. So talk about making up rules. He makes up rules as he goes in those games as well.
So the coin flip will happen today at 1 o'clock, and I'm joking a little bit about the lack of transparency. What's going to happen is essentially the Jazz are at 4. Right, I mean, the Jazz are tied for that 4 spot with Sacramento. The NBA will flip a coin wherever that thing lands. If the Jazz win that coin toss, they'll be at the 4, and that means that they will be guaranteed to hold on to that spot because they can't fall any further than 8. If the coin toss does not go their way, then they end up in the 5th spot, and that means that even though there's only a 0.4 chance of it happening, there is still a small chance that 4 teams could leapfrog the Jazz, push them back to 9, and then that pick would go to Oklahoma City.
Which would just be, they've already got one first round lottery pick. So the rich get richer. I don't know what to expect. I guess I should, though, because Ryan was on with McAfee last week on the McAfee show. And he actually said, in all the instances the Jazz have had an opportunity to move up, in the lottery, they've never moved up. So hopefully this is a sign. Today we get 4, and we can put all that other stuff out of the mind, and then see if we can actually move up from there.
So last year we did this charity drive. We called it 2 for 2 because Cooper Flagg was wearing number 2. So we said, just donate $2. That's all we asked for people to donate $2. So we tried to put out as much goodwill as possible. And wouldn't you know it, the worst case scenario for the Utah Jazz happened. And so I would like to put something together again, maybe like a 3-for-1, $3 for the number 1 spot, or 3 for 3 since, AJ Demansa, number 3. But I don't know. Like, was that bad juju last year, Lloyd? Did we screw it up? Like, I don't feel like we did because we raised money for a good cause. We did. So I feel like it was good, but it just did not. It went in the exact opposite. Somehow Dallas got all the good juju.
With about a 0.6% chance or something.
Very minuscule. Yes. Yeah. So that's the thing. I'm kind of torn. Like, I would like to create another campaign and maybe raise a little bit of money. But also, I don't want to cost the Jazz a pick because somewhere some cosmic force is upset with us in some way, shape, or form.
One of the things I want to ask Ryan is who's going to New York?
Yes.
So don't let me forget because I'm just curious who's going. I think I've thrown this out there. Ryan should put the bear costume on and go as the bear. And if you move down in the lottery, you stay the bear. But you move up in the lottery, that head comes off, and under that smelly head is Ryan Smith. Have you ever?
And it's got to be the one that's never been washed. It has to be that one.
Those things
are
brutal.
saying.
But anyway, wouldn't that be that would be viral?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And then he throws out, he does a little silly string on the guys in front of him.
Silver's head.
Yeah. I guess it's always the second in command that does the lottery.
The guy that gets booed in the second round.
Yeah, exactly. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
So we have seen these time and time again, and they're always cool to watch. Everybody gets excited like, oh, something bad might happen, but it never does when you see a football game and parachuters come in and land on the field. It always goes off without a hitch. I was at a Broncos game last year, and they had like 4 or 5 people just boom, boom, boom. They landed perfectly. And you're wondering like, what if something goes awry? What if somebody screws up? Well, it happened. At Virginia Tech, their spring game, a skydiver trying to land on the field got caught up in the scoreboard. So everybody's watching as the unidentified performer descends towards the big screen. He's got the American flag. It's all part of the pregame ceremony. And boom, he gets caught up. The flag gets tangled up in the scoreboard, and he's left hanging there. Finally, the Blacksburg Fire Department was called in. Crews brought a crane ladder to get the parachutist to safety. They got him down there in about 15 minutes. Was treated, released on. There are no injuries, but he was, let's just say, he was hanging precariously there for quite some time.
Word is that when he got off, he said, "Boom, scoreboard."
All right.
Okay,
the first time you get this, the first time on this show, you got.
You know, I don't even have it on our button bar anyways.
Oh, you got to bring back
It's
the
okay.
car crash.
I
No,
don't know. We'll
you
see.
have to car
Listen, that was
crash
good.
yourself.
Boom. Scoreboard.
No. Shame on you. Shame on you. Is this how you want to introduce yourself to our new guest, our new co-host, our new friend?
Well, considering me and Tim go way back, yes, absolutely.
I know who he is, unfortunately. So I'm just kidding.
I'm sorry.
I was actually going to say, why didn't they hand him like a bottle rocket launcher at least while past the time and entertain the crowd?
He's got the Roman candles.
I go to the Stadium of Fire, or I have fairly regularly because I lived very close and I moved.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. But that happens every single year. They drop parachutes, and I sit there white knuckle it because they skim right past the press box at BYU, the scoreboard, and they're kind of just coming in, and I'm thinking, man, just the wind blows you. So I've had that fear for guys and watched some close calls, but I'm glad I didn't have to see the boom scoreboard.
Boom scoreboard. Shame on you. Find the car crash.
I think it's gone. Sorry,
it's
buddy.
not gone.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know.
What was the thing you used to do to me all the time when I would name drop? You'd hit something.
The little ding?
Ding.
There was a ding or a horn honk.
Yeah. It was the honk.
Or if it was somebody that wasn't all that interesting.
Yeah, we would honk. It was the honk. It was the honk.
Oh, maybe.
You know what's interesting about him? Nothing.
Well,
there's that one, too.
There's
hey,
that one.
I got to ask, would you guys ever parachute?
I would. You know what's funny? That is really funny you bring that up because last year I had a high school reunion, and we were chatting with a bunch of old buddies, and a lot of us are going to hit a big milestone in terms of birthdays this coming year. And so we were all shooting back and forth on text like, hey, what are we going to do? And somebody said skydiving. And I'm like, I'm in. And everybody else was like, hell no, we're not doing that. I'm like, all right, I'm down for it.
But you said I'm in.
But I'd do it.
Would you do it, Lloyd?
There was a time, yes. I think no now.
Just got too much on the line.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think
don't know
I
if
would
I have
do
it
it.
in me. I did the bungee jump once, and I was so terrified when I got lowered down that I couldn't even stand. My legs were just so wobbly.
Wow.
It was kind of horrifying.
I would like to do it, but I do believe I'd probably be one that have a parachute issue. I get in the wrong line at the grocery store.
I don't know. You've been living life right on and off the field. I think you'd be all right.
I'm all for it if you guys want to do it. That's something that we could do together.
Sure. I'm down. All right, 11:49. Again, new show hours, 10 to 2. So you get an extra hour of us. Jake and Ben kick off the show at 2 o'clock for your afternoon drive. It's the all-new 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone lineup. DJ and PK, 6 to 10. Coach and myself, 10 to 2. And Jake and Ben, 2 to 6, right here on the Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Auburn announced a $320 million stadium renovation. Nebraska announced $600 million, and they're bonding for $350, but they raised $250 million. That is just a pile of cash.
I just wonder, in 10 years, are we going to hear, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the wild, wild west. This is unsustainable. It can fly now because it's relatively brand new. But as each year goes by, guys like me, they're going to say, this is a joke. What we can't keep saying is keep saying that it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to be sustainable, and the only thing is we're going to keep saying it's unsustainable. But right now, the facts and the metrics show, as crazy as it is, it's sustainable. It's crazily sustainable.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Advanced Windows is here to help you out, folks, because, look, I understand we went from looked like summer was coming, then we had the freeze, and now it's going to warm up again. But you know what? Whether you got your furnace on, whether you got your air conditioner on, those things are going to cost you money. So you want to save as much money as you possibly can on your heating and cooling bill. This is where Advanced Windows is going to step in, because you think your home security, you think doors, you think of what you can do to really protect you and your family and also make an investment in your home. People don't talk about windows, how much they will save you money on your heating and cooling bill and how much they'll improve the aesthetics of your home. And Advanced Windows, what I love about this group, they're better at this than anybody else. And I'm not even joking, too, because if you're around for the multiple generations that Advanced Windows has been, you're doing something right, which means it's a local manufacturing company. You have a local warranty. These are people that you'll see at Maverick, you'll see at the grocery store, you'll see everywhere else, and they know that there's a community accountability, if you will, with Nate Orchard and Jake Weber. These guys are here to help you out. Go to advancedwindows.com. You're going to get $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's advancedwindows.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahan. Proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Business technology has changed a lot over the last 70 years. But one thing hasn't.
Les Olson is here.
As the years have passed, there's been one constant. And after 70 years and still counting, Les Olson IT is here with the technology and the people to make life easier, more productive, and more secure for your business. Let Les be here for you.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate a youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Tough one last night as the Mammoth lose 4-2 to the Golden Knights in Las Vegas. Logan Cooley, though, scoring the first ever goal for the Mammoth in the NHL playoffs, said he and the team learned a lot in that game one.
You know, right from the start, I knew it was going to be physical. You know, a super fast game, not a lot of room out there. And I think early on we did a good job of, playing our game, playing our style. Then maybe let off a little bit towards the third, and it cost us. But, it's a long series, and we just got to regroup and clean up a few things.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update, brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from in Murray and Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
No sleep till!
Ryan Smith is going to join us coming up here in about 9 minutes from right now, the owner of the Utah Jazz and the Utah Mammoth. These are key moments for both these organizations. Obviously, the Mammoth in the playoffs and the Jazz. I think next year, I think it's fair to talk playoffs with that team.
Yeah, for sure. I walked across the plaza the other night and remembered those feelings of being out on the plaza on playoffs, and those cherry blossoms are falling and everything's good with the world. And I do believe there'll be a plaza party next year for the Jazz, no question. I've said it. I think they're going to be a top 6 team. I think they've played their cards so well. Front office, there's some important things going here, though, because, and we'll get into it with Ryan, but with the new collective bargaining agreement as it changes each and every time, it gets harder and harder to put a team together. The contracts are smaller, so we'll get into that with him some. Big summer for the Jazz. We'll see what happens with the coin flip today. And then the Mammoth, right in the throes of their first playoff conquest, played. And I thought Bear said it. He was proud of the way they played. I thought they were locked in. It was just literally about a 4 minute segment that cost them the night.
Yep. Ryan Smith will join us next, the owner of the Utah Jazz and the Utah Mammoth, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to Provo Town Center for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. The used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV, Provo Town Center, 1200 Town Center Boulevard, Provo. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's high noon up and down the Wasatch Front, and Scotty and the coach are just getting started.
I'm doing really well, thank you. Not as well as Tim, but I'm doing really well today.
It's a good day today, Coach.
I'm really happy for you, big fella. I can remember those days driving in the middle of nowhere on our way to recruit kids or watch games in the summer. You talked about someday wanting to have your own radio show. I thought you were kind of crazy, but
you already knew that.
Yeah. So I'm happy for you. Good luck to you.
This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cause you can, you won't, and you don't stop. Cause you can, you won't, and you don't stop. Oh, when you can, you won't, and you don't stop.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe. First show, Coach. 2 hours under your belt. How you feeling?
Well, I haven't been fired yet. I saw he's wearing a pink shirt today, Lloyd, but it's not a pink slip. So I'm 2 hours in. I'm doing good. I'm loving it. I'm just kind of in awe of sitting next to Scotty G.
Oh, stop. All right. Hey, joining us now, he is the owner of the Utah Jazz and the Utah Mammoth. Mammoth coming off a tough loss last night in Game 1 of the NHL playoffs. But, Ryan, we can't thank you enough for hopping on with us. Kind of set the scene of what last night was like. It had to be surreal as the guy that just 2 years ago found a way to bring this team to Salt Lake City, and then all of a sudden you're playing in the playoffs.
Hey, guys, I would not miss Mr. Tim's maiden voyage for anything. You got a good one there.
Yeah.
Holy cow, this is so fun. I hope Utah sports is prepared for what they're going to go through for the next however long, but it's cool. So let's start there, Scotty.
I love it. Love it.
It's going to be super fun. I can't wait to get all of the sub characters that Tim's going to develop over the years and impersonations, and we're in for a good ride. So happy to be on. Look, last night was. Look, I think it's new for our group. Like it's you got to get in the arena at some point. Why not us? Why not us now? I mean, I think you look at how many firsts there have been with this organization, and it's something I told the guys the first day I met them. I told the guys when we finished the regular season this year that, being part of a bunch of firsts is probably one of the coolest things that you can be a part of in your career. And last night was a first for a lot of our younger guys and even some of our older guys. And so I thought they responded really well. I thought they were prepared. They knew where it was. I think what you saw in the third is probably what Vegas wants to do. Hang around. And, one weird pass or one little moment in your own zone. And that's kind of where they capitalize. They probably give up a few bombs down the ice where we've got some, our speed takes off. And I think that's probably how they want to play. And so I don't know what it looked like on TV, but, sitting down there on the glass last night, that was a different sport than we've seen in the regular season.
A little more intensity, you say, in the playoffs. And you and I see that in the NBA too. You watch all year long, and there'll be segments of the game toward the end where if it's close, you're going to see some serious play. But the playoffs coming, man, you see it from the start. And I saw that last night too. Ryan, what was the environment like? I saw you there out on Twitter shaking hands with all the Mammoth fans and just being the cool dude you are. But what was it like being in the arena last night? What was the energy like?
Well, so I didn't know what to expect when I went down, but I would just see groups, like hundreds of Mammoth fans. It's like, of course I'm going to go over and talk to them. I didn't know. I don't know who was recording, someone put something out, but it's such a moment, for us, that logo that you're wearing, Tim, or that I've got on my hat didn't exist 9 months ago. And we have an identity, we have a brand, we have something that people are proud of. The Tuss Up signs going everywhere. We got a sign. It was a good environment. It was a calm environment. It was loud. I think we'll be every bit as loud as they were, but I love it. They're chanting Utah sucks. It's like, great. We've arrived, right? They know we're onto something. And I think it's going to be a series. It's going to be a series. And I think that's the exciting thing about it. And look, we just got to grab one out of there.
The thing that I've really loved about the Mammoth experience here in Salt Lake City is not just the quality of the team and the players, but the experience of going to an NHL game. I got to imagine you feel that, game presentation's always been huge for SEG and what you guys have continued to build over there, but you got to ramp it up another level in the playoffs. I'm fired up to see what it's going to look like coming up later in the week here at Delta Center.
Yeah, I think hockey in general, because you've got that white backdrop of the ice, the lasers and the stuff in the show that you can put on, it's pretty good. I think you've seen us with the Mammoth and, how we drop our ice cave that we come out through. It's pretty unique. I think we'll be turning up the Jazz as well this year. We made a significant investment on the Mammoth side to get everything ready. Part of the renovation will help us with some of the technical aspects of doing this. And it's a good time. It's a good time. I think all of us are realizing that, one more thing to cheer for, one more thing to look at. Last night, I'm just we scored our first goal and I'm standing up and just looking back at different pockets of Mammoth fans, and we're just signaling and cheering at each other. And it was just one of those moments. It was pretty cool. Look, I to the credit of Vegas, people can say what they want, but there was no data that hockey would work in Utah. There really wasn't. You look at how many rinks we had, a little bit of a youth program, outside being a cold weather sport, and, a smaller, Grizzly team that would work. Vegas gave me a lot of confidence of how it has transformed that community, that it would work here. We all know as Utahns the closeness, the proximity, the tie that we have to Las Vegas. My wife's from there. The similarities, the culture aspects. You know, as you get out into Summerlin and this, there's a strong tie. Like we're not cousins, but we're close. I mean, Utah's. You know, I spent a lot of days driving down there when I was younger, and knowing that culture would work and what it's done for not the Strip, but the rest of Vegas is what said, hey, well, if it works in Vegas, it's going to work in St. George. And if it works in St. George, it should work in Utah, like up northern Utah. Like, and it has. You know, and I'm not sure that the Raiders have the following. I mean, actually, I know that as a newer team, like, or the baseball team that's coming there. I mean, it is Knightstown there.
Lloyd cringed. He's our producer and he's a Raiders fan, but it's okay. They haven't been good for so long that they just don't.
Hey, I'm heavily involved with the Raiders and love those guys there. You know, Egon Durbin, who just took over, is kind of the heir apparent for the Raiders behind Mark Davis. Obviously, he's bought and purchased two companies, not only Qualtrics, but Entrada in Utah, and we're very, very close. And, you know, I've become a Raiders fan too. So
let's go.
You're in good hands, I'll tell you that.
There you go. You know, when you I remember hearing an interview with Mark Cuban back in the day, and he mentioned that under the old NBA rules, if he made a mistake on a player or made a mistake, you know, on a signing or a trade, that he could just throw some money at it and it would be fine, and he could find a way to make it work. He said now the NBA is developed in such a way where you really, if you miss on something or you make a mistake down the line, you're going to pay for it for a long time. So there's really no room for error. So how difficult is that as you try to navigate through this offseason to make sure that you are, when you go all in, and you have to hit?
Yeah, I think interesting that you bring up the past. Just since I've been in the league, you know, as new CBAs are written, and you're going to see this in baseball here, the entire format of everything changes. And the problem as a fan is, like, growing up, you know, I love the Stockton and Malone kind of loyalty and the way that they stuck with the team. We've only seen it a couple times in modern basketball, Steph Curry being one. And it's only going to get harder and harder as we go, just because the shortness of contracts, right? And so I think the first point is definitely around, like, building right now is very different than it's ever been. And we're all kind of going through it together with the second apron and how that looks and player options and teams and just kind of how it all works out. The fundamental building blocks are still the same when it comes to personnel and building a team and putting it together. And for me, you know, and there are massive risks of hitting, and, you know, how are you going to be right? No one's right all the time. You know, if I look at hiring in any job, I mean, the best I know are 50%. You know, I think Oklahoma City, you know, has done a pretty good job at building their organization, but, you know, their process is, I want as many shots at it as possible so I can mess up more. And they've messed up. You know, you can go through their draft picks and look at where are you now. You know, there's quite a few top 10 picks that are not playing for them. And they've been able to do that. I think the one thing that's not talked about enough is financially, the risk that tears apart teams is more the financial component in today's cap system. You know, if I were to say where the Jazz were when we took over, we were over a team, and a lot of people don't remember this. Like, we had an offseason where we had to sign Mike Conley. if we did not sign Mike Conley, the only amount of money we could spend was $9 million to go replace him with someone else. There was no way in the market that we were even going to come close to getting a Mike Conley replacement for that. And so you really get to a point when your salary gets high that you're kind of up against the wall a little bit. And then if you're down picks, the way out of that is to go down picks even further. So you really got to ask yourself and look yourself in the mirror and say, hey, is it worth going deeper into this to try to win, or do we go in a different direction? And you've seen all sorts of teams, go through and say, hey, I'm going to hang, I'm going to retool, and then they waste a couple more years and then go into a rebuild. And then you see teams that just keep hanging on, where playoffs are probably okay. It's okay. Let's just keep kind of trying to get into the playoffs. There's stories on every side of it. The good news is between Will and Austin and Danny, if you look at who we put around, there's a lot of rings in this group. And they've all done it kind of in a different way. And so if you look at the Boston teams that have come around, they went at it. They had to retool. They kind of had to rebuild, and they could get there. But they were really, really good. Will obviously was San Antonio. And then, obviously having Dwayne in the group, that's ultimately the goal. I think personally, my direction to Danny and Austin would be very different if it was just playoffs. And I'm just not, that doesn't mean we don't have to go through and start somewhere and get in the arena, but my goal is to bring a championship to Utah. And we haven't had one. I want to hang a banner. And if it means that, we have to do stuff a little harder, okay. But we're not going to tiptoe in to go beat San Antonio and OKC. Like, we're not going to tiptoe in. Like, we're going to have to do it the right way and build the right way. And, that's going to be what it's going to take, and you never know. But I just try to put the smartest people around, and I just feel like we're super lucky that we've got this group because, I'll just be honest. If they agree on things, I'm probably not going to stand in the way on anything that they come to, and that's typically how you want it. And it's actually the opposite. They'll call all the time and say, hey, what do you think about this? I just spent the last 2 days with Austin, and we've got really, really smart people here who also have that level of expectation. But, all this is talk. We got to go do it, right?
Tell me what you've got such a great relationship with Danny and spent so much time with him, and then Austin came in this year. Just your observations of what it is. I mean, and I have the ability, I've known Austin forever. I kind of know the answer, but what do you see in Austin on a daily basis that, what have you seen the change, I guess, that he's brought, or has there been a change at all?
So Austin is so first of all, the Ainge family and Danny's one of the greatest humans on the planet, but also he's just different. He's different than anyone right? I mean, there's one DA, and his ability, I always say he could run any business that we have. His ability to be a field player, to understand humans, understand teams, and the ultimate competitor is pretty unique, and have 47 years, but also be approachable, humble, and can relate with players, and has an incredible eye for talent. That's a pretty unique skill set, right? There's people that I've seen that have a few of those, but not all of them. And Austin comes at it, and I think people forget that Austin was a pretty good D1 basketball player, right? And
if you ask the right people, he was a player coach possibly too.
Yeah. Austin's a savant. I mean, Austin is very analytical in the way he processes stuff. Very much like you see some of the modern GMs in the NBA. He's very organized, extremely thoughtful, and goes through. But, and I know this, having the blessing to work with my dad for 10 years, who was probably a little different than I was, we end up cross-pollinating a lot for what we take away. And, you know, if you look at Austin's skill set, and this is my eyes, everyone's got their own read, but you look at the Danny influence there, just like if you look at my mother and my father couldn't be more opposite. My father is a brilliant scientist that sits down and thinks and comes up with ideas and everything. And my mother's like the Tommy Boy salesperson, right? You couldn't have more opposite people. You got like an Einstein type with a Tommy Boy salesperson type. And the kids are born somewhere in between on that spectrum. And you know, if you're born more on my father's side, you're definitely more academic. But when you work, I was probably born more on my father's side or my mother's side, but working with my father, I kind of got drugged back towards the middle with that skill set. I think that that's the beauty of Austin. And there's nothing I'm more excited about than watching those two duke it out to see who they think the best person in the draft is or the best free agent is, because I know they're going to come at it from different ways, but with that similar idea. And look, I just think we're both, I think as an organization, you know, one of the things is consistency. One of the things is stability. And I don't think we could ask for a better group right now to kind of embody that stability and growth, but also people who have very, very high, you know, goals. And Austin said that, like, my job's to stack good decisions on top of each other when he's come in. And it's pretty cool. I like going to work right now.
I bet. You know, and obviously the conversation that's kicked up about how to really rebuild an organization, and I thought you had some really good points with Pat McAfee the other day about under the current system, this is the way that you kind of have to rebuild. This is the way you have to retool a team. And if you want to change the rules, then maybe we should change how we try to rebuild teams and how you try to address these types of situations where a team has to strip it down a bit and build it back up, especially in a year where you might have a 2003-like NBA draft right in front of us. So how do you address this? How do you try to manufacture change in the NBA so that you can do it both ways, where you can avoid maybe the tanking situation, but also allow teams to rebuild in the way that they can and be competitive?
Yeah, I said the other day that every action has an opposite reaction. And so when you implement a CBA and free agency because of that CBA changes, the downstream effect in a star-driven league is it puts a lot more pressure on maybe one of the other ways to build, where you can get a star or stars or, you know, get these franchise players however they come. Trading's also super hard. You know, one of the things that, you know, I love about the NBA is the trade wires always act. But, you know, one of the things Danny said when he came in is like, hey, just to be honest with you, you're going to work 100 and maybe do one. And that's kind of been the case. And so, you know, we were super fortunate with Triple J coming in and like being in a position to go do that, but also that Memphis wanted to go downstream a little bit and try to rebuild entirely, or whatever they're doing. I don't want to, you know, put words on what they're doing, but they clearly were going in a different direction and going younger for this lottery, as we saw. And we were a little bit the beneficiary of that moment and timings there. So my whole thought is, and I've said this exact same thing in front of, 30, governors of the league, is like, we can flatten the odds. And I think I'm cool with that. Like, I think everyone's cool with that. But, if I'm another team and we're going to have teams going through the rebuilding process all of the time, we just got to ask ourselves, how long do we want them to kind of be off the track? And I personally think that there's probably a couple teams that really deserved the number 1 pick last year, right? Because then they could get going. And you saw this a little bit with Charlotte. Charlotte started the year kind of not knowing what they had. They saw that they got something, and then boom, they're like, no. We're in a different spot than we thought. And so I think there's this philosophy or idea out there that anyone sitting in my shoes would ever not want to or would want to be in a, what I would say in a rebuilding process. No one wants to be in the rebuilding process. I know every one of these governors, they dread it like something like going to the dentist and having a root canal. Like, they don't want to do this. So if they're there, it's because it's the right thing. And I think that's the part of this that's a little like the incentives have kind of shifted that way. So we've got to make sure we still maintain the rebuild process for these teams, because the teams we're even watching right now that are competing are going to be in the rebuild process on the next cycle. And I think you can do both. I think you can do flat odds with everything else. So
one of the things we're going to try to do on this show with the connections that we have is, peel back the curtain a bit. And I just want to tell a quick story before we let you go. Ryan, I've known Ryan forever. And he actually, when we were talking earlier today, he said, I think when we met, you had more money than I did, which is probably true. But I think I think the thing, what was that?
I don't know that I said it that way, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
The principle.
No, the thing that's the coolest part of it is that I remember sitting on 18 with him at Riverside. We were just golfing one day. He got a text, and I won't go into the dollar figure, but Qualtrics, there was an offer for Qualtrics at the time, way early. And, me being Johnny on the spot thinking, man, let's do that so we can go get a plane and go to Vegas. I was like, you're going to do it? And he was like, kind of smiled at me, and he's like, Timmy, no. This is going to go for a lot more than that. But I just have to say, it just, a lot of people see you, but this is one of the greats. And I love what you're doing for our state, and I love the way that people are rallying behind it. The Mammoth going to pick one up. We're going to get one, and we'll see if we can make this a series. But it means the world you'd come on today, dude. I know you're busy, so thank you.
No, Timmy, we go way back. I remember sitting at BYU, and Timmy would always let me into practice because when I was just knee-deep in tech, I needed an outlet. I just needed something different. And I'd be like, Tim, I'm coming. What time are you practicing? And I'd just come over. I just needed something different. I didn't need to go to lunch with someone. I didn't need a lunch break. I just needed to get my brain on something else that got the juices flowing that in a different way. And then I'd go to games and, at BYU under your seats where I was fortunate enough to sit. This was during the Jimmer years, there was these little bags, and at the time, the caffeine policy was a little more rigid than it is now. But I would come out in a Coke school, and there would always be a Diet Mountain Dew in my bag without fail, because before the game, he would go and put that Diet Mountain Dew in there. And I thought, this is the greatest thing on the planet. Every home game. And couldn't be happier for you, man. I think those stories are going to come out. Or are we going to see Big Rick?
Oh, yeah, Rick's coming.
Oh, Rick, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
are we going to see that?
Yeah, we'll do
that. Have we
explained?
Does the general public know what this is or how this is going to happen or what?
Well, Big Rick. So Rick Majerus was at Utah. I was working for him, and then I did an internship with David Locke on the radio. And I started doing impersonations. David's like, oh, we ought to do that. So I became affectionately Big Rick, and nobody knew who it was, even Rick. And so I moved to Austin, Texas. Rick came to Austin. We went to dinner. He spent the whole evening. We talked, had a great time. He was getting out of my car, and he was closing the door, and he says, "Oh, if you use my voice on the radio another time, I'll break your neck," and shut the door.
Yeah, because I remember you would call in and be like, "Oh, it's Big Rick," and like people didn't know if it was Majerus or not.
So good, so good.
I ordered one time. I was in a drive-through, so I just because it was good for radio, I ordered like 17 things on the menu in the drive-through. I was like, "Hold on, David," and I just ordered like 65 things.
Oh, man. I remember Ryan Hatch. I was producing his show, and he set something up with you, and I'm like, "Who is this?" He's like, "I can't say." He goes, "I've been sworn to secrecy because if Rick finds out, he's gonna be in trouble."
I was working for him.
Yeah.
I've had some tough things, but I got through them, and I'm so stoked to be here, Ryan. We'll stay in touch, and we'll do a good job of getting people good close looks at the Jazz and the Mammoth.
Yeah, and you know, we're happy to help. I know that Austin and DA are always available to come on, and they're way better at the basketball stuff than I am. Like, I should probably just let them talk. And like I said, we're just super fortunate that these guys chose to come to Utah and want to help hang a banner. They've both been super critical pieces of doing that in other places, and I'm excited for that here. And this Mammoth stuff, Friday night. I know we got one tomorrow, but Friday night in Utah.
It's going to be nuts.
It's going to be great.
Hopefully the commission's out and we're here. So
love it. Ryan, we can't thank you enough. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Ryan.
Ryan Smith, owner of the Utah Jazz and the Utah Mammoth. I love the Diet Mountain Dew story, man.
Well, people are the secret sauce.
Yeah.
You find people that are authentic, you hold on to them. And I'm telling you, that guy is what he professes to be. And he is about making this place bigger and better.
Yeah. All right, take a break. Come back. We will continue on the debut show. Scotty and the coach, Tim Lacombe, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, I tell you what, you can take a good look at a butcher's by sticking your head up there, but wouldn't you rather take his word for it?
What? I'm failing to make the connection here, son.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here's the secret no one's telling you about those trendy weight loss shots. You may have to take them for life, and many people gain the weight back after stopping. With the Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program, there's a better way. The proprietary natural-based program they utilize has helped thousands of people lose weight and keep it off long-term. Imagine losing up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without muscle loss, side effects, or yo-yo rebounds. Ready to transform your body for life? Schedule your free personalized consultation today at slcfatloss.com.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program that gave me the direction and the structure I needed.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. But the most important thing after losing that weight in 60 days, I've kept it off of those full 2 years. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by going to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Adventuring with your family in the Wasatch Back? Stop into Dairy King in Heber Valley to get one of their famous strawberry shakes and a strawberry chicken salad. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the train and best of state shakes.
Tim Hughes back at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. That means it must be spring, and spring has sprung a little early this year. I'm here with Greg. You guys, I don't think, have stopped all winter long, have you?
We haven't. We've had business throughout January, February, and March has taken off like a rocket.
With the lack of precipitation down here in the valleys this winter, the need for nutrients, and I'm going to guess moisture retention is going to be more important than ever, Greg. That's where your soil blends come in.
We have 3 great soil blends for growing specifically. We have the topsoil compost blend, we have a Ute-like garden mix, and we have also the box garden mix, which is formulated specifically for container boxes.
If you're in need this spring and upcoming summer, make sure you stop in to Replenish Landscape Garden Products. You can buy it in bulk, you can buy it in bag, or have it delivered from 4660 South 200 West in Murray. Find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish. It's good stuff.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security, Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And remember, Beehive Mills are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Mills Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. And then coming up on Thursday, Jake and Ben will announce the winner. So in case you're just popping on, you're thinking, oh, okay, it's the first hour of the show. No. We've been going 2.5 hours already, and we'll go till 2 o'clock. Scott Gerard and the coach, Tim LaCombe, fired up to be with you. It's the debut of the new show and the new lineup right here on the Zone. So 6 to 10, same DJ and PK, because, you know, those guys are institutions.
Can't mess with them, yeah.
Do you know that they have been doing that show? They hit their 24-year anniversary doing that show.
Yeah, last week or so, right?
Yeah, 24 years.
That's
unbelievable.
That's amazing that PK has put up with DJ that long.
I know, right? To have the patience and the long suffering of Patrick Kinahan to handle through that, it's ridiculous. Then you and I from 10 to 2, and then Jake and Ben from 2 to 7. So we got you covered, man.
They're going to be great. Love listening to Jake and Ben talk about the NBA. It's been a fun show. Ben does a great job. Jake obviously covers the Jazz like I do, so. I'm excited. I'm excited for them to have more time.
You spend a lot of nights with, well, let me rephrase that. You spend a lot of time with Jake talking Utah
Thank
Jazz.
You.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I got you.
Evenings. Yeah, we have 6 years now. And 6 years, that's close to 500 games.
You've seen a few goods, and these last few years have been a little tough.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yes.
To pardon the phrase.
And maybe a little. You know what, though? This year feels different, though, doesn't it? At the end of this year as opposed to the end of last year?
Way different. I'll tell you what, just watching, really the first linchpin was Keontae having his jump. And then you kind of saw it with Bryce and Flip. Collier had great moments. And so the young guys seem to be getting better. And then the big trade, I think, that just opened up major blue sky. Ryan said it in the interview, but the Jazz are so good at what they do, knowing that they've got to compete with OKC and San Antonio. They've got great size and physicality. The Jazz have gone out and gotten a positionally huge roster, more physical, more defensive-minded, with a guy like JJJ patrolling the paint with Walk, if all that deal can get done. But the talks around it, to me, it sounds like it will. It just has got to be done right. I mean, Ryan talked about the money. The money's really important. You know, you can't really overpay somebody $5 million anymore because you've got to be able to put the roster together. So some really big things coming this summer, but I think it should all lead to the Jazz being in a position to make the playoffs next year and get this thing going.
I think, and I wouldn't say this to Ryan. I wouldn't say this to Danny or Austin or Jay-Z or even Will, but I think it's playoffs next year. It's playoffs. And I think behind closed doors, they're going to say that as well. But now the long season of our discontent has come to an end, and now it's time to go all in. But it all really feels like this draft is going to be absolutely huge. And if the Jazz can somehow get into that top 3, let's go.
Well, there's the cool part about this draft. It's not a draft like the Risa Shea draft where everybody's wondering who's, number one and how deep the draft will go. This draft's going to go 8-9 deep, legit. And, the Jazz have never moved up in the lottery. So the math, as Ryan said on McAfee, math's got to start mathing.
Yeah.
But if it does, and they can pull another player, the great thing about these young players, too, is they're on rookie deals. So you've got all these guys you've got to pay, and you've got that all sorted out. But if you can get great things from Ace in his second year and strike gold on a pick and add that to the crew, I don't even think you're looking at play-in. This is a top 6 team or better next year.
I agree.
They're not going to be in any sort of play-in. They'll just be in.
If they stay healthy, this is a top 6 team.
Because the other thing that stands out to me over the 6 years is how good Will Carty is at his job. Everybody looks at the record, but I've seen the nuance. I've seen the minutia within it, and him having to deal with different obstacles and guys out and guys in. He's made every Jazz team, they've played in little snippets like you want to see them play when they get it all together. And this year's team personified it more than any other. They more assists than any Jazz team in history this year. So with a 5-out roster that is positionally sized, you can pick on teams. The passing is going to be vital. As teams start to go and try to take away your advantage, the ball moves and you beat the defense with the ball. So passing and playing hard, 2 pinnacles of what Will does. But I have I'm excited to see Will cook.
Yeah,
because he's been in the kitchen, but he hasn't been able to cook.
Yeah, let's just say, he hasn't had a full complement of groceries to put that meal together.
But still had incredible after timeout plays, out of bounds plays, really creative schemes. So it's going to be exciting with all the pieces in place to see that all firing.
Yeah, and it just really, I think Will has done a tremendous job for what he's had. And I think, obviously, and the organization has rewarded him with extensions and he's treated very fairly financially. But now it's time to okay, you know what, let me do my thing now. You know what, we've developed, we've worked on guys. We got Keontae. He's on a great path. We got some other guys that we're working towards. And now let's load this thing up and get after it.
And we talk about commitment and loyalty in the college game, but think about the commitment he had coming in, knowing what this first little bit's going to be like. Much like Mark Daigneault, who got rolled into OKC at the beginning of their rebuild. And to his credit, Daigneault finally hit 500 as a coach.
Yeah.
He got to 500 last year right before the finals.
That's funny.
But none of that matters because he won a championship, and that's hopefully what Will can do.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up at 1:05, we'll talk a lot of college football. Now, I know there's high expectations for college football for this show. Make no mistake, we got your college football fix. And you'll hear from Morgan Scally coming up in that 1 o'clock hour, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Auburn announced a $320 million stadium renovation. Nebraska announced $600 million, and they're bonding for $350, but they raised $250 million. That is just a pile of cash.
I just wonder, in 10 years, are we going to hear, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the wild, wild west. This is unsustainable. It can fly now because it's relatively brand new. But as each year goes by, guys like me, they're going to say, this is a joke. What we can't keep saying is keep saying that it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to be sustainable, and the only thing is we're going to keep saying it's unsustainable. But right now, the facts and the metrics show, as crazy as it is, it's sustainable. It's crazily sustainable.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar WB, folks. That is where you need to go off of exit 222 in Nephi. Now, there's multiple ways that you get a chance to try this beef. If you haven't already, you go to barwbeef.com. You can have it shipped right to your home. And they've got incredible savings for you at barwbeef.com. And they'll ship it to your house for free on an order over $150 or more. If you want somebody else to cook that steak for you, fry up that burger, all you have to do is go down to Nephi, again, off exit 222. You got the Bar Dub Grill and the Bar W Steakhouse. And in talking to Bart, that steakhouse is just absolutely on fire. They are killing it with their apps. They are killing it with incredible steaks. However you want it cooked, they are there for you. Go to barwsteakhouse.com, get your reservation, and then come join Coach and I as we're going to take our wives down there and enjoy some steaks. Let's go. It's Bar W Beef, Bar W Steakhouse, and the Bar Dub Grill, all in Nephi, Utah. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details. It's time to stand up for savings at Mountain Land Power Equipment. During the SCAG 2026 Stand Up for Savings event, save 15% off MSRP on select SCAG mowers, leaf blowers, and turf spreaders. Power, performance, and unbeatable durability. Now at unbeatable prices. But hurry, this promotion ends April 30th. Visit mountainlandpowerequipment.com or stop by Mountain Land Power Equipment in Ogden, Salt Lake City, or Springville today. Stand up and save with SCAG.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to Provo Town Center for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. The used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV, Provo Town Center, 1200 Town Center Boulevard, Provo. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Tough loss to the Golden Knights last night, game 1 of the NHL playoffs. As overall, though, this is a team that really doesn't have a lot to be ashamed of after that L.
Obviously, we got to clean up a little bit of things defensively. You know, they had a couple goals that crashed in the net, but that's playoff hockey. We knew that going in, and there's no reason for us to be down on ourselves right now. We got another game in a day and a half, or 2 days, whatever it is. So just clean it up and get ready for the next one.
Lawson Krause on the cut on that one, as these two teams will get back at it coming up tomorrow in game number 2. This update brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from in Murray and Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So, one thing that, as we introduce Coach Lacombe to our general audience, and you've heard Coach, he's made hundreds of appearances on the show throughout the years, but people need to understand that you are a music encyclopedia.
I try to be. I love it, and maybe the way that the other show was with food, the way you guys kind of loved food, maybe music could be a little piece of this one.
I think absolutely, and I actually think maybe we create like after every show a little Spotify playlist of the bumpers.
That'd be cool.
Coach's Spotify.
Yeah, Coach's Spotify.
That would be very cool. I could introduce you to some cool stuff.
Yeah. Hey, well, I'm all for it. Yeah, because I get to a point in my life where I don't know where the cutoff date was, but there's a moment in time where any music that came after that date, don't care. I'm out. But everything before it, I'm all in on it. But like when my kid is sitting back and watching the Grammys, like, oh, love this song. I'm like, I have no idea who that is, and I don't care.
Well, I'm more like you than I don't necessarily dig modern reggae, music. There's stuff that comes out that I'll like, but there's so much good stuff going backwards all the way to the 50s and 60s, even some of that soul stuff.
You're pretty eclectic.
Yeah, I play guitar. I taught myself. That's been kind of a fun thing the last 5 years. I always thought you had to have like a special gene or, people tell me that all the time. I'm like, do you play guitar? No, I have no musical inclination. Well, I didn't really either. I mean, I kind of did. I sang, but the guitar was completely foreign. And the last 5 years, I've kind of figured out how to play it a little bit.
You just YouTubing it, or how do you?
Yeah, YouTube, and use lessons on YouTube, and really just you got to understand what it all means, right? So I just made sense of the fretboard, and then you can play some stuff. So I do that on Instagram all the time at night. I'll just play, turn it on and live and play. So if you ever want to pop in there, it's a fun little spot.
You got the new house set up too.
Yes,
I can see you already have the new music studio ready to go.
Yeah, we're ready to rock. We moved 2 weeks ago to Murray from Provo. Been there 15 years. And I had no idea it was the stomping grounds of one Lloyd Cole, but I found that out today. He was a former
legend.
Former Colt.
You're in it. No, not a former Spartan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Spartan.
Yeah, former Spartan. Easy.
I'm right on the border of both.
Yes,
so I forgot.
Right.
Former Spartan had played baseball.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Spartan hit 2 home runs.
Inside the park?
No. Cleared the wall.
Cleared the wall. How this came up, by the way, is our guy Xavier almost hit a home run this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And he's like, I never hit a home run. I was like, well, I only had 2 my senior year. That was it.
I never hit one my whole life.
No, same.
I had warning track power. Warning track would be the outside of the. I was an average guy. Got up first, squatted real low, tried to get a walk.
I was kind of a fielder's choice kind of guy.
Move the runners. Yeah, move the runners.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
team guy. That doesn't surprise
team guy.
me.
Yeah.
A do-it-all, a utility man.
Hey, Lloyd, I have a nickname for Scotty I want to start incorporating some.
Ooh, really?
I don't know.
I've always known this dude as Velvet because of his voice and the way he approaches things. Do you know how Velvet is good for any occasion? You like it or no?
So calling him Velvet?
Yeah.
I don't know. It could work.
Well, we'll try. If I get more of those,
you have to try it and see if it stands.
We play a little Velvet Underground.
You probably don't need headset.
Oh, Lloyd, no.
I just like to hear myself. Hey, look, God didn't give me a lot to work with, but He gave me a pretty good voice, so I'm gonna listen to it.
Yeah. That was off the air. You can't make.
No. We've always had that. That was actually one I decided to keep on the board.
So the car crash goes, but this one stays.
Well, like I told you, I don't know where that one went. We'll find it. We'll find it. But I was here last night. I started moving some things on the button bar, and I was like, let's keep that one. I like that one.
We need ground rules at some point to know what's legal and
the
what's not.
ground rules I make the rules.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, it's Santiago. Okay.
It's whoever.
It's I.
It's whoever's rolling on the recorder gets. Look, all I want in this setup is somehow be able to hook up my computer to the board so that I can play drops from time to time.
I don't think we have that technology.
I think it exists.
I don't think there's that capability yet. We haven't reached that point.
12:57 coming up next. Oh, you think it's the end of the show? It's not. We go 4 hours. That's right. We have another hour of the program coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Spring is calling, and we're not sending into voicemail. I bet you're thinking about heading south this spring, but what if you tried something different, like Cedar City and Bryan had? With gas prices going up, this is the kind of trip that gives you more vacation for the tank you're already on. Start with 3 Peaks OHV trails that say, go ahead, take the scenic route, then cool it down with disc golf. Because yes, you can be competitive and outdoorsy at the same time. Next, Thor's Hideout. Legendary hike, epic payoff. And if you want the kind of ride you'll talk about all week, hit the Iron Hills Trail System, now an official recreation trail. Just need to chill? Frontier Homestead Park, Cedar City Veterans Park, or play around at Cedar City Golf Course. Then finish strong with local dining, shopping, and small town charm in the historic downtown of Cedar City and Parowan. Spring is calling. Answer it with a one-tank getaway at visitcedarcity.com.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports, and this is a huge week on the Zone. Tuesday night, it's Game 2 from Las Vegas. The Utah Mammoth and the Vegas Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the opening round. Game 2 starts at 7:30. The pregame show, Hockey Night in Utah with Adrian Denny, starts at 6:30. And Wednesday night, it's Messi and Miami visiting RSL right here on 97.5 FM, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous day. 1 o'clock, and you're like, okay, these guys have 1 hour under their belt. No. Where have you been? Been on the air for 3 hours now. We got hour number 4 of the program. New lineup here on the Zone. DJ and PK, the old standbys, 6 to 10. You can set your watch to it every morning for the last 24 years. And now, our debut show today. Myself and the coach, Tim Lacombe, will be on every day from 10 to 2. It's going to cut into my little morning golf, but get a little,
Might have to go out a little earlier.
Yeah. But the round, earlier. But we can start that afternoon round a little earlier.
That's true. No, it's awesome. This is so cool to be here. I've had to pinch myself a couple times. Like, is that really Lloyd Cole behind the glass?
I know.
Am I really in this seat?
It's amazing,
dude. So full disclosure, when Nate and Lloyd came and said, "Hey, we're going to do this Scotty and Friends," I was like, "Oh." And it was great. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed
You're not even,
conversations.
you don't mean this. You're not mean this right now, are you?
Oh,
are you
no.
being serious?
No.
Okay.
I
'Cause I feel like you're kind of being a jerk.
No, I'm not being a jerk.
Okay. I just
I'm
wanted
not
to
being
make
a
sure.
jerk. I'm just saying, like, it felt really narcissistic for me. Like, hey, let's bring my friends. No, like, it's never been about me. It's just about having fun. And so having one of my favorite dudes on the planet that I get to host 20 hours of radio with every single week. Let's go, man.
This is good. This is very good. This will be fun. We'll dig in deep. An aside, you played Jimi Hendrix coming in. Do you know he played a Fender guitar upside down because he was left-handed? Had it restrung.
I heard that, yes.
So if you look at video of him playing, the tuner knobs will be pointed down instead of up. So he actually took a right-handed guitar, flipped it over, restrung it, and that's how he learned to play.
Best guitarist?
Probably he transcended. He took it to a different place, and then I think Eddie Van Halen came in and just went,
yeah.
Can I just say this? Insight you won't get anywhere else.
There's a dude coming, too, this summer, actually in May 15th, my birthday.
No?
Eric Johnson, one of the greatest guitar players in the world. For those of you at the State Room, if you want to catch a great show.
Did you say Jensen?
Johnson. Eric Johnson.
Not Eric Jensen.
Eric Jensen's bike is still locked up.
And
He's
by the
looking
way,
for the key.
we love Eric. And I got to apologize. Eric texts me all the time, and I'm terrible about getting back to him. So, Eric, let me just say right now, I apologize for leaving you on red. That's my bad.
No, they do it to me too, Eric. Don't feel bad.
This is actually true.
But
you guys are really bad. We gotta have that. Has got to be in the ground rules.
Yeah, we'll get there. Baby steps.
Yeah,
baby steps. Baby steps. Let us help us
See,
grow.
but like with
we'll
Eric,
grow.
if you just gave him a thumbs up,
yeah,
problem solved.
I know.
He thought of so Eric,
he's a Gen Z guy. He would get the thumbs up. He would be about that.
He texted me today, in fact, and said he's our captain. He's the Scotty G and coach captain now. He's going to carry the banner out there on his bike.
Yeah.
And I did text him back and said, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it.
And that's why you're a much better human being than me.
Well, but I'm here to work on you. You think that you hired me. Your wife's going to be like, why did you become such a gentleman?
I'd say after a year of this show, you will not be responding to anybody via text.
So true.
And you just bust my that's when I got off my mission. And I was like, you don't do your home teaching? What's wrong with you? Like 6 months later, you want to get out and see somebody?
I'll see you back here in April. Hey, college football. Well, you heard from Bronco Mendenhall. He had a really good talk. And by the way, Bronco and I had a sit-down chat. It's up at KSLSports.com, the Ultimate Aggie podcast. And we may revisit that a little bit later in the week. But so Bronco and I spent some time chatting earlier this morning. But we had you heard some interesting comments from him about recruiting and trying to get through spring ball and all the craziness that's going on. You've got about the University of Utah. You go with Morgan Scalley, and we've kind of joked about replacing legends and replacing guys. That is a dude that I love Morgan. I love Morgan as a person. He is a good friend. He used to do sports radio with us back in the day. I do not envy Morgan Scalley right now, even though he's on cloud nine and has his dream job. But my goodness, he's got some high expectations.
Yeah, and that is the when you follow a legend, obviously, and Kyle, man, he rose the bar. Urban came in and Urban brought some instant juice, and then Kyle was able to take that and obviously with his way. And, it was interesting to see the scoring output of the Michigan spring game. It was like 9-3 or something. I can't remember. But no, Morgan's got to be a football coach, but he's also got to establish himself here. And the cool part about him, and I think the reason he will, is because he doesn't take himself too seriously. There are a lot of coaches, they get that mantle of head coach and they instantly become a moron. Yeah. It's the craziest thing ever. But I think he's got the right stuff, and he's got good people around him. I like how he's going to push the envelope on offense. I think they need to do that. And your guy, McGivern, they'll hook that ball all over the field.
Kevin's going to be great.
Right? So, no, a lot more than just winning and losing games. He's got to stamp his arrival and, hey, the program's here now. Still Utah, and we're going to do Utah things. I'm the guy, and that's what this year is about.
Well, I'll go back to what you dealt with. I mean, Steve Cleveland had really turned that program around, and Dave Rose was on that staff, and then it was like, okay, now it's yours. And it was going in the right direction, but there's this element of okay, this is what he did. That's just the standard. That's what you do every year. Now you just got to take it forward. You can't go backwards. And so right now, Utah fans are looking along the lines and saying, hey, we've got an opportunity here to not just do what we've done before, but take it a step further. Get into the college football playoff, make a run in the college football playoff. And that's now what's expected of Morgan Scally.
And without any kind of, there's no test runs.
Nope. No honeymoon.
You don't get any of that. So the one positive thing he's got working for him is he's been in there and he's been in the trenches in the organization for so long, made so many of the good things happen that have happened. So that will serve him well as opposed to coming in foreign and having to figure everything out. He'll know the ins and outs of Utah. It really comes down to, can you get the right guys? Can you get the right scheme installed and everybody comfortable with it? And can they still be that hard-nosed, tough Utah team that everybody expects when they turn on that, the television, Utah's playing a game?
How hard is it, though, to go from lieutenant to general?
I never did it. I would imagine, everybody I've talked to said you have no idea. What comes with just moving in basketball was literally moving a seat.
Yeah.
But your thoughts then are not your own. Everything that you think about is how do I get this program where it needs to go? And if I'm not thinking about it, nobody's really thinking about it. So to me, I think that's probably the biggest piece is the, just instant stuff that just falls on top of you that there's no other where to turn. You got to kind of have to deal with it.
Well, Morgan Scally addressed the media and gave his overall thoughts on what he's seen from his team during spring ball.
Did a really nice job of getting the live work in, defense getting tackling, offense fighting through tackles, learning that guys are going to be punching for balls. So loved the live work that we got in, seeing progress both on the offensive and defensive side of the ball, key positions that still need developing offensive line, defensive line, corner group. The coaches are doing a heck of a job, but this May will really determine how invested they are, right? Their behavior will show whether or not they want to be elite. I think everyone has a firm understanding of what needs to happen during the off time, and I expect it, them to come back ready to go.
So the expectations are in May, June, this goes from being a coach-led team to a player-led team. I talked to Bronco earlier today, and I think Bronco's going to announce to his team, if it hasn't been released already publicly, but Bronco said he was going to take his team into some meetings and essentially announce who the starting quarterback is going to be. And I think with that is the expectation of we're going to give you that starting nod so that you can then run the practices in that quote-unquote voluntary practices and be the guy and really develop your leadership there instead of waiting until fall camp and then we'll try to find a starter. He wanted that guy to have that runway all throughout the summer, and I think that's a smart way to go.
There is definite wisdom there. I think getting that mantle a few days before the season starts and, oftentimes coaches know who it's going to be, but they hold it back. I think there would be some real advantages within the team culture to have that voice, and you just hope that it goes right, that guy is ultimately going to be the starter. But there's no doubt in my mind that that's one thing today you're trying to get ahead of these guys don't know each other.
Yeah.
So many of these guys are walking in for the first time. So this off-season time where they can bond, and I think it's brilliant. You put a player that has some skin in the game to keep that thing flying. I think it makes a ton of sense.
So you have several goals during spring. Number 1, the development. Number 2, the install with your new offensive coordinator. And number 3, which was good for Morgan Scally, is to come out of it healthy.
Right. And, as far as everything that's been said on the outside, it's been very, very positive. I think everybody is acclimating to the scheme. There seems to be a level of excitement to get out there and do it in the fall. But yeah, this process, the spring process is so vital.
Yeah.
You don't even think about it, but it's almost like a season in and of itself. I'm excited to see what Morgan can do up there. I'm excited to see the new feeling, the new look. But I bet he does not stray far, on a lot of things. That team's going to be physical. They're going to punch you in the mouth. They're going to be a tough out every single time. But what's exciting to me is last year the offense opened up some.
Yeah.
And this year I think that's going to be a calling card of it. If that guy's calling plays, everything I've heard is, at Utah State last year there wasn't a pass, that wasn't in the book that they couldn't throw or wouldn't throw. I think that's got to be exciting because Utah's always been that ground game. So to add some vertical to that should be fun.
And, Morgan Scally very fired up that his team goes into those summer camp and into fall camp relatively healthy.
Cut down on the soft tissue injuries, and really it was, I think, maybe a hamstring or two, a concussion, and then maybe a sprained knee. Other than that, with as much live work as you're doing, stuff happens. But very pleased with how we came out of this spring ball.
Also goes on to talk about, because everybody's going to ask Coach, standard question, how do your quarterbacks look? How does this look? How does this look? So the biggest question mark is, which one of those position groups has shown the most growth?
I would continue to say the offensive line, just because you're talking about a brand new crew having to work together, having to communicate together with a new offensive line coach. You come out here and you can see some situational work where you're not really trying to game plan versus each other, so things may look one way, but I'm very pleased with the progress that our O-line is made, and still a lot to go. And I would say probably the corner group as well has been a very nice, I wouldn't say surprise, because Sharif's always done a great job of developing those guys, but very pleased with how that group's coming to shape.
The big uglies up front. That is the million-dollar question for the University of Utah, because you're going to have one offensive tackle for sure go in the first round. You'll probably end up with 2 tackles in the first round. So when your bookends are first-round draft picks, you got some pretty big shoes to fill. And you are bringing in Jordan Gross, who was coaching high school. Now, granted, this guy is a borderline Hall of Famer in the NFL and was a tremendous player. But sometimes players don't necessarily make great coaches. I think that Jordan Gross has it in him to be a really good coach, and he's got some good resources around him to try to coach him up as to how to be a good coach. I think the offensive line, just based on the talent you lost from last year, will take a step backwards. But I don't think it's going to be a significant one.
It's funny, when I look at football teams, starting a new year, one of the first things you look at is they have their quarterback. That seems to be one thing that will intimate that it may be a little more smooth if you got somebody back there that's actually in that uniform, done that job. But the next thing I look at is the line, because that the game is really won and lost right there. Utah may have had the best offensive line they ever had. I mean, they've had some great offensive lines, but 2 NFL guys and just the number of games, that those guys played together. So it's interesting to hear when Morgan talks about, who's standing out to you, because the key to that is obviously figuring it out together. It's a team thing. You heard Hans talk about it all the time. You get up there, everybody's got their assignment. But that communication piece is vital. And I like that he actually pointed out communication's what's standing out to him. That's a great byproduct to get where you want to go. If you got a bunch of guys out there don't know what they're doing and are not talking, that's a bad sign. So certainly a guy that's done it in Jordan Gross as a player, but yeah, he's got to cut his teeth as a coach with a unit that's going to be the newest and most fresh on the team.
And you've got and you bring up communication too. And honestly, the only good thing that came out of COVID was when I'm calling a basketball game is to hear the talking that goes out on the court. I never really appreciated how much communication goes on, especially on the defensive side of the ball when a basketball game's going on. And, you always hear coach like, hey, I don't hear you guys talking. Well, when there's nobody in the arena, then you can hear them talk. And it was really fascinating just how much communication goes on with those 5 dudes out on the court. And the same thing for those 5 dudes on your offensive line. They have to be a cohesive unit. A lot of people think, okay, look, you're 320 pounds, you're 6'4", go out there and play left tackle and be great. And you should be able to road grade anybody you want. But the communication between those 5 has to be spot on. And Morgan talks about how that team and how those 5 are starting to gel out there on the field.
If you want to move weight out here on the football field, you have to move weight in the weight room. So that's continued development in the weight room. It's, working together during your off time a little bit, but ultimately it's, are you taking care of your body during the break? Or are you ready when you come back? Because there's still development that needs to happen in June. I'm excited for what's to come.
A lot of excitement.
Oh, it's an exciting time.
Yeah.
He's been waiting a long time for this, and I love the fact he's homegrown. Homegrown kid that played at Highland, right? Was it Highland High School?
Yeah, it was Highland.
Highland.
Yeah, he's part of that.
Bo McNally.
And that rugby team, too.
Yeah, that's right. So been a part of it. He is so revered. That's one thing I've found, regardless of what color, or what logo somebody's wearing. He's got a ton of respect across the board for what kind of guy he is. I think it sets up nice for Morgan. I'm excited, just like he's excited to see it actually go down.
There's a few guys that have transcended the rivalry. I think Morgan is one of those guys. I think Jimmer was one of those guys that you may not have loved them, but you respected the heck out of them. I know Eric Weddle definitely was one of those guys that I think BYU fans look at him and be like, yeah, we got no issue with him. He's a good dude, And so I think there's a lot of really good things going in his way in terms of the community outreach. But the problem is, and you know better than anybody, you start losing games, they'll turn on you quick.
Yeah, they don't care. They care in the beginning. They want you to, do that part. But yeah, this is going to be determined by what happens on that field. It always is. But he understands it. Like, he's been in this forever, understands it. And, he's got a great brand. He's got a great football brand to run with.
And great. Look, Sharif Shah is a guy that is the ultimate hype man. And as long as I got Sharif next to me in that foxhole, I'm great. There is no better people that, no better coach, no better person than to have on your side than Sharif Shah. And I'm a huge fan of his. I will never be unbiased when it comes to Sharif, because that guy is, he's your ride or die for sure.
No, and he is Utah football. I mean, I remember when I was a manager there back in the day, and he was doing sideline. He was doing sideline. He and Brian Rowley would be down there doing that. So Sharif's worked a lot of spots around football, but he's found his calling. I think his the unit he puts out there each and every year they've got teeth.
All right, so you know what? I'm doing a little bit of a audible here. Lloyd loves it when I do this. All right, so
par for the course.
Okay. So, yeah, every now and then I'm going to take a left turn here every now and then. All right, so what I want to do, we're going to have a little sports roulette coming up next, where we spin the wheel. You're very well aware of sports roulette. Lloyd borrowed a roulette wheel from the Montego Bay down in I
saw it had the mark on it. That's cool.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That wheel has been well used over the last 12 years and will be a continued part and focus of the show. But also, a lot of people responding to the new lineup here on the show and on the station. And so if you want to get to know Coach, it'll be a Ask Coach segment coming up next. So we'll get in some sports roulette. But if you've got a question on Coach or anything you want to know about Coach, he's an open book. Am I okay volunteering you for this?
For sure, yeah.
All right.
Any of it.
All right, so you can tweet at us, at Scotty G Zone. Your Twitter handle is?
At T. Lacombe.
Yep, that's it.
That's it.
Pretty easy. At T. Lacombe, at Scotty G Zone. You can also find us on the YouTube page. Just search KSL Sports. You can see the video, portion of the show, and you can also leave comments in there. You can put your questions, and we'll get to know Coach a little bit better. Coming up next, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify, and no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Hey Utah, tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
The Monster Energy SMX World Championship takes more than just skill. Here we go! It takes guts, precision, and all-out passion. What's it gonna be? For the world's elite dirt bike racers, every second counts. To the roar of the crowd! Oh, he's done it!
Don't miss your chance to experience it live. Get your tickets now to Monster Energy AMA Supercross. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission. Coming to Rice Eccles Stadium May 9th.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Good people around him. I like how he's going to.
Hey, Coach. Welcome to the program. It's a pleasure listening to you. Wanted to give a recommendation for a guitarist. That would be Matteo Mancuso. Check him out. He's amazing. Love listening to you.
That is Scott, courtesy of the essentially the call-in line. All you have to do is go to the KSL Sports app, and you will see a button there at the bottom. What does it say? Call-in? I can't remember exactly what it says. Let me pull up the app here. I got to make sure I give this the right credit it deserves, or Nate will climb through and strangle me. So if you go, it says voicemail. That's it. So on the bottom left, you'll see a little function. It says voicemail on the KSL Sports app. You click on that button, and then you can leave a message and say whatever you want. If you got a thought for Coach, got a thought for me, hey, we're sensitive people, so be nice. That's all we ask.
And if you try to sneak something by me, we'll stop you. Don't ruin the fun for people.
Yeah, Lloyd,
don't do it.
Lloyd's got, it's not like this will go right on the air. Lloyd's going to screen all of this stuff, so just make sure that you leave something appropriate, and we'll get it on the air. So it's our voicemail function at kslsports.com. Download the app right now, and let's go. All right, so kind of a hybrid segment here. We got Sports Roulette. We got some of the big storylines that we have not had a chance to get to yet. We also have a Ask Coach segment where you can ask Coach anything you want. Basketball, football, or just life itself. Whatever you need help with, Coach Lacombe is here to provide you some assistance. So with that, let's spin the old wheel.
$5,000 for a headbutt.
Sean Dursey. You know, this is the thing I admire about hockey players is that Sean Dursey headbutted a dude. He did not wear a helmet. The guy he headbutted did have a helmet on, and yet Sean Dursey's the one that ends up getting fined $5,000 for the headbutt.
I just love. I've had buddies that lead with the head in altercations. I don't recommend it because it's ugly, but I like the fight. I thought the fight last night was great, and that was just indicative of it. Dursey, they were talking, getting pulled away from each other, and he couldn't use his arms, so he just threw his head at his helmet.
And everybody's like, all right, you can't do that. Here's essentially the equivalent of a $10 tollway fine, for essentially for headbutting. Like, don't do that. Give us $5,000 and we'll call it good.
And then the best part was the TV showed him sitting in the penalty box just barking at each other back and forth.
Oh, that was so good.
They should let them fight in there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. How great would that be?
The fight portal.
Like, all right, so it's got a door into and then a door on the sides where they can then meet in the middle.
That's right. Open that up and let's
just get after it.
Man. On guard.
I was really like, there was a lot of physicality. You knew that was going to happen, but it got scrappy there. You got the headbutt. You got a few fists thrown. Just because it's playoffs. Oh, the hits were just
vicious.
Ridiculous. I can't imagine what that was like live because you could feel that through the TV. There in person, whew. And if you have a chance to get to the games here in Salt Lake City, buckle up, folks, because it's going to be rough. I do know those tickets sold out really fast. They're so hard to get your hands on. So yeah, if you can get there, especially the first one, that's history. I still have 2 certificates. I was actually at the game that Stockton broke the assist record and the steals record. And they gave everybody in attendance certificates. I still have them. So it's cool when you see a first. Yeah. You can be there and always say, and I got to imagine, like, let's say it's a overtime game that the Mammoth win, and it's a huge, crazy environment, crazy game. There will be about 16,000 people there that will be at the game, and probably about 50,000 that will claim they were at the game. And what I'm excited about is as Salt Lake continues to change, ultimately at some point they come out after a big win, and they're going to walk down this walking street, and there's going to be plenty of shops and places. It's going to be pretty awesome, man, where we're headed. What this place is going to look like 3-4 years from now, whew, let's do it. All right, first question coming in for Coach. If you had to have a former player next to you in a backyard fight that you coached at BYU or Utah, who would you go with?
Misha Radojevic. He played for us at Utah. He was Serbian.
Yeah.
But the reason is very clear. One day one of my jobs was to take him to the grocery store. We got out of the car, walked to the grocery store, and he was kind of messing with his pant leg. I said, "What are you doing?" And he pulled out a pipe. And he said, "I carry this with me everywhere I go." I said, "Well, Misha, I'm going to get behind you if there's an altercation."
The dude carried a pipe wherever he went.
Carried a pipe in his pocket. So, Misha, you're my guy.
Wow. That is...
so many questions right now.
I mean,
hey, you asked. You opened up Pandora's box.
Those dudes that come from Serbia, I mean, the brothers of guy from Denver. Why am I supposed
Joker.
Yeah,
Jokic.
Joker's brothers, man. I wouldn't mess with those guys.
Those guys are big as a house and mean.
Yeah.
I will definitely not have Lee Camard anywhere near me. He's soft.
Lee Camard.
Shout out, Lee.
That's, by the way, this show has nothing but praise and love and admiration for Lee Camard.
Yes.
Right, but he's also a guy that I have to mess with. Like
I know.
Brody messes with you. I'm kind of like that level.
You just kind of take jabs. By the way, great first season.
Unbelievable, right?
So good.
What they do, they got to the tournament, did a great job, represented the team so well. The NIT, I should say.
Yeah, got
NIT.
to the, what was it, the Final Four?
Final Four.
Yeah.
The NIT. So great year for Lee in year one.
All right, another question rolling in for the coach, Tim Lacombe. You can ask Coach anything you want via Twitter, at Scotty G Zone, at T Lacombe. You can also find us on the YouTube page. Just search KSL Sports on YouTube, and you'll get the live version of the show, the video version of the show, and you can leave something in the comments there if you have a question for Coach. First off, or another question coming in. Coach, you have a steak from Bar W. How do you want it cooked, and what cut of steak do you like?
Filet medium well.
You're a medium well guy.
Mm-hmm. I like...
You're messing right now.
No, I'm not.
Are you being serious?
Why? What's wrong with that?
Medium well?
It's
do you want me to go get you some jerky, too, while you're at it?
Is that too much? Oh, no.
Don't say that.
No. I don't want
do
medium
that.
well. I want medium.
Okay.
Just
medium's
straight
okay.
I'm sorry. I like a little pink.
All right.
That's what I meant. I just am not a huge connoisseur of cuts of meat.
Yeah. Well, we'll get you down to Bar W a few more times.
I love that place.
By the way, bone-in ribeye, medium rare.
If you're driving to St. George, definitely stop and get a burger because there is nothing like it.
Oh yeah, you experienced it firsthand.
And then they because I was hanging with Scotty, they're felt bad and gave me a few cuts of beef to take home. The difference in the beef is palpable.
Yes.
You can sit them next to each other, you can tell, but then you take a bite. Yeah, no comparison.
Another question coming in. Speaking of food, favorite city you have gone to for food?
Favorite city I've gone to for food? I think my favorite city, and for a lot of different reasons, is Boston.
Okay.
I lived there for 2 years.
Yeah.
And fell in love with everything about it. So I actually didn't like seafood before that, and I'll have some now. You can't beat chowder.
Yeah.
New England chowder in New England on the home turf. It's pretty undefeated.
Were you a Red Sox guy before the 2 years?
I was not necessarily. I grew up a Dodgers fan my whole life. We kind of had a rivalry. My mom and I were Dodgers. My dad was a Yankee.
Okay.
And this is back when they play in the early 80s when they play in the playoffs all the time. So it got ugly at the house. I kind of fell out of baseball for a while, and then when I went on my mission and walked into Fenway, it had me at home.
Oh, yeah. You walked
just
into
walking
there.
in there. And they weren't good, but I started liking them. They had a guy at shortstop, Marty Barrett. They had Mo Vaughn at first.
Mo Vaughn.
Remember those guys?
Oh, yeah.
Well, they weren't bad. They just couldn't win.
They couldn't win.
They couldn't win the big one.
Right. Well, that particular group couldn't really
win.
Couldn't move the needle, yeah.
Tweet rolling in here from, you'll know and love this guy, Wild Turkey Fart Blunt.
I love this dude.
Said, Coach, I'm desperate for a quality starting 5 in Provo, and the lack of news is concerning for a fan. Please talk me off the ledge. And I think when he says a starting 5, he's talking about the big man. He wants a
starting 5.
Not the starting 5 lineup, but I think he's assuming a big.
Well, I'll put your mind at ease. I think the BYU knows they need that too, and they're out recruiting a ton. I know they're opening up a bunch of European channels. I'm very close and talk often with Justin Young, who's Kevin's brother and kind of in charge of that. I love who he's brought in so far. I kind of feel like they've made a little bit of a pivot towards what we talked about when I came on the show before, kind of building a backbone of guys that develop there.
Yeah.
That makes sense to be there. But they'll find their guy. They'll find a big guy. I heard there's a Spanish kid, 7'1", that they're messing with right now. But, yeah, they know what they got to do, and they'll get somebody. Don't worry, Blunt.
Yeah, you mentioned the connectivity of a team, and you hit on that all year long, because you could have a team full of stars, full of big guns that can do a lot of good things, but if they're not connected out there and they don't have that level of connection, then it's going to come and bite you in the butt.
Well, you've seen it calling Utah State games.
Yeah.
Teams that are connected. I would say this last team might have been one of the more connected teams that I've seen. I think Calhoun did a great job at defining roles and coaching those guys, as you say, really, really hard into those roles. And by the time, the payday came, they were ready to go. And I thought they functioned amazingly well. And now the coach is gone and a lot of those players are gone and they got to basically start over next year. But I do feel like that was a big reason they were good. They had a lot of talent, but they got that talent to play together. Looked like there for a moment they were going to lose Rob Wright. He comes back. What does that mean for that team? Obviously, he's really, really good. I would be excited to see him a little more pass-friendly this year. Yeah. There's no doubt he can score, but I think for him to take the next step and for BYU to win the way they want to win, he's got to be more willing to pass the ball when the opportunity arises. I think that's when you play 38 minutes and have one assist or no assist in a game, it's a little shocking. It is, and I understand they were playing more isolation ball with AJ, but even with the Jazz this year, it's a very simple thing. In 0.5, you can read do I have a play or not? Can I shoot it, dribble past it? If not, I'm getting off the ball. And that's the one area. There's no question. That dude can drive in there and get bucket after bucket, and I think that's still going to be really useful. But just a teeny bit of a pivot for him, I think, would make a big difference to the team. And make no mistake, I know the Branch kid is well thought of, and he's going to be potentially another lottery pick for Kevin Young. But this is his team, Rob Wright's team. I mean, he'll be the face of that team coming up next year. And how does he handle that pressure? Because last year it was AJ's team or Richie Saunders' team, but this will be his team. BYU made that commitment. He made the commitment to them. Kentucky, I know there was a lot of flirting going on, and Kentucky made the bigger offer, but ultimately wanted to come back to BYU, and this will be his team, and he'll be judged accordingly. I refer to that other team you just mentioned as them because they did so many bad things to us at Utah during the runs. But, yeah, that's right. I do love that BYU is beating them repeatedly, year after year. Now Kevin's gone head-to-head with them and beat them. It speaks to where BYU is in the ecosphere of college basketball. They're a blue blood in this new, because they can put up the money to do whatever they need to do, and yeah, they're instantly in every conversation. Big part of that too is Kevin. I mean, yeah. Kevin brought Yegor in. That was the sample. High level guy, brought him in. Storybook. Everything went great. This year, AJ, repeat, rinse and repeat. The kid was awesome. Place was awesome for the kid. The amount of clicks and advertising BYU got out of that this year, far more, would pay for that. Oh, yeah. But more importantly, you just keep the pipeline open, and now you hope the next one goes good with Branch. Another one, who won the coin flip, Jazz or Kings? Guess what? We don't know. Let me send a text. I'll find out. Okay. I'll try to find out. But as of right now, no announcement as to
how that went down. We expected that it took place at 1 o'clock.
They'll probably call like at 4:30. Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you, you lost the coin toss.
Yeah. Did they not get back to you on that? Okay. Oh, no, you lost. Yeah, you're at 5.
Sorry.
My bad. I thought the deputy commissioner was going to call you about
Granick
that.
didn't call? Okay.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to have to cut his...
You know what? I sent out the email, but it was in my drafts folder. I didn't, the
So what it was
email.
is we gave them heads and you tails. We flipped it and it was heads. We just didn't call you.
Yeah. But we gave Sacramento the heads up. We thought they would pass it on to you.
And if you think you're going to move up in the draft, think again. Okay, see ya.
Yeah, bye.
Adam says hi.
Yeah. See, that's the problem that I think that a lot of people are having right now is that you've got the NHL that has just embraced Salt Lake City. And Salt Lake City has been very good for the NHL, but the NHL has been very good for Salt Lake City. And they're like, okay, you know what? Can you get a team up in 6 months? Ryan, can you do that? Ryan's like, I think we can do that. Okay, fine. Here, take a franchise. It's yours. We need that team to be competitive pretty quickly. All right, playoffs in 2 years. Boom. All right. You want to host one of those outdoor games? Yeah, we got that. Boom. It's yours. Like the NHL is realizing what a gold mine they have in Salt Lake City. And the players in the NHL are realizing what a gold mine it is in Salt Lake City with incredible facilities, great ownership, rabid fan base, all these things that are very true for the Utah Jazz. But for whatever reason, the NBA is like, you're the Jazz. It's pat.
Did we find you yet?
Yeah. We don't like what Sacramento's doing, so you're going to get the $500,000 fine.
Here's my biggest quarrel, and it's gone back forever. It goes back to Jordan getting a ton of calls or feeling like he does. It's an entertainment business.
Yes,
and I think the NBA has to do a better job at equity across the board. I just think the number of times where you scratch your head and say, the other night, for instance, if you find the Jazz $500,000 and then for the last 3 or 4 weeks of the season, everybody's tanking their tail off. The Memphis Grizzlies had 16 guys on their injury list the night they played the Jazz.
Yeah.
But nothing happened to them.
Nope.
So that's where, to me, the NBA's got to, and not just that it's the Jazz. You heard Ryan say it, like Sacramento probably should have got the first pick last year. They basically were forced to give up De'Aaron Fox. That was a Rich Paul creation. He said he wants to trade, and then he went around and cooked it so he could go to San Antonio, and Sacramento's standing there holding nothing. And so, there are so many instances where small market teams get the shaft, and I think that's one thing the NBA's got to be better at, the transparency, even with something like a coin flip, televise the dang thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the pain in that? Anyway, that was my NBA rant.
Wow. Your co-host on the Jazz Pre-Half and Post is yelling at us like, get out, go to break so we can have our final segment.
It's my time.
It's my time. It's my time right here. It's your time up there. But down here, it's my time.
Jake's going 2 to 6 now.
Yeah, actually 2 to 7.
Jake and Ben. Oh, 2 to 7.
Yeah, 5 hours of Jake and Ben. All live, 97.5. One thing we can promise, they'll be live at 5. We can guarantee that. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Auburn announced a $320 million stadium renovation. Nebraska announced $600 million, and they're bonding for $350, but they raised $250 million. That is just a pile of cash.
I just wonder, in 10 years, are we going to hear, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the wild, wild west. This is unsustainable. It can fly now because it's relatively brand new. But as each year goes by, guys like me, they're going to say, this is a joke. What we can't keep saying is keep saying that it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to be sustainable, and the only thing is we're going to keep saying it's unsustainable. But right now, the facts and the metrics show, as crazy as it is, it's sustainable. It's crazily sustainable.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're huge fans of Zero Res. Why? Because you got to take those carpets seriously. You don't know how dirty your carpets are until Zero Res comes in with that patented water technology, cleans those carpets. You're going to walk in like, oh, so that's what the color of that carpet used to be. If it's been a while, guess what? Zero Res is just a phone call away. And look, Zero Res just does it different. There's a lot of companies out there that are going to use some harsh chemicals. All that's going to do is make sure your carpets stay wet longer, and you're going to have that crunchy carpet. That's just going to attract more dirt into those carpets. If you really want the true clean experience, go the Zero Res route. Without those harsh chemicals and that water technology, you're going to have carpets that are going to dry faster. They're not going to have that residue that attracts the dirt. They're going to stay cleaner longer, and you're going to get the best cleaning process right out of the gate. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Zero Res is going to throw out an offer right now that's going to entice you and pretty much knock the socks out of everybody else. $119, you're going to get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned. That's right, $119. You're going to get 3 rooms cleaned, and they'll throw in the hallway for free. You're not going to find that offer anywhere else. Go to zerores.com. That's Zero Res, spelled the same, forwards or backwards, or go to 866-0RES. Call that number right now, 866-0RES, or go to zerores.com.
It's time to stand up for savings at Mountain Land Power Equipment. During the SCAG 2026 Stand Up for Savings event, save 15% off MSRP on select SCAG mowers, leaf blowers, and turf spreaders. Power, performance, and unbeatable durability. Now at unbeatable prices. But hurry, this promotion ends April 30th. Visit mountainlandpowerequipment.com or stop by Mountain Land Power Equipment in Ogden, Salt Lake City, or Springville today. Stand up and save with SCAG.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Hey, have you seen the Johnson's house lately?
Yeah, new siding, new windows, even the gutters look amazing.
Right? I walked past 3 times yesterday.
You don't even live on this street.
I know, but their house looks that good.
When your siding, windows, gutters, and decking look great, people notice. That's what RGS Exteriors does.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
So you want soft water, but the thought of hauling all those heavy salt bags and fussing with the water softener is more than you want to deal with? Do what I did. Check out Connecticut. Enjoy the softest water, lowest salt usage, and zero maintenance. Learn more. Visit softwaterutah.com. Tell them Doug sent you.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice ground chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as it was a rough outing for the Mammoth last night, losing a game to the Golden Knights by the count of 4-2. Mammoth will turn around coming up tomorrow, and we'll have Game 2 in Vegas. Then the series will shift back to Utah for Games 3 and 4. That is your Mammoth at 50 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sports Radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaComb, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up another edition of the show, the first ever edition of the show. All right, so 4 hours down. You feel okay, Coach?
Yeah, it's already over?
Yeah.
Wow. That's a short day.
Yeah. Four
Your
hours.
day's over now.
Yeah,
Boom.
go home. You're good.
Call it a day. That's radio right there.
Yeah, four and out the door.
I mean, I'm happier than I even could have thought.
Oh, no, that's an old radio term.
4 and out the door?
Yeah.
The pre-half post is more like 5 and out the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely prepared me for a longer run. This is good. I'm excited. I just hope not to let you down, man. I don't want to bring you down.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to. I'm not worried about that one bit. If there's anything, I've been riding everybody else's coattails. Now I'm going to get exposed for the, fraud that I am.
Just keep us on the rails. Don't expect me to do that, Lloyd.
Yeah,
we
got you. We got you.
Hey, Jake and Ben coming up next. You'll hear them every day from essentially 2 to 7 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Make sure to join us coming up on Wednesday. We'll be out hanging out with Jake and the crew at Tim Daly Mazda from, again, 10 to 2. Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy, 10785 South Auto Mall Drive. Real easy to find, just off that 106 South exit. Stop by. I drive a Mazda 50. Just got my wife on a new lease on a Mazda 90. She loves that ride. And my boy is now in a Mazda 3. And I actually have a little car envy on that 3. That 3 is a sexy ride.
Well, I will say I rented a Mazda one of my last trips on the road, and they make a very nice car. Zoom.
All right, so when you how was the budget? Like, could you splurge a little bit when you were out on the road, or was everybody's like, hey, we saw that you spent $10 more at the Cheesecake Factory than you were supposed to?
No, they were great about it. We certainly didn't push it, but we stayed in awesome hotels. That was kind of one of the things we did when we got there. We stayed in nice places. And I had a Hertz Gold membership, so I could go pick my ride.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So some days I'd have something cool, and some days I'd have something not cool.
Is it hard to go from, I'm sure you probably were like a Delta Platinum and then hang out with the peasants in the Delta Silver?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's funny. We flew too many charters.
Oh, you were charters. That's right.
So Delta was good to me. I've flown, on Delta, I've flown 947,000 miles. So I'm
you're not a
million.
million.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I've definitely, with all the charters and everything, and other airlines, flown way too much, stayed in way too many hotels. 568 nights at a Marriott is my number. I walk in and a band starts playing.
It's got that rah. Go Timmy. When you have you cashed those in yet? Are you
I've
still
used
sitting
the points. But the cool part about it is it's just status.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's lifetime. When I die, no more. But I will be platinum until that point. So,
there was a guy that was a jazz beat writer for a long time, Tim Buckley.
Remember Tim?
T-Buck. And I was sitting next to T-Buck at a jazz game. We were having a little pregame dinner, and he was telling me about some vacation he was going on, and it was some weird island that I'd never even heard of.
It's not that.
No. And so I said, why are you going there? And he's like, well, the other night I was in the hotel, and remember, that show House Hunters? That came on, and this couple was looking for this house in this island, and I thought, that looked kind of cool. And so I got these Marriott miles, and I got my Delta, and so I just booked it, and I'm going there here in 2 weeks. I'm like, okay.
Let's go, Buck.
Yeah, good for him.
I did a little of that. I actually used them because, you got to take care of the fam. So I would let them pile up and use them for family vacays while I was coaching and stuff. But No, travel is fun. I'm glad I don't have to travel the way I used to travel.
It is nice when you come home, because then, like, I've got a bunch of miles because, we go charter maybe half the trips. And so I've got a good stockpile of hotel nights and miles. And you get home and my wife's like, "Hey, Rat, where are we going?" I'm like, "Nowhere. I don't want to go anywhere."
I don't even want to go down to the downtown Bountiful from here. I just want to stay. I'm like you. I get closet fever. I just got to stay in the house.
I'm a homebody for sure. All right, that is it. Monday edition of the show in the books. Now, coming up next, you loved him for 2 hours. You're really going to love him for 4 and 5 hours. It's Jake and Ben next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify, and no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th. So text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
Pack up the
Because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of... In the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence. Or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse, with all the tech you need to stay connected. While the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Welcome to the afternoon.
Hello. I haven't talked to you in the afternoon in some time.
Well, it's been a while. Usually it's just as soon as noon hits, I just stop
There's a
talking
no
to you.
contact order.
That's usually
from
how
the company, from HR, that you and I were not supposed to talk to each other afternoon. And we had to be in several meetings about that. And then we had to break the rule.
Still have my coffee, though.
Yeah. A lot has changed. A lot has not changed.
A lot still will stay the same. So many thanks to everybody that supported us in the 10 to noon show. It was really successful. Yeah, we just appreciate, Ben, I told you when we started in the midday that the listener is a little bit different. It's the listener is usually a little more dedicated. Somebody who's on the run a lot for work and that sort of thing. And we want to say thank you to those listeners, and hopefully they move up in the schedule a little bit with us, and we can combine the show with a new audience and do some exciting things. And speaking of that, shout out to Alex and Jeremiah that both did a great job building an audience and building a show. Jeremiah obviously is still with us, still in the building, still with KSL Sports, doing his incredible work that he has done for many, many years.
As is Alex.
As is Alex, which we cannot really specify, but he's still in the building. In fact, we saw him half an hour ago.
Yeah.
Both of them will be celebrated on these airwaves and welcome anytime. So
absolutely,
those guys are still very much a part of the family, and we appreciate all the great work they did over the years. And in this space, we hope to do it justice. We hope to build on kind of what they were doing. So that's really the story. Super excited about it.
You've done this show before.
I have. The 2 to 6, 2 to 7 shift.
When did you last do it?
Right before we started.
Okay.
So
2021?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I last did afternoons in August 2019. So it's been almost 7 years for me. It's been a while. But yes, I'm familiar with this format. You've done this format. You're obviously a radio pro, and very excited. And then we are thrilled to have Christian back, our producer, who has been with us for how long now, Christian?
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years. And you're just coming back from paternity leave.
Yeah, it's been crazy. I barely know what day of the week it is.
Well, that's the rest of your life, so congratulations.
It's Monday. Just letting you know.
Yeah.
Because I struggle with the days of the week, too.
Yep.
And usually I have it to jazz season to blame for it, but now I don't know what I'm going to do. Matt, send us a message on the Snap Talk, Ben, and it said, Jake complained about the camera so much they doubled his time in front of them.
Yes,
that's exactly what.
right.
This is a punishment.
Be careful what you wish for.
I hate the cameras so much. They're like, hey, let's put you right in front of those for 2 more hours so I can scratch my dang nose in public for the 9,000th time.
Maddie is going to make you start an Instagram page if you're not careful.
Stop
You're
it.
Be on TikTok.
I've never even heard of that.
Find Jake on TikTok.
No, I'm already on the Snap Talk.
Okay. All right. Anyway.
No, stop it. She's here too. She could be listening.
I know
Stop,
she's listening.
Stop that right now.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Social media ruining society. We don't need to dive into that. By the way, follow us on Jake and Ben Show on X or Twitter or whatever it's called.
At Jake and Ben KSL.
That's better.
Yeah. If you want to find us on social media, specifically X or Twitter, whatever you call it, at Jake and Ben KSL or at Ben's Hoops. What is your Twitter handle? You don't.
At Jake Scott Zone.
At Jake Scott Zone. Okay. We'll be here.
Sure. Yeah, we'll absolutely be here. It's great. We are very excited about it. We are super excited to add a couple of hours. I think it'll give us a little bit more room to do some things and more things that we already like to do. That 2 hours is it sounds like a lot, and it is honestly over a week's time. But as far as radio room to operate, it's not that.
There's a lot of stuff we did not get to talk about.
Yeah, right. That I'm excited that we're going to get a chance to really get to. Also, special shout out to my guy Tim Lacombe, who I'm very excited, who I've worked with for a long time. Very excited to have him on board with us here at the station. I think he and Scotty are going to do one heck of a show, and I get a chance to see him every single day, which I'm excited about.
100%.
So shout out to Tim.
Yep. And Scotty.
Well, yeah. Well, that goes without being said. It's way to one-up me, Ben.
Okay.
Thanks a lot for that.
You're welcome.
It was it was a crazy sports weekend.
It was.
With the NBA playoffs kicked off. Your Lakers looked better than expected.
Kevin Durant didn't play. That helped.
And the Mammoth, of course, had their first ever playoff game down there in Vegas. It might hit a little different when they get back up here for Game 3, Ben. But as far as inaugural experiences go, it happened.
It did happen. And you know what? A solid first period. I don't think they played particularly well after that. They really did not play well at all in the third period. And I think we saw that. But I think not most importantly, they're in a series and they're trying to win the series and they're down 1-0. Now the home team has the advantage and that's fine. This is, I guess on track still. But I do think what was revealing is just the pace, the physicality, the size. The difference in the regular season and the playoffs in hockey is significant, and I think you saw it on full display last night. I think the Mammoth saw it for the first time clearly, and I think in a lot of ways they were taken aback a little bit. I think they were surprised at what played, and I think that was reflected on the ice.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that assessment. It's fun to learn more about this sport. Sometimes I feel insecure about what to criticize and what not, but I can tell you that, to come out of the gate strong, when we get that first goal, you're never going to complain about that, right? I mean, being a fast starting team is never a bad thing, right? But sometimes it's tough to maintain all the way through.
Yep.
And what became perfect, because the goal number 2 was a fluke.
Absolutely.
Like, that barely that counts as offense.
Allowed the Knights to score for him. Just great. He gets the credit. The goal went on the board, but no, that was not a designed play by any means.
So it's kind of hard to count that as an offensive strike, and then to kind of get ragdolled in the third period, and that's what it is. And I'm trying to connect to your point about the difference in playoff hockey. And I feel so insecure on this topic. I feel like I'm talking in cliches, but the physical nature of Vegas in particular, where they're allowed to. How many hits were there last night, Ben? I saw
52 by the Golden Knights.
I mean, they're letting them loose and letting them play, and it feels to me like Vegas is built for that. Now, the counter is supposed to be the speed, and I did not see the effectiveness of the speed from the Mammoth quite yet. And by the way, line numero uno, where are you?
Very poor.
They got scored on by what? Vegas's fourth unit?
Yeah. The fourth line was better than Utah. And
where are you?
That's a major issue. And look, yes, this is the size issue. And I remember when it was the Utah Hockey Club moving up here, and now the Mammoth. one of the big conversations about the team was Bill Armstrong is trying to go out there and draft a bunch of big players. And you look at some of the guys that they've got coming up, whether it's Cole Baudouin or whether it's Maverick Lamoureux, who was already in the system when they moved up here. Those are big dudes. Right now, this is not a very big team. Like, they were talking about how important it was to get Jack McBain back. Well, Jack McBain's a big dude. Krause is a big dude. They've got some big players. But across the line, like Keller going up against Mitch Marner or Jack Eichel, he's just not the same size. And Keller was non-existent last night. I mean, until very late in the third period, you kind of could get a sense of some urgency. And it's when I think the Mammoth were already down at least a goal, and maybe it was 2 goals, and they pulled Vamelka. That's when it felt like Keller came alive. That can't be the case anymore. He's just got to be better from the opening puck drop. And now I do think if there was a positive sign, is that Logan Cooley, who is going to be the best player on the Utah Mammoth over the next 3, 4, 5 years, absolutely answered the bell. And I mean physically, once they were fighting, once the whistle had been blown, getting the first goal of the series, I thought all of those things, A-plus sign, really good. I thought Cooley stepped up. I don't think the moment was too big for him at all. Now everybody else has to play catch-up. He can't be the only guy who's ready to play.
Yeah, someone threatened to kill him, right?
The Dowd, who was bleeding in the third period, threatened to kill Cooley, which with all due respect is like Christian threatening to kill, I don't know.
Where are you going with this?
Well, Christian is a relative newcomer to this zone, and Cooley is a number 4 overall draft pick.
Okay.
And Dowd is a still establishing piece of the puzzle for the Vegas Golden Knights. And not particularly physically intimidating?
No?
Little guy.
So you're not worried he's going to follow through on his threat?
Go ahead and try. Go ahead and try and fight Cooley and watch. I don't care. Are they going to put Liam O'Brien on one of the fourth lines or in the fourth line coming up in the next game? Because Liam O'Brien's only job will be to hunt you and take your knees out. That will be his entire job if you go after Logan Cooley, which that is the fun part about hockey. You start to develop these relationships, and I do think that is important. I think you're going to get a fan base that starts to get more involved in this team because they start to recognize, not just the players they like, but the teams that they hate. And I do think that's part of that is a part of fandom.
Okay, we're going to do quick tease here. We're going to do rules of the show. Our show has some rules. If you're new to it, we have some stuff that we do, and we're going to try and introduce you to that as much as possible at 5:30.
5:30.
5:30 is when we're going to do that. I mean, obviously the show is going on. We won't put the rules on hold. Yeah. But if you want us to explain some stuff, we will do that at 5:30. And by the way, you can absorb us in a lot of ways. One of those is you can watch us on the YouTube or at KSLSports.com or on the KSL Sports app. There is a visual aid to the rule.
Coming up at 5:30?
At 5:30.
Okay.
There is a visual aid component to the rule presentation that I think people will enjoy.
I'm excited to see this because I haven't seen any of this.
It will help people understand the show a little bit better.
If you're driving home from work,
pull it
please
up.
Pull over and watch the show.
No, just pull it up. Right on your screen.
We're all safety all the time here. Pull it over.
Okay. Whatever.
Anywho, you're going to
tell
want
the cops you pulled over.
There is a visual aid, and you will. I hope people will enjoy it.
Okay.
So that's coming up at 5:30. But I bring that up because part of the rules include our great nicknames that we have so many, and I'm thinking of something in the neighborhood of Stevie Weeks for Logan Cooley, like maybe calling him Stevie, but it might be too much of a deep cut.
Okay.
Have you ever seen Mystery Alaska? The Russell Crowe movie?
I have not.
There's like a hockey trope, right?
Yeah,
the really young-looking but incredibly skilled player who's grown up on the ponds of Mystery Alaska and is only waiting to be discovered, right? It's kind of that thing. But he looks like a little kid in the movie. I mean, he looks like a 17-year-old kid.
As does Cooley.
That's what I'm saying. As does Cooley.
He's a baby face.
He's screaming Stevie Weeks, and he's out there deking and dunking. And I'm thinking to myself, super skilled, young-looking kid, Stevie Weeks.
I'm with it.
So anyway, I'm gonna play with that.
You're gonna work on it.
I gotta work because it might be weights. Have people out there seen Mystery Alaska? If you're looking for a great hockey movie, it really is a great hockey movie. Little Richard's in it.
Okay, what's he doing?
He sings the national anthem.
Oh, okay. He's not on the team.
No, and then he sings "Oh Canada." Mike Myers makes a cameo. Hank Azaria is in it.
Okay.
Burt Reynolds.
All right. It's the who's who.
Yeah.
Yesteryear.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Mystery Alaska, pal. Stevie Weeks.
You're right, though. The top line, Keller -3 on the night. Schmaltz -3 on the night. Kraus -2 on the night. Obviously, they get mixed up a little bit here and there. But, top line was not good enough, especially up against a superstar top line for Vegas. That's what Vegas has gone out and done. And not only do they have the talent and the skill, they have the size. And that's something the Mammoth don't have right now. And look, I don't want to get too big picture here, but you look down the line, we're talking about some of these prospects they have coming in. Tisha Ginla's not very big, and he's the top prospect on the team. And Caleb Denoyer is not very big, and he's the top prospect on the team. You wonder now, if you are building this team going forward, what a reaction would be to a playoff run. And I think the obvious thing is going to be, regardless of whether they get past Vegas or not, got to get bigger. Got to get a lot bigger, got to get a lot more physical and a lot more size. And speed is great, but clearly it can be negated. And Vegas, by the third period, had totally figured out how to negate Utah's speed.
They've got to find a way to get Stevie room to operate.
Okay. Stevie Weeks.
Yeah.
Also Logan Cooley. But yeah.
He got to play extra stretches there. They used him a lot.
Logan or Stevie?
Stevie.
Okay. No, again, Logan was by far the best player on the ice.
I think that will continue. I agree with you. It's the others. It's the top line that needs to step up and make it happen. But the size thing is, I'll be really curious to see how they adjust.
Yeah.
Because the Phoenix Suns, and again, we're kind of basketball-centric people, so it all comes back to these basketball comparisons to me. But the Steve Nash Phoenix Suns never won anything because they were not physical and they were not capable defensively to get through playoff basketball when it's officiated way different. I'm curious if a similar concept works in hockey, and if a roster adjustment to add some more size needs to continue going forward. But as of the here and now, do they have enough speed or whatever it's going to take? Because it's right now they're playing against what's that stupid team that the Broad Street Bullies. Gordon always used to mention, because that's Vegas's game.
Yep, I think that's unfortunately for Utah. I think that's the playoffs game. I don't think that's just just Vegas.
Vegas is built for playoffs.
Vegas personifies it.
I was listening to Jay was on with DJ and PK today, and he was talking about how Vegas in particular is constructed for playoff hockey. And I would believe that, watching game number 1, certainly.
Yeah. But you look at the last 2 Stanley Cup Finals, and it was the Edmonton Oilers, who are more skill based, versus the Florida Panthers, and Florida just is huge and just physical and violent and mean in front of the net, and that's going to win. And over time, it's going to really wear you down. It's probably how Team USA won the gold this year at the Olympics over Canada, which is a more talented team, more skilled team. I would believe that this is a more talented Mammoth team than the Vegas Golden Knights. Maybe not at the top line, but as you get down the lines, I think that's very possible. But if Peterka can't handle the physicality, or Keller on your top line can't handle the physicality, at least doesn't know how to in their first playoff run, that's going to be a major issue. So I do think that's something to keep an eye on.
I'm seeing the replay. Cole Bagley tweeted it out of the threat. I think they should have him arrested.
You think so?
Like, what better way to thin out Vegas than start
arresting players?
Start having players arrested.
Along those lines, penalties from the first game. You did see that Sean Dursey got fined $5,000, which, first of all, love a minuscule fine. NBA should bring back $2,000 fines that just don't mean anything and don't dissuade you from doing anything, but it makes it look like you care. Sean Dursey fined $5,000 for his headbutt, which I was laughing when I saw the headbutt live in person. I liked that he didn't have his helmet on, headbutted another player with the helmet on. I thought that was great. And I'm excited to see more of this type of physical play. I think this is a fun brand of hockey to watch in the postseason. And as you mentioned, as we get to know this better as a sport locally, I thought last night was not a good performance from Utah, but a good example of what to expect.
All right, coming up right around the corner. So here's kind of a show layout. We're plucking our 2-hour show, and we're putting basically the first 2 hours are going to be very similar, and then we're going to construct the 4 and 5 o'clock hour going forward. Anchored by Live at 5, where we will get you the biggest story of the day, as well as the latest story of the day, just in time for you to jump into your car and drive home. We mentioned we're going to do rules of the show at 5:30. Cole Bagley is going to be on the show at 4:30. The band's been busy.
Okay. Jake is in a band, so Jake moonlights when he's not doing the day show and not doing Utah Jazz pre, half, and post, which is where you also know Jake from. Jake is in a band. Jake is the lead songwriter.
Mostly a writer.
Writer and some producing.
Some producing.
But
I rarely step in.
You're not on the mic.
No.
No.
I'm mostly
not laying down any licks.
Like whatever Barry Gordy was. That's okay. That's basically. No, I guess Barry didn't write. I do more writing. I'm more smoky.
Okay.
But Smokey sang.
And then we play some of their latest stuff. It's a total violation of payola. It's completely illegal, but we're bending the rules so Jake's band can get some airplay.
That's nice.
And are we going to have some music today?
Yeah, we've got new material.
New songs.
And we can just to set it up for a new audience, we can play a couple of snippets of
some throwbacks
of some of the old ones.
Some of your best of.
So that's coming up at 4:00. We're doing a new-ish segment, but new to us. We're going to do the audio vault, the best audio of the day. Could be anything. That's coming up at 3:50.
Okay.
Next is top 3 stories at KSLSports.com. So that's the layout for today. I would expect people to listen to all of it, but there's some appointment listening for you.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com is coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Joining us now, longtime head coach at BYU, Dave Rose, kind enough to carve out some time for us. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, thank you. Not as well as Tim, but I'm doing really well today.
It's a good day today, Coach.
Yeah, it is a good day. I'm really happy for you, big fella. I can remember those days driving in the middle of nowhere on our way to recruit kids or watch games in the summer that you talked about someday wanting to have your own radio show. And I thought you were kind of crazy, but
you already knew that.
Yeah, so I'm happy for you. Good luck to you.
It was such an awesome experience. I mean, I had so many different experiences. I worked for Rick and I worked for Ray, and they were distinctly different. And then Ray and Dave were so different, but all in a good way. I just value so much. It was a 12-year education on just how to be a good person.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
In Utah, over 200,000 families have trusted RGS Exteriors with their homes, and there's a reason for that. Our family's business has been serving Utah homeowners for 5 generations. In fact, there's no exterior company in Utah with a longer history, not even close. That kind of reputation doesn't happen by accident. It happens year after year, award after award, referral after referral, and home after home. At RGS Exteriors, we specialize in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that protect and transform your home.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify, and no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, now in the afternoon, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 2 to 7, every single day. Well, we give everybody but Christian the day off on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
Only during the off season.
Tough for a new father.
I don't know. Annapolis is right here. I don't know if he'll let me back on the Saturday show. He's been anchoring it while I was out.
Has Alex enjoyed the room, the elbow room? The airtime has been all about Alex. Does he have several new segments created around himself?
Yeah, talking about how much it's nicer without me, I guess.
So now you're going to have to fit back in.
Alex has kids, no kids. It's the no dad zone on Saturday mornings. There you go, Alex. Sorry, Christian, you're not allowed anymore.
It's nice, though, because speaking as a dad who is around on Saturday mornings doing stuff, I dialed into the Saturday show this weekend. So anyway, encourage everybody to do it. 10 to noon. I even caught the end of Ray Al Golf Radio.
Okay.
With Brian and Bob. Let's get to the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. 2 locations to... that read has been gone for a long time. I just went back into autopilot mode from like 2023. J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, the Utah Jazz are awaiting the results of the proverbial coin toss.
So apparently this happened at 1 o'clock today. And this coin toss will determine whether or not the Jazz can fall no further than 8 in the lottery because they are tied with the Sacramento Kings with the 4th worst record in the NBA. If the Jazz win the coin toss, they can fall no further than 8, meaning they are guaranteed to hold on to their top 8 pick. If they lose the coin toss, a 0.6% chance exists for the Jazz to fall to 9, thus delivering the pick to the Oklahoma City Thunder, which if you own a tinfoil hat, a lot of people think that means if the Jazz lose this coin toss, they will be losing the pick. I am not of that opinion. Jazz having 99.4% chance of keeping the pick. So regardless of what happens today, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
It's not that big of a deal. I am a bit of a draft truther, but that would be pretty brazen. It would be pretty brazen to jump 4 teams. That means that the 4 teams from behind the Jazz have to jump up. So that means that not only would the Jazz be getting the shaft, but so would the other 6 teams or whatever.
Correct.
What it is, other 4 teams.
Yeah,
3 teams at the bottom. So that would be pretty. That would be pretty brazen.
Pretty brutal. Now, along those lines, it is worth noting that the coin toss actually does matter if neither the Jazz or the Kings win a lottery spot. So let's say 3 teams jump them, and they drop down to 7-8, which is possible.
Uh-huh.
whoever wins the coin toss gets the higher of those selections. Right. So there is still a chance where this could determine whether the Jazz have the 7th pick or the 8th pick. And like last year, that did matter because, if the Jazz had dropped, now they couldn't have fallen to 6, but if this is a tiebreaker scenario, there was a big difference seemingly between Ace Bailey at 5 and Trey Johnson at 6.
They won the coin toss last year.
No, they weren't tied with anybody.
I thought they were. I thought they were tied with somebody and won. I thought it was the Wizards.
The Wizards had 18 wins because they had the buzzer beater on the last game of the season. And the Jazz finished with 17 wins. So there was no tiebreaker last year.
Well, what are we?
Now this has happened in the past. The Jazz have won tiebreakers in the past.
What are we waiting on? You said it happened at 1. What's the deal?
I don't know. Mark Stein reported that the Jazz, or that the entire league, first of all, they had to do 6 of them, but they did announce that this would be coming out later today. So before the end of our show, we will know the results of the tiebreaker. I just thought we would know it by now. I will note that last year they released the tiebreaker results at 3 o'clock our time.
What if full fake news Mark Stein's wrong?
You could be. maybe we're on the wrong day.
By the way, Mark's fine. I'm just joking around.
Jazz may have won a tiebreaker in a tie with their 2nd pick, that they had a 2nd first-round pick last year via the Washington Wizards. Or who did they have the pick from? Regardless, they traded up and ended up 19 at Walt Clayton for a guy who's no longer on the team. But that might have been a place where the Jazz were tied, and I think they lost one tiebreaker and won one because it was a 3-way tie. So I think that is actually what happened.
Okay.
But they were not tied at the top of the draft.
Okay. That makes sense.
But there are 6 ties today that the NBA was breaking. The Jazz, though, have the highest pick that's being tie broken.
That's a lot of flipping.
It's a lot, yeah. And apparently it's not a coin toss. It's just a machine or something.
Mm-hmm, of course.
So they can rig it however they want.
So they can do whatever they want. I do love that they show some media members the kind of process, but it still is just a machine. And they come out going, it's legit.
It's on the desktop.
I saw it with my own eyes. It's legit.
Well, I walked in, and that's what Adam Silver had pulled up, and he just said that this was the results. It was on a Google Doc.
I saw the doc.
1 through 15. And that's the lottery order. Is what he said. But I was behind the scenes, and you didn't see it.
Okay, all I'm going to say is that, so people know in Vegas, when it comes to poker machines and what am I looking at? Slot machines, that sort of thing, or video poker, it's a heavily regulated thing.
Yeah.
They have to look into it. The returns have to be, I think it's 98%.
Yeah, it's really high.
It's higher than you would think.
Yeah.
They only get to make 2% or something like that. But there is a group of people
like that
whose job it is to keep an eye on that. There's no such thing, no such oversight over the NBA.
Correct.
No such oversight at all. We'll show you the video. We'll show you.
We'll release it
pops
later.
on the screen for you. Huh?
Hold up today's newspaper and do that, Adam. I want to know if this actually happened.
Why do you have 6 fingers?
Yeah, what's going on?
Is it AI?
Yeah. Why did your tie change color midway through the video, Adam? Okay.
It's just too many coincidences.
Yeah. So we will get you updated as soon as we hear that, but I would imagine it's coming in the next couple of hours.
Well, have Austin Ainge text you.
Okay. Austin, if you're listening, text me.
Well, he's obviously listening, Ben, but you gotta text him. Say, give us.
That's more pressure if I say it on the radio than if I text him. He can ignore a text.
Give it a heads up.
He's ignored a lot of my texts. No, that's not true.
Oh, somebody, way to go. This is cool. Chewbacca on the Talk Snap just did a cartoon graphic for us.
Mm-hmm. Look at how good you look. You look like John Gruden.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I do. It makes my chin look strong.
Yeah. You look like you could.
Look at that strong chin. Do I have a strong chin like that?
No.
Man, I'm gonna get I'm gonna get the cleft put in.
You gonna do the implant? You gonna go do the Tom Brady?
I look amazing.
You do.
He
look
did
better.
add about 15 pounds to Ben.
Well, somebody's got to add. Please. We've been trying to feed Ben for years now, and the camera just makes him look thinner.
Ben looks jacked in this picture.
I am jacked. I've been walking
Ben,
more.
the show's on video now. I've been walking more. Oh, okay, I don't even remember. Oh, the coin toss. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Number 2, you already hit the NHL playoffs, but the NBA playoffs opened over the weekend.
Only one road team wins, and it was the team that everybody had dead to rights in the play-in tournament. Nobody thought the Orlando Magic were going to get out of the play-in tournament.
Our Magic. Are we back? You and I both had them picked to the conference finals. And I was telling you on Friday I wasn't buying Detroit.
I'm not totally out on Detroit yet. It was a bad sign that Cade played like an MVP, had 39 points, and they lost this game, 112-101.
They need offense. They just don't have the half court specific offense.
Trailed wire to wire. They did tie it up midway through the third at 65, and they just had no answer. And yeah, we talked about this. Did you need to go out and get Michael Porter Jr.? There was a reason why Lauri Markkanen's name was thrown around with Detroit a whole lot. They need another guy. They need a dude, not just another he can go out there and hit 2 threes and score 12 points. No, they need a 20-point per game scorer. And I actually don't mind a team that says, I know we have the number 1 seed. We don't think we've arrived. We're going to keep our powder dry until the right opportunity presents itself. But you got to be careful. You don't win the number 1 seed every year accidentally. And they won the number 1 seed this year. And you want to make sure that you play the hand that you're dealt. And they're dealt home court advantage throughout the playoffs until they get to the finals. And that would mean a lot to get to the finals with this team. And you can't do it if you're losing to the Orlando Magic in the opening round, because you don't have enough guys on your team. You don't have enough stars, and they may find themselves in that spot. And to Orlando's credit, they've finally gotten healthy. And when the game slows down, not unlike hockey, having big physical dudes really helps. And while Detroit is physical, Paolo Banchero is huge. And Franz Wagner is huge. And Anthony Black is huge. They've got some really big physical players. Jalen Suggs is really physical up and down their lineup. And it exposed Detroit as not having the type of star talent you need.
But it's the reason that you and I liked Orlando.
Absolutely.
I've liked Orlando. They're just a constant disappointment. But did they figure out the secret sauce? I didn't think they'd beat Charlotte. And hey, man, I thought LaMelo Ball was going to win a game for the first time in his career. And boy, did that really burn me. Shame on me. I'm back on the Magic. I don't know if they take down the Pistons, but there's a reason to like Paolo Banchero. There's a lot of reasons to like Franz Wagner. And then the rest of the team, we talked about this, Ben, they drafted these prototypical big, long two-way guys. And Anthony Black's really good.
Yeah. They've got a bunch of lottery picks on this team. Franz Wagner, I think, was 8. Paolo was number 1. Anthony Black was number 8. They've got a bunch of top 10 guys on their roster. No question about it. That's a good team.
We'll see. The other one, Ben, that stood out that was unlikely. Your Lakers beat the Houston Rockets. Kevin Durant did not play. He's got a knee.
He's got a deep bone bruise in his knee, which seems scary.
Well, it certainly leaves the door open for old LeBron.
Did you look at the box score of this game?
Uh-huh.
The box score is one of the strangest things I've ever seen. Let me try and pull it up really quickly. The Rockets, I think, took 26 more shots than the Lakers. I think the Lakers took 66 shots. Jake, You do every Jazz pre-half and post-game show. What is it, 93 shots on average? Teams get something around there, 90 shots?
66 is unheard of.
Insanely low. And what did Houston shoot?
93.
93, and the free throws, I think, are even. It wasn't the refs just let LeBron go shoot 30 free throws.
Oh, man, 25 and 26.
Yeah, I've never seen that lopsided of a math equation still favor the team that won.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Houston absolutely should have won that game by 15, 20 points with all their offensive rebounds, and they could not find a way to do it. But without Kevin Durant, and this is kind of the flaw with KD, as great as he is, you turn into a team where you kind of just sit and watch him. You just kind of let him do his thing, and everyone just says, we'll wait till he does his thing, and then we'll try and fill in the gaps around him. And when he's not out there suddenly, Houston has no idea what to do offensively. It was a mess.
Yes, it was. Maybe this is an audio vault candidate. Did you hear LeBron after the game talking about the great joy of his life it was to play in a playoff game with his son?
Grandma was there.
Which I thought, I guess we could dissect this later, but I thought it was nice, but then he submarined it at the end.
Okay.
So maybe we'll tease that for an audio vault at some time.
Tonight's games, Raptors at Cavs. Cavs have a 1-0 lead there. Hawks at Knicks. Knicks have a 1-0 lead there. And Timberwolves at Nuggets. Timberwolves actually played a very good first half and then fell apart in the third quarter.
Nuggets, the Hawks were crazy disappointing.
Yeah. Knicks are good. I know you don't believe it, but the Knicks are good.
They are not. Incorrect. Old Jalen likes to dribble.
Yes, he does.
I watched a big chunk of that game, and I had to fight getting up to vomit.
Well, you're betting on Quinn Snyder playoff adjustments, so good luck with that.
We just got to make them.
I bet he will.
Do you?
No, I don't. No, I watched it a few times here.
What's next?
Number 3, first playoff game ever for the Utah Mammoth. They lose at Vegas 4-2.
I think it's safe to say it looked like the first playoff game ever for the Utah Mammoth. And that doesn't let you off the hook. You're at the playoffs. Like I said, play the hand that you're dealt. You're here now. You've got to adjust. You've got to play better. They did not play particularly well in this game at all.
No, it's cool to see them get their first goal. Second one was a bit of a fluke. Vegas really pushed them around in the third period. That's the biggest story of the game to me is what are you going to do to adjust to that? Because I don't think they're going to grow.
No,
so
you're not going to
speaking of
put a bunch of steroids in their arm.
Speaking of Quinn Snyder's adjustments, I mean, what's the hockey equivalent of the backpack defense? I mean,
You've got to find a way to utilize your speed. You have to find a way to, whether it's longer passes, sharper passes. I mean, that's how you have to move around bigger, slower teams. It's not unlike basketball. You've got to move the puck more quickly. You've got to move your feet more quickly. And when you do have a lead, which they had after the first and second period, you can't start playing on your heels.
Christian, you missed my bit last week where I advocated that the team should be staying in Cedar City for these road games.
Too much fun.
Why
in
not
Vegas.
St. George?
St. George is still too lively a town.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a really lively town.
Too much
but
pickleball?
It's enough lively that you just keep bumping up the road 45 minutes to Cedar and you're good to go. Yeah. I mean,
there's a new skate park in town, I think, in St. George. Yeah, there's just too much fun to be had.
What was the number one thing to do on a Friday night in Cedar City for a young man who was at SUU?
Well, go on a hike. Go to the drive-in.
No, at night, not a hike. Like you and your buddies maybe.
Oh, sheep tunnels. Remember I was telling you about the sheep tunnels.
Yeah.
That's the speed
Lose
that they
Stevie
need
Weeks
to be
in the tunnels.
Right.
The sheep tunnels.
No, because if you stay at like the Aria or something,
right, you can stay up all night.
I've stayed
Bottomless
up
trouble.
later than I should have when in Las Vegas.
I thought Cooley played well. I thought Gunther played well. I know Gunther didn't score. I thought he had a lot of opportunistic shots that usually he puts in. Now, maybe he didn't play well because he didn't put them in. I think the fact that those are probably going to be the Mammoth's two best players going forward is a good sign, but they can't win this series if Keller and Schmaltz and Krause don't play better on the top line.
Stay tuned. We will have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, of course, will talk a lot of Mammoth throughout the show. Cole Bagley is going to be on with us at some point. We're now moving it around.
It's a standing invitation for Cole.
Cole is also in Vegas.
Yeah.
So Lord knows what he's doing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's on a heater. When the heater ends, he'll jump on the show. Or he's trying to get his house back. It's one or the other.
Oh, there's more possibilities. Can't pry himself from away from other activities. But we will land Cole Bagley. Big interview for the first show. We'll land it. We'll park it somewhere. But we'll continue to talk Mammoth. We'll talk more NBA playoffs. We've got a music segment at the top of the 4 o'clock hour as well. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Auburn announced a $320 million stadium renovation. Nebraska announced $600 million, and they're bonding for $350, but they raised $250 million. That is just a pile of cash.
I just wonder, in 10 years, are we going to hear, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the wild, wild west. This is unsustainable. It can fly now because it's relatively brand new. But as each year goes by, guys like me, they're going to say, this is a joke. What we can't keep saying is keep saying that it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to be sustainable, and the only thing is we're going to keep saying it's unsustainable. But right now, the facts and the metrics show, as crazy as it is, it's sustainable. It's crazily sustainable.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to Provo Town Center for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. The used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV, Provo Town Center, 1200 Town Center Boulevard, Provo. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
It's time to stand up for savings at Mountain Land Power Equipment. During the SCAG 2026 Stand Up for Savings event, save 15% off MSRP on select SCAG mowers, leaf blowers, and turf spreaders. Power, performance, and unbeatable durability. Now at unbeatable prices. But hurry, this promotion ends April 30th. Visit MountainLandPowerEquipment.com or stop by Mountain Land Power Equipment in Ogden, Salt Lake City, or Springville today. Stand up and save with SCAG.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports, and this is a huge week on the zone. Tuesday night, it's Game 2 from Las Vegas. The Utah Mammoth and the Vegas Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the opening round. Game 2 starts at 7:30. The pregame show, Hockey Night in Utah with Adrian Denny, starts at 6:30. And Wednesday night, it's Messi and Miami visiting RSL right here on 97.5 FM, the KSL Sports Zone.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Mammoth now trail the Vegas Golden Knights 1-0 in their best-of-7 first-round series in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Here's Logan Cooley talking about the physicality of Vegas.
Playoffs, it's about wearing teams down, and for me, it's no fun when guys are grabbing onto you, bumping you, and that's what we need to keep doing to their guys, and they're doing it to us. So I think it's going to be physical throughout the series, and honestly, the rest of the playoffs too.
Yeah, that was Logan Cooley talking about what he learned from his first playoff game. Well done, Christian. I'm blaming you. Back at it. Coming up on Tuesday night when for game number 2 at 7:30. You'll catch it right here on the station. This update brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from: Murray and Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday to the Jake and Ben Show for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. In fact, we've got a bunch of exciting stuff coming up with Beehive Meals.
Yeah.
In fact, I heard a rumor that a live show could be on the horizon. So I'm actually super stoked to see their...
Jake's cooking for me.
To see their operation. So anyway, nominate at kslsports.com/contest. Ben, breaking news coming out of Logan. Bronco Mendenhall announcing, or it being announced, that McKay Hillstead will be the starting quarterback in Logan.
Is this a surprise?
No.
No, he transferred back from BYU, started his career at Utah State. Transferred to BYU and was the backup. We thought he was in competition for that job, and obviously Bear stepped up at BYU and was terrific last season. And he transfers back to Utah State and goes into a lineup and a schedule this year that, is this fair to say, it's the best schedule Utah State's ever played? They go into this new...
I think the league is better. They trim some of the fat, yeah.
Here's a non-conference at Washington, at Utah. Now, they've had some
That's a money game.
Yeah, money games historically. Yeah. But that's very tough on the road. Idaho State's how they open the season. They play Troy. They go at Boise State, home against Washington State, at Texas State, home against Colorado State, home against Fresno State, at SDSU, at Oregon State, and then they close the season, I believe, on the 28th. But I think McKay Hillstead is this caliber of player to play against this quality of opponent and teams. And I'm a believer in Bronco Mendenhall. I think he's the right guy for this Utah State job, and he knows how to get a lot out of guys like McKay Hillstead.
But no offense, but what have we seen from McKay Hillstead? I don't know if this is going to work. He got beat out by a freshman.
And now the freshman turned out to be one of the best freshman quarterbacks we've ever seen.
I got it, but he got beat out by a freshman.
He did.
So I don't know. I think he played well at times his freshman year at Utah State. It's going to be a different animal. I don't know.
A reminder, 60% completion percentage, just a hair under. 1,000 yards, 1,062. 11 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. I thought he was pretty decent with his legs.
I thought he was pretty good his freshman year.
Yeah.
That's why I said during that whole process, he should be the one getting that job.
Yeah.
And he did not. So what does that say? But, I think Bronco is trying to build a system in a systemless world, which I actually think is smart to zig when everybody else is zagging and say, yeah, we might not be flush with cash, but you're going to be a better person and for coming to Utah State. And they're selling something different. And so we'll see how it goes.
I suspect there were worse options out there than McKay Hillstead.
Oh, I would agree with that.
Somebody who's familiar with the school, certainly familiar with the state. I think Bronco's going to be familiar with his game somewhat. Obviously, hasn't coached him before, but we'll come in here and have some fair expectations.
Ben, there was like 3,000 people in the basketball portal. Imagine what the football portal was like. Yeah, there's plenty of worse players out there.
So this is, and nice to name it now. I get that they've had spring football and that process is ongoing and you're wrapping some things up, but nice to have this going into the summer and not have a major question mark. And I suspect this was the conversation when he was discussing transferring away from BYU and coming back, quote unquote, home to Utah State. There had to be a very realistic chance that he was going to win the starting job. Otherwise, I think he would have stayed somewhere else if he was going to be a backup.
Wait. You're saying that before a quarterback transferred, they were assured
promised something?
A starting role? No, Ben, no.
That wouldn't happen.
No, I'm told that players are only told they're going to come in and have a chance to compete. That's it.
Bronco might do that. Bronco might make you earn it. But even Bronco's probably smart enough to say, you're good.
Well, if you're a quarterback, why would you go somewhere unless you were given assurances?
Unless you knew
I've been saying this for years.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, whether the coaches are lying.
Now, why did McKay transfer to BYU then? He didn't win a starting job ever.
Well, that was more of a step-up kind of thing.
Sure.
But, yeah, I hear you. So there you go. McKay Hillstead, your next quarterback of the Aggies. Scoop Scott Girard. Take that, Scotty G.
Utah State Insider. Again, start the season on September 5th against Idaho State. A little bit of a soft landing, and then right into the fire at Washington at Utah.
Should be a fun. I like this new league. You and I talked about for years that the Mountain West should just absorb the Pac-12. Well, it turns out that It worked the other way around. But still, an interesting league comes out the other side. I have no idea why UNLV would want to stay with the Mountain West. That seems ridiculous. They seem to fit way better, I would say, with the Pac-12, but whatever.
And no knock on Texas State or Fresno State or San Diego State, but, in the past, any combination of Boise State, and I know Boise State's been around, Washington State, and Oregon State would have been a good non-conference schedule for Utah State a decade ago. And now you're getting them in addition to Washington and Utah. So this is a fun schedule. I'm with you.
Stay tuned. We have an action-packed 3 o'clock hour coming up. We'll have the audio vault at 3:50, a new segment. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Looking for your next vehicle? Choose the dealership that delivers every time. Performance Automotive in Bountiful. Featuring trusted brands like Ford, Toyota, and Honda, Performance Automotive has the selection, quality, and service you can count on. Plus a huge selection of quality used vehicles ready to drive today. They're proud sponsors of the Utah Puck Report, cheering on great performance on the ice and on the road. Find your next vehicle at performancebountiful.com. Choose quality, choose service, choose Performance Automotive in Bountiful.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at KSLSports.com/advertise.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up. Breaking Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify, and no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, now 2 to 6. Kind of 2 to 7. So make sure you tune in each and every day. You know what's going to be weird is getting used to new television on in the background with no sound.
Correct. We're going to have to drop one of our bits.
Well, it won't come up nearly as much. We used to have Pat McAfee on silent every day because the TV just happened to be on that. And I started calling him Armpit because he only wore
sleeveless
tank tops on television, if you could imagine such a thing. And I always thought there's some TV executive somewhere screaming at his TV to get that armpit off my screen. And then there was some internal turmoil at ESPN and he started wearing shirts. Anyway.
He got the guy fired, but the trade-off was he had to wear
a shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that? Was that the skipper guy?
Yeah, I think so. Can I tell you what my thought was?
Huh.
Ryan Smith should make Armpit go sit in for the Jazz at the draft lottery.
Why?
A, they're buddies, like Ryan was just on his show. Because you want Ryan to draw, or you want Armpit, Pat McAfee, to draw a bunch of attention to the Utah Jazz in this situation. So if something happens and they get hurt, he's going to be outraged about it because his whole job is kind of being loud. He's good at his job. He's just very explosive. He's kind of walking dynamite. You put him there. A, he's the most important person on the stage. He's the most famous person on the stage. Not the wealthiest, but the most famous. And he's going to make a stink about it. If you win number one, you win number one, and he's going to go crazy, and it's going to go super viral. And if he loses, it's going to go super viral. And I think Ryan can draw positive attention towards the Jazz, win or lose.
I think it's an interesting idea, but I think it would be, if we were going for laughs, I think it would be better to, who's the dim former player that he has on just to sit there and look dim?
Oh, AJ.
So, again, Ben and I have never heard this show. We just have watched it.
Correct.
A bunch of times. And so we just see the people on the show.
Yeah, I don't know what their voices
I have
sound
no
like.
idea.
Yeah.
But I do know that AJ Hawk, for some reason, can't be in the same place at the same time. I don't know why that is, but that's a thing. And 90% of his role is to sit there on the show and say nothing and look dim.
And he's always on. They always do a
constantly,
split screen.
and he just is looking
got
like
a half smile.
He's got nothing to say.
Well,
So I got to think you put that up there for the lottery.
Okay.
And then he's not, he's going to give you that same deadpan dim look no matter what happens. You know what I mean? Good or bad, it's just going to be.
AJ DeBonza, the number one pick.
Wait, where am I? Huh?
Hawk, are you listening?
The team from Utah? Yeah. I think that
Okay.
might be the way I'd go. I think that'd be kind of funny.
Okay.
Who is he, though? Who are they going to send to the lottery? Do we know?
I know Ryan was on earlier today with Scotty and Tim. Did they say who they were sending yet? He wouldn't reveal. All right.
Can't go wrong with
Last year he did reveal when he sent his wife.
Yeah, it was
he did
Ashley.
reveal it with Scotty.
I wonder if she'd sign up for that again.
Losing stinks.
Yeah. But it might be one of those been there, done that kind of things.
Yeah, once you do it, you need to go back.
Do you really need to go do it again? Yeah. I mean, do we need to look further than Mike Smith?
Okay.
I always say you can't go wrong with Big T, but he's also done it before.
He's done it. Yeah. Has Booner done it?
No, I don't think Booner's done it. Booner would be awesome.
Yeah.
Locke? Is that the foot forward you want to put it as a franchise?
Ron would be great. No, that's not. That's not
Ron would be awesome.
Yeah, Ron would be great. Yeah, I love Ron.
So I don't know. Austin Age is new. Maybe he goes.
Yeah,
Send Jaron Jackson Jr.
Send
or
Danny.
Ace.
Oh, you can't go wrong with sending a player.
I do think former player is good. Yeah, I like that.
Or a
too.
current player. Like Ace would be great. Yeah. Was a lottery pick last
Somebody
year.
who will for sure be here next year.
Send Walker.
Right.
Make Walker feel good. He doesn't know what his contract's going to be. They can put it in a couple of hours to earn it.
How's Nurk?
Send Svi.
Oh, Svi HT.
He's got a hot hand. I like Nurk.
Yeah.
Kevin Love.
But see, they're not guaranteed to be on the team.
Yeah, that's true. That's why.
But Nurk has a new beak and is looking awesome.
Is that Yusuf Nurkic? Who is that guy?
Clark Gable.
Clark Kent.
No, we'll have to find out what they're going to do. But first, we're still waiting on that coin toss. No.
Whoa! Coin toss coming down right now.
Is it really?
The Utah Jazz have won the tiebreaker with the Sacramento Kings.
Wow.
They are guaranteed to hold on to this year's draft pick.
How about that? Breaking news.
Just came down.
So the Jazz, actually win something. Win a coin toss with the Kings. And of course, it's the Kings that they beat.
Poor Kings.
I mean, hard luck Kings. They thought they were going to be a playoff team before the season began.
We're buyers, I think, at the trade deadline. Are you?
Well,
Sell
they
the team.
They couldn't pay a team enough to take Zach LaVine.
And DeMar DeRozan.
I think
They can't get rid of Sabonis. They like him, but they also want to get rid of him.
Oh, I think they want to get rid of everybody now.
Here's the communications from the NBA. Sorry, this is just coming out live. It says the Utah Jazz, 22-60, won a tiebreaker with the Kings, so the Jazz can fall no further than 8. So you can put to rest the lottery speculation that the Jazz are going to fall past 9. In all honesty, Jake, this is all that matters. Like, win the lottery, great. Go get Darren Peterson or Cam Boozer or AJ DeBonsa. They're monsters. They're going to be awesome players in the NBA.
No, they just didn't want to lose the
You cannot afford to lose the pick. You have tanked 4 years to add top 10 picks to your roster. Taylor Hendricks is not on the team anymore. Cody Williams is going to be fighting like hell to be in the rotation next year. Ace is a dude. Ace is a guy for sure. And now you need to add one more guy to try and get into this conversation. But it's Jaren Jackson Jr., it's Lauri Markkanen, it's Keontae George, it's probably Walker Kessler, almost surely Walker Kessler, and then and Ace Bailey, and then whoever you get now. Like, you just had to get another top 8 pick. And maybe you trade the pick. I don't think they're going to. But if you lost it, on the very, very slim chance you lost it, it would have been a disaster, at least for this year. And these are the dudes going forward. Now you get to sprinkle in one other piece. It's a major, major positive for the Jazz.
Flip that pick for Vooch, and you've got yourself a stew going.
Okay. You're a big Vooch guy.
Just bring in Vooch. Let Walker go.
Wow. Hot take.
Trade
Because you could have both.
Trade for Vooch.
You could just have
who
both.
I don't think is under contract next year, but you still just make sure you get him. Trade for him.
Okay.
And that's the missing piece.
Yeah, okay.
Sign Nurk again. Have a Vooch-Nurk back front court duo.
All right.
Bring Jaren Jackson Jr. off the bench.
Okay. You're thinking outside the box. New Jake. New show, new Jake.
I know.
So here's what it means for the Utah Jazz in the lottery. Again, the most important thing, they have a 0% chance of falling to the 9th pick, meaning the Jazz are guaranteed to hold on to this year's lottery pick. Put it to bed. Jazz are adding a lottery pick. You don't have to worry about it on lottery night. They still split the lottery odds with the Sacramento Kings.
Right, but they can't drop down to 9.
But they can't drop down to 9. So the Jazz have an 11.5% chance of drafting number 1 overall, an 11.4% chance of drafting number 2 overall, 11.2 at 3, an 11.0% chance of drafting 4th, 7.5% chance of drafting 5th, 27.1% chance of drafting 6th, the most likely outcome, a 17.9% chance of drafting 7th, and a 2.4% chance of drafting 8th. So they have a 97.5% chance of drafting top 7 and about a 45-ish% chance of drafting top 4.
7 it is. That's what they're going to get.
Dial it up.
That's what they're going to get. Mark my words.
Sure.
Right here,
it's
right
the most
now.
likely outcome.
They're getting 7.
You know, I know there was a lot of talk last year of could the Jazz win? And it was like, well,
Nope.
50% chance they're drafting 5th. So where are they drafting? Got to be 5th.
Number 5.
Most likely outcome.
Number 7.
Yeah.
Does the North Carolina guy fall that far?
Caleb Wilson.
Uh-huh.
I don't think so.
What about that? Stiff who was in the finals? The guy Mick Cronin chased off.
Mara?
Yeah.
He honestly could be in the conversation at 7 or 8. I don't think he's going to climb up that high, but that's where you're starting to get. No, you're talking if the Jazz were. I mean, here's the top 8 or 9. You're talking A.J. DeBonta, Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer, Caleb Wilson, Keaton Wagler, Kingston Flemings, Darius Acuff, and then it starts to get into, yes, Yoxel Lindeborg, Braden Burries, Mara, who you were just talking about. It opens up a little bit.
No on Acuff.
Okay, little guy who doesn't play defense.
Little guy who dribbles. No.
Kennedy Chandler.
Yeah.
You
no
got him
thanks.
already.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of with you there.
Some sap's going to take Acuff, though.
Oh, yeah.
Ahead of 7.
You know who's going to take him? They just lost the tiebreaker with the Utah Jazz.
Oh, the Kangs?
The Kangs cannot wait to get Darius Acuff.
Do you think he falls that far?
If they're drafting at 5, yeah.
No, I was thinking of the scenario that the Kings would be at 8.
No, Kings
If
are
the
going to
Jazz
trade
fall-
up. Kings are going to reach.
Trade up for Acuff.
We'll give you Sabonis and the 5th pick.
You know, as
up to 3.
As the league cannot get out, like the Hawks could get nothing for Trae Young. The Memphis Grizzlies could get nothing for Ja Morant. The Kings trade up for Acuff. That's okay. that absolutely could happen.
Got to have him.
And all of a sudden they're back in business.
Back in something. Back in the lottery.
Not enough that they drafted Tyrese Halliburton and Fox and then booted on both of them.
Both of them.
Now go to Acuff.
Oh, it makes my stomach hurt.
Well, the Halliburton was. I don't know about the Aaron Fox.
He's still a player, you know.
A headache is what he is.
He's
someone getting minutes instead of their number 2 pick in the draft.
Up on Tyrese Halliburton. And 2 years in favor of De'Aaron Fox, and 2 years later not having either of them is a brutal one. So
do people know the backstory of that? So it was the Indiana Sacramento trade where they swapped basically Sabonis for Halliburton, and there was more in the trade, but that was the basics of it, right?
Yeah.
So this just tells you what a well-run franchise does as opposed to a not well-run franchise. Indiana said, yeah, we'd love to do it. You've got 2 point guards, and you want to trade us Fox. How about we take Halliburton instead, and you've got yourself a deal? And the Kings said, you got it. You got it. Deal.
We got to get rid of one of them. You picked the better player.
And listen, I like Sabonis, and it actually kind of worked for him in the short term. But Halliburton's like a top 5 player when he's healthy.
Best player on the finals team.
He just dragged the team to the finals for sure. Like he is really good when he plays.
And the problem is when you have De'Aaron Fox, what else do you have? Adele. Not to step on the rules of our show that we're going to announce coming up.
Hello. We'll get to that later. But yeah, she's calling you every other day.
You get clutch. And here's the problem. Here's honestly the problem, exactly what you're saying. Because I talked to some people in the NBA who know. And they said, Ben, De'Aaron Fox was placed in San Antonio by Clutch 2 years before the trade happened. Which is right around the time the Tyrese Halliburton trade happened. Meaning, as soon as that move went down, Clutch, Adele, started calling all around saying, where do we get our guy? Where can I put our guy? They saw Wemby as the number 1 overall draft pick. They said, right there.
Right there.
We'll hide De'Aaron Fox next to Victor Wembanyama. All of his flaws will disappear. It's going to be amazing. He's going to be on a team that's competing in the conference finals every year. This is going to be awesome. And the Kings had no idea. But apparently, including the people I talked to, who are actually not members of the Sacramento Kings, knew about it.
Everyone knew.
Everyone knew. And they still traded Tyrese.
Because they got calls from Adele.
Yeah. Well, the power.
Hello. Please take De'Aaron Fox. He's lost in Sacramento.
What's crazy is this ends. We were just talking about, the Jazz finishing the season, the last game of the season against the Los Angeles Lakers. And that kind of being the end of this tanking era, this run for the Jazz. Really what this does is by holding on to the pick, you're done. This Derek Favors trade is officially paid off. It doesn't turn into future second-round draft picks. It's totally forgiven. The Jazz essentially, now if you can ignore that the Oklahoma City Thunder won a title and they're about to win another title and they have the best player in basketball who's going to win his second MVP coming up the next 2 weeks. If you ignore all that and the fact that Jazz have like 100 wins in the last 4 years, I think the Jazz won this trade. If you ignore all that stuff, the Jazz came out on top pretty smooth here. Maybe I'm doing my math wrong. But the Jazz can say, hey, we traded Derek Favors' contract for nothing. We got off the contract and didn't include a pick at all, and that's a win for the Jazz. Now, was it? We'll see if this draft pick turns into anything.
Have you ever heard the argument or the rationale behind indentured servitude?
No.
It's basically what you just described. We'll pay for you to get here from Europe, but then you're going to be ours for the next 6 years.
Yeah.
And then we'll let you go with a thank you very much and a smile.
No, while the Jazz can look at this as a major win,
won the trade.
And it is. If they had lost this pick to the Thunder, it would have been not devastating. They would have moved on and been just fine. But it would have been a real blow.
But it never should have been there in the first place. The truth is that Dennis Lindsey had a miscalculation over what the next piece had to be to get the Jazz over the hump. It was wrong.
Yeah.
And then in order to get over that wrong decision, they had to bite the bullet. And 4 years of indentured servitude does not justify the move.
I think that's totally fair.
And it's not the trade, it's the signing in the first place. Just not reading your roster.
Yeah.
So,
and again, yes, this goes back to the Jazz's desire to have 48 minutes of big shot blockers on the floor at all times.
Trying to duplicate Rudy.
And weren't able to do it and overpaid Derek Favors and then had to trade him and trade a very valuable piece to get off it. And while the Jazz never actually ended up trading the piece, as you're mentioning with indentured servitude, which might be a little bit of a stretch compared to professional basketball, they sacrificed 4 years of winning just to hold on to this pick. And it's been really painful. This has been a really brutal stretch for the Utah Jazz. More brutal than their previous rebuild.
Different, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We'll see if this is more effective. Because that's the idea, right? More effective.
That's the goal. And if you end up getting the number 1 overall pick this year, now, getting the number 1 overall pick, you would have kept it anyways by holding on to the pick because the pick was only top 8 protected. The Jazz would have been fine regardless. But if the Jazz end up with a very good draft pick here or a good player, it will feel like this tanking was worth it. And maybe it will pay off. It's paying off for the Thunder. They tanked. They got good players. They're winning championships now. The Spurs tanked, paid off. They got Victor Wembanyama. They're competing for championships. The Jazz could put themselves in that conversation, and I think this will be not easily forgotten, but viewed more favorably than it has while fans were going through it.
Hey, our new teammate and friend Tim Lacombe tweeted a response to that picture that Chewbacca created for us, which is awesome. And I tweeted out and I said my chin looked really good. Tim said, chin of a movie star.
I think you look like John Gruden.
He's not a movie star.
He's been hasn't he been like in an Adam Sandler movie or something?
Oh, who cares about that? Who hasn't been in it? I think Christian's been in an Adam. No
He's
offense,
in the next
Christian.
one that's coming out. Yeah.
No, that was Bad Bunny.
Oh, we mess you guys up. Yeah, it was easy to mess you up.
Happy Gilmore 3, the Live Tour. Christian's in it.
John Gruden's in Draft Day.
Oh, the terrible Kevin Costner. I never
Which,
saw
by
that.
the way, we should watch it. We should host a viewing because the draft is this week. Starts Thursday night, round 1. We should watch Draft Day before that. Just really prime the engine. Get ready for it.
Kind of funny that the Browns were the vehicle for that. The Browns that have never done anything right either supposedly had a savvy GM.
A really savvy GM. Pulled off the perfect draft day trades. Multiple trades.
Yeah, old John Dunbar. Nothing?
Is that who it was?
John Dunbar? No. But it's Kevin Costner's name in a different movie.
What movie?
Dances with Wolves.
Oh,
Man, where are you at? John Dunbar.
I've only seen it once. His name is John Dunbar?
Yeah.
That's pretty boring.
He's trying to teach them how to say it. Like John Dunbar. I know. You only saw that movie once?
Tatanka. Yeah.
That's a good film.
Yeah, won Best Picture.
It was Kevin at the top of his thing, I'd say.
It was absolutely Kevin Costner saying, "I'm going to make the biggest movie of all time, and I know the best man for the job."
You're looking at him. He pulled a Doc Rivers. He did.
I'm going to direct it. I think I'm also going to star in it, and it's going to be about me, and it's going to be about me saving these people. But it is a good movie. I'm with you.
3,000 Miles to Graceland was not.
Never saw it. Did he play Elvis?
You would probably like it.
Did he play Elvis?
It's about Elvis impersonators that are robbing like a liquor store or something. I don't know. What's her name from Friends? Monica is in it.
Okay.
And the guy she was married to at the time. He's got a famous sister.
It's the Arquettes.
Yeah.
Courtney Cox.
Carl.
And David.
David?
David Arquette was her husband.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a whole family.
Anyway,
Patricia.
He's in that movie too. I don't think she is.
But she's the most talented and famous of the bunch.
Patty?
Sure.
What was she? Was she the one that dated No, that was Rosanna that dated the Toto guy. That what's this called? That Rosanna song is all about.
Patricia was just in Severance.
Oh.
Did you watch Severance?
No.
Christian?
Have you heard of the song Rosanna, Christian?
Nope.
Toto, ring a bell to you? Christian, Toto was a famous band in the 80s.
Not. Okay. Yeah, Africa.
Yeah, yes, they had another hit called Rosanna. I believe it was written about Rosanna Arquette.
It's a good album. I've got that album.
Really?
On vinyl, yeah.
Nice.
It's a good album.
That was a good find. Garage
It was
sale?
like $2.
Yeah. Home run by you. All right, Cole Bagley, we have this confirmed?
All right.
All right, he's prided himself away from Lord knows what in Vegas, and he's going to jump on with us, talk a little hockey. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
There's a good pace on the freeways right now all along the Wasatch Front. Just a touch of slowing southbound I-15 going by the south interchange between Murray and Midvale. Southbound Bangor are getting a little busy as well, heading toward the 201 Highway Junction. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit right now, GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
Joining us now, longtime head coach at BYU, Dave Rose, kind enough to carve out some time for us. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, thank you. Not as well as Tim, but I'm doing really well today.
It's a good day today, Coach.
Yeah, it is a good day. I'm really happy for you, big fella. I can remember those days driving in the middle of nowhere on our way to recruit kids or watch games in the summer that you talked about someday wanting to have your own radio show. And I thought you were kind of crazy, but
you already knew that.
Yeah, so I'm happy for you. Good luck to you.
It was such an awesome experience. I mean, I had so many different experiences. I worked for Rick and I worked for Ray, and they were distinctly different. And then Ray and Dave were so different, but all in a good way. I just value so much. It was a 12-year education on just how to be a good person.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to stand up for savings at Mountain Land Power Equipment. During the SCAG 2026 Stand Up for Savings event, save 15% off MSRP on select SCAG mowers, leaf blowers, and turf spreaders. Power, performance, and unbeatable durability. Now at unbeatable prices. But hurry, this promotion ends April 30th. Visit mountainlandpowerequipment.com or stop by Mountain Land Power Equipment in Ogden, Salt Lake City, or Springville today. Stand up and save with SCAG.
The next 30 seconds could save you hundreds on your car insurance. At The Hartford, we're passionate about your protection. If you're 50 or over, AARP Auto Insurance from The Hartford gives you benefits that really matter. And you could save $597 when you switch. How's that for a little peace of mind? Visit trusthartford.com today. The Hartford, your protection is our passion. The Hartford Insurance Group, Inc. pays royalty fees to AARP for the use of its intellectual property. AARP and its affiliates are not insurers. Savings vary.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked.
Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Pack up though, because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of... In the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence. Or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse, with all the tech you need to stay connected. While the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
What makes a Huntsman School of Business student stand out? It's the difference between studying business and becoming a business leader. At Huntsman School of Business, hands-on learning, global experiences, mentors who know your name, and a welcoming community set you apart. From classrooms to internships to real-world problem solving, students at Huntsman School of Business graduate with purpose, confidence, and career opportunities. Discover the school built for bold futures. Dare mighty things at huntsman.usu.edu.
Adventuring with your family in the Wasatch Back? Stop into Dairy King in Heber Valley to get one of their famous strawberry shakes and a strawberry chicken salad. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the train and best of state shakes.
Proud sponsors of the Utah Puck Report, Performance Automotive and Bountiful. Find your next vehicle at performancebountiful.com. Performancebountiful.com.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Mammoth are in the playoffs. They're down 1-0 to the Las Vegas Golden Knights after a tough loss last night in Vegas. Our next guest visit on the show, midday, afternoon, whenever, is brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. He covers the Mammoth for KSLSports.com. He's our buddy Cole Bagley. What's going on, Cole?
How are you guys doing?
Doing terrific, Cole. Mammoth fall behind 1-0. What were your takeaways from the first game and how the Mammoth, I guess, handled this novel experience?
Yeah, I think there's kind of a lot to unpack from game one for the Mammoth. I think there's a lot of positives, but I think there's also some areas for improvement and some things that they need to fix rather quickly if they don't want to fall behind 2-0. So I mean, first and foremost, yeah, it's the first game, first playoff game in Utah Mammoth history. I thought that they managed the emotions of that and kind of just everything that goes into that really well for the majority of the game. I thought that they rose to the occasion. That Logan Cooley was spectacular, and I think a lot of the younger guys they look like they belong. Dylan Gunther even was he may have been, a little bit easier to overlook his contributions, but I thought he was good, especially defensively. He made a couple of really critical defensive plays in terms of, his back check and, utilizing an active stick to break up some plays. So I think from that perspective, I think it was, a good playoff debut. I also think that, they proved that they can skate with Vegas. At the end of the day, it was really just a 1-goal game, not counting the empty netter, and they were right there. But I think on the flip side, if you're leading 2-1 in a hockey game in the third period on the road in the playoffs, you got to find a way to win that game, or at a minimum get to overtime, and give yourself a chance to again try and come away with the win. Because right now, it's not an 82-game season anymore; it's a brand new season, and every round is about the first to 4. And, for Utah to be, in the situation where they're leading in the third period, it felt like they kind of fell apart in some ways. Alexander Kerfoot took a bad penalty that gave Vegas a chance to get back into the game, and then the momentum kind of swung from there. So, like I said, I think there's positives and negatives overall. I don't know that many people were expecting Utah to come out and steal game 1. So, game 2 will definitely be a big focus, because going down 2-0, not that it's, a death sentence per se, but, it's really tough to come back, especially against a team like Vegas when you're down 2-0.
So, Cole, listening to hockey people like yourself talk about the difference in playoff hockey, everybody brings up the physicality, and that no doubt proved itself to be true in game number 1. My question for you is, what do the Mammoth do to overcome the size and physicality disadvantage that they're obviously at? They're so much smaller. So I guess speed is a factor, but what do they need to do to counterbalance the physical size advantage of the Golden Knights?
Yeah, I think, when you get to the postseason, you are who you are, right? The Mammoth are not necessarily a overly physical team. They can't change their size. They can't change, the makeup of their roster. So I think what they need to do is, to kind of match the intensity. I think that Logan Cooley, did that the right way last night. He got involved in a couple of scraps. He stood up for himself. He stood up for his teammates. He was delivering hits. I think that's the proper way to go about it, because if you try to match Vegas and play their game, they're going to take you out of your game really fast, and things are going to go south. So for Utah, I think it's more about, continuing to utilize their speed to break Vegas down. They definitely need to be a little bit more assertive on their forecheck, because like we've talked about, before, Utah is at their best when they're getting pucks in deep, when they're winning battles, they're reloading, they're moving the puck quickly and then breaking teams down. And we just didn't really see a lot of that last night. Utah was mostly generating their offense off the rush, which is fine, but I just don't see them winning a 7-game series strictly, by generating off the rush. So for Utah, they need to stick to their game, but they do need to raise the level of their intensity just a little bit more. I think more along the lines of what Cooley was doing. Just getting guys' faces a little bit more. Throw some more hits, be a little bit more assertive and aggressive. And I think if they can do that, I think that'll balance out their offensive game a little bit more and give them a chance to compete.
Mackenzie Weegar had a very costly turnover in the third period that led to the goal that did end up giving the Vegas Golden Knights the advantage there. He has not been particularly productive from a points standpoint. How do you view how he's playing? I know he caught a lot of flack last night after the game.
Yeah, first of all, he's an outstanding guy. Just cream of the crop, very, very kind. I was chatting with him before, we all departed Salt Lake City to come down to Vegas, and, he shook my hand and asked me if I was going down and told me to have a good time. So, he's great, and he's honest and forthcoming and all that stuff. But to be honest with you, I don't think that Weegar's been particularly good since Utah acquired him at the trade deadline. I think he's played kind of beneath what their expectations were for his game. And I wonder if that is kind of a result of where, he kind of came from in Calgary. That was a team that there were no expectations. The Flames are, I think, a team that don't really know who they are. They don't really know the direction that they're going. And so I think it was easy for him to kind of fly under the radar and not have to try as hard. Whereas, then he's traded and he comes to Utah and some of the expectations are a lot higher. This is a team that not only wanted to make the playoffs and they're able to do so, but they want to make some noise here in the first round. They don't want to just come in, get swept, or only win a game, because that doesn't necessarily help you a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. So, I think if you look at his game a little bit closer, I think it's more just a result of being a little bit lazy, not being at the top of his game mentally, not checking where he's at on the ice, where the opponents are. He's had a number of really bad turnovers that have resulted in a handful of goals down the stretch. That kind of bled over into the game last night. And I think later in the third period they actually switched up the lines. I think Dursey and Uyghur swapped places, going from the top to the third pairing. So, yeah, Utah definitely needs more from Mackenzie Uyghur, if they want a chance to make some noise and to win some games against Vegas.
What happened to with the first line with the Mammoth? Seems like they need more out of them.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably the biggest overlying question, coming from game one last night was, where was the first line? And we talked to Coach Torney about that today, and he kind of not necessarily made excuses, but it just kind of talked about it's the first playoff game for this franchise. It's kind of a feel it out type of situation. The other Vegas obviously has a say in what goes on, and I do think that Vegas played them the right way, but when you break it down, you boil it down, that's the most productive line for Utah during the regular season. I mean, Keller had 88 points. I think Schmaltz was in the high 70s. Krause was approaching 50. They led the way in a lot of games, and they were the reason that Utah won a lot of important games down the stretch. And, to not only go scoreless, but to be a collective -8 on the stat sheet, that's just unacceptable at this point, right? I mean, this is playoff hockey. It's either sink or swim. And not that they necessarily need to go beyond their game, but the fact that they couldn't even really produce and were somewhat of a liability a lot of the times on the ice, that has to change. You cannot have your best line, not producing anything at all, and then struggling in the defensive zone. So Krause, we were able to ask Krause about that last night, and he owned up to it, and he said, look, we definitely want to step up and be better, and I think that's going to be a huge emphasis for this team going into game two.
Fourth line for Vegas was very good, including Dowd getting the goal and then trying to kill Logan Cooley after the game. But they were better than the Mammoth fourth line. Is this a sign of depth, or is there something the Mammoth can do to make up for some of this?
Yeah, I mean, that is something that if Utah wants to have success in this series, they can't be losing the third and fourth line battles. And I don't even think particularly that Vegas is deeper than Utah. I don't know that their third and fourth lines are necessarily better than Utah's, but they definitely were last night. And that's a big reason why Utah was not able to come out on top was, the first line was really quiet, but, in Vegas's end, Marner and Eichel and Stone, they didn't do a whole lot except for on the power play. And so those two lines kind of canceled out. I thought Utah's second line was their best line in terms of forwards. Then the third and fourth, they were quiet. We didn't really see much at all from J.J. Peterka or Carconi. Kerfoot took a really bad penalty that, kind of changed around the momentum. And then, on that fourth line, obviously Stemlin got a goal, but it wasn't because of really anything that line did to generate that goal. It was just kind of a weird fluke of Carter Hart fumbling the puck behind the net, and then it just so happens to fall on Stemlin's stick and takes a good bounce. It goes into the back of the net. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's necessarily something that's going to be super replicable for the Knights, but if Utah wants, again, to play better and to give themselves a chance to win, those third and fourth lines have to be better.
What kind of Vegas guy are you, Cole? Are you like bust out the banana hammock and go to the pool? Are you checking the food? Are you in the casino? What kind of Vegas guy are you?
I'm on the clock doing my job, not leaving my hotel room except for the arena kind of Vegas guy right now.
Oh, no, Cole, we're off the air. You can tell us the truth. So, yeah, we're off.
Cole.
Yeah. Maddie and Nate aren't listening. You can tell us whatever you want.
No, I like I said, I'm just hanging out and just trying to produce as much content as possible.
All right.
With a hurricane in one hand and a bottle of banana boat in the other.
You only live once, man.
Yeah, you really do. Cole, thank you. We'll continue, of course, to have you on and help us out and follow all of your great coverage. Thanks, man.
Enjoy Vegas.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Cole. Here's the thing Cole's got to work on when lying about what he's doing. You can't just go with, I'm just in my hotel room the whole time. Because nobody's going to believe that.
Right.
You have to be like, I'm working on my stuff, and I'm going to get out, and I'm going to go see the Michael Jackson Cirque du Soleil show.
Hit up the buffet.
Or hit up the buffet.
I'm going to see the late performance of the DJ. I popped over to Coachella for the evening yesterday after the game, and then I came back, and I'm ready to work.
I've told you my story of I stayed at the Hard Rock when we were covering Summer League. We just got down there. I was going to bed. I had to do a hit with DJ and PK the next morning, and we were doing the show live from the hotel room. And I think the Hard Rock is gone now, right? Well, the old one, paper thin walls. I'm telling you, and so I'm getting ready for bed, 10, 11 o'clock. The person next to all I hear is just chatter and hair dryers, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be bad.
Gal's going out.
Come 2 or 3 in the morning.
Because, they're going to be coming back.
This is going to be really bad. Yeah. And so they came back, and sure enough, is exactly how you would expect. So I got up the next morning to do my hit with DJ and PK. I was like, hey, guys!
Nice and loud.
Good morning! Woo!
These walls are thin.
Here to talk some Summer League.
How long you need me?
Guess who moved?
The ladies next door.
Oh, they certainly did.
The hairdryer.
Yeah, you better believe they did. But yeah, Cole, you can't just say, no, I'm locking myself in my room until game time, dude. Come on.
Head down? No.
I mean,
there's no game tonight.
You're not doing that if you're in Boise, let alone Vegas.
Yeah. Right. Go out on the town.
Vegas.
Probably not that hot yet.
Underrated for food. Like a good foodie
city,
town.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Walk by the fountains because apparently they're going to pave over those in short order.
Okay.
Did you hear about that? Mm-hmm. They're going to build a new tower. They figure they're wasting money with all that real estate going to, beautiful fountains.
They probably need the water. Yeah, I walked into town. We were by Allegiant Stadium on the other side of the strip.
Of the fairway.
And I walked into town when we were there for Big 12 Media Days. I got myself a spicy chicken sandwich. I didn't do anything crazy. It was midday. It was 200 degrees.
It was hot.
But I walked in.
You did something.
I did something.
You didn't sit in your room.
Right.
I did, though, because I was just excited to be away from my kids.
And what did you do? Sat in silence.
I did nothing. I was only there for one night, though.
Yeah, we were not there for a long time.
Cole's down there for a few days. Yeah. Coming up next, we have the Audio Vault, a new segment where we play the top audio of the day, or what we editorially consider the top audio.
Jake's favorite audio of the day.
Stay tuned.
That's what we should label it.
More next. I think we're going to be off to a good start today. We have a couple of different things, and they're both relevant.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 354, is looking for telecommunication technicians and fiber splicers to fill immediate job openings. Technicians work with network cabling and fiber optics to build communication networks and infrastructure. Come to our job fair on Thursday, April 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. The IBEW is offering an amazing job opportunity. Enjoy a competitive wage, paid holidays, and employer-paid health care and retirements. Learn more at our job fair on Thursday, April 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Utah Electrical Training Alliance in West Jordan, 7466 South Redwood Road. Meet the contractors and tour the training center. Do you want to become a telecom technician? Apply for the 3-year telecom apprenticeship. Get paid while you learn. Invest in yourself. Join the IBEW. Learn more at IBEW354.org.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Mammoth at 50 update. Here's Logan Cooley talking about what he learned from the Mammoth's loss to the Vegas Golden Knights in his first playoff game.
You know, right from the start, I knew it was going to be physical. You know, a super fast game, not a lot of room out there. And I think early on we did a good job of, you know, playing our game, playing our style. Then maybe let off a little bit towards the third, and it cost us. But, you know, it's a long series, and we just got to regroup and clean up a few things.
Mammoth at 50, brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from in Murray and Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Bat. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stay tuned. We've got a music segment coming up in our very next segment.
It's not daily. We're not doing a daily
No.
4 o'clock music show.
That's coming up next, but I have been busy with the band. I've got some new material.
Excited.
And we have new listeners, so we can reset a couple of the older.
Some of your classics.
Some of the classics. So stay tuned for that. It's coming up next. Rules of the show at 5:30. You're not going to want to miss that. That has a visual component. So get to the YouTube or KSLSports.com. Live at 5, coming up at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. But right now it's time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. And it really could go any direction. However, today it's going to be more sportsy. Ben is the curator of our Audio Vault today, Ben, because I have not heard this, but you basically teased me by saying this is going to make me very angry.
You went somewhat viral a couple of weeks ago when Rob Wright threw his name into the transfer portal because you said there are some players who are not good enough to play a certain way. Rob Wright dribbles a lot. Mm-hmm. There is nobody in the world who dribbles more than LaMelo Ball. We've been critical of him. I even tried to defend LaMelo Ball going into the play-in tournament because I said he's kind of cutting out some of the circus act. Some of the I pull up from half court to drain a three that he did in high school has left him a little bit. The big baller brand aspect of LaMelo has decreased 5%. Mm-hmm. And then the Charlotte Hornets fall back into being the Charlotte Hornets because they get blown out on the road in Orlando in the play-in tournament game after what had been their best season in some time.
Lost by 31.
And this is what LaMelo had to say, his analysis after the game.
I just feel like it was just too late. I should have been doing that from the jump for real. Like I said, we was doing a lot of plays and stuff, just getting pushed around and everything. I feel like I should have just took the ball from the beginning for real. But
if you were Charles Lee and you're a star player, after you just won something like 44 games, they had a good year this year, like a good Charlotte game, a good Charlotte season. You get to the play-in. You lose in the play-in because LaMelo absolutely no-showed in the first half. Let me see if I can pull up his box score from the first half alone. LaMelo, 12 minutes, 1 of 6 shooting, 2 points. This is your all-star. This guy's making $40 million. He says, guys, I think the reason we lost this game is we ran too many plays. If you were Charles Lee and you had worked with LaMelo all of this year to get to this point, and then he doesn't execute anything you're saying, he decides, third quarter, we're down 20. I mean, they were down like 22-5 to start the game. This game was over before it started. LaMelo in the third quarter scores 21 points, 6 of 11 shooting. He's going to say, that's how I need to play every day for the rest of my life. I need to go full big baller brand. And not only am I going to believe that, I'm going to say it to the media.
Trey Burke left the Jazz, and he was traded or whatever. I think he went to Washington. And he was asked by the reporters if he would go back and do anything differently during his time in Utah. Do you remember what his answer was? He said, I would have listened to the coaches less. That's what he said. I mean, Trey, who was given the ultimate latitude, drafted as the future point guard on a bad team, handed the ball. They traded up to get him, handed him the ball from the day he got on the roster, and they say, Trey, you go eat, man.
Defense optional.
We don't care if you do go 3-4. What did he's like set a record. It was like
several 3 of 21 games.
It was something brutal. Bananas. Like, get out there and knock yourself out. You know, the ultimate latitude. The Jazz started to get better, and they tried to rein him in a little bit, and then figured out that he sucked, so they decided to trade him. And his lesson from it is, wow, I should have listened to him less.
I don't think those guys knew what they were talking about.
If I were the coach of Charlotte, I'd say I'm out of here. I'm not. Are you kidding? That we just got crushed by 30 in a game where LaMelo played like garbage. And after the game, he comes out and he says, well, I should have just taken the ball more. He was 7 of 17.
I should have just done that from the jump. I should have
just done it. I mean,
we got to save that. I should have done that from the jump. Yeah, LaMelo.
That Brandon Miller guy, he sucks. Con Knipple, are you kidding?
He is going to be the ultimate addition by subtraction in the NBA because he is clearly superbly talented. He's 6'8", He's got the ball on a string. He can shoot. He's got a weird jump shot, but he can shoot. He can clearly score. He's put up some of the craziest triple-double numbers you will ever see, and it doesn't matter in the slightest. No. It doesn't help you at all.
We do that crosstalk with Locke and Boone at the end of games. This was last year after the Charlotte, one of the Charlotte games, and I said to Booner in crosstalk, I said, you know what? He's not good enough to play that way. Exactly what you were saying. And Booner goes, really? Why do you say that? And I said, because he has that high of usage on what turned out to be 19-win team. But at the time, it was like 11 wins. It was like, because he plays that way, and they've only won 11 games. And Booner's response was, well, yeah, that's a good point.
I should have done that from the jump. I should have signed my own. I should have called my own number from the jump.
But what was I thinking? I gotta call. You know what this situation needed was more LaMelo. No, they should move him as soon as
soon as possible.
As soon as they possibly can. Why people are still pretending that he's good? You should get him off your roster. Brutal. I still think LeVar Ball might be the most brilliant marketer of our time.
May we all be as good of fathers as LeVar Ball.
I tell you what, he made his kids millions.
All of them.
Got his son out of China
and turned him into a professional rapper. He rapped at the All-Star game. That's not free.
I'm not a music critic, but there's no way it's good.
Doesn't have anything to do with good. Is the money good? Great. You've done a great job.
You stole sunglasses in China.
On a trip with UCLA.
On a trip with your team. All right. We're playing some new hits coming up next. If you've never heard one of our music segments, you need to stick around. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Pack up because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of in the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence, or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse with all the tech you need to stay connected, while the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value, real partners, based right here in Utah.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Here's the secret no one's telling you about those trendy weight loss shots. You may have to take them for life, and many people gain the weight back after stopping. With the Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program, there's a better way. The proprietary natural-based program they utilize has helped thousands of people lose weight and keep it off long-term. Imagine losing up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without muscle loss, side effects, or yo-yo rebounds. Ready to transform your body for life? Schedule your free personalized consultation today at slcfatloss.com.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program that gave me the direction and the structure I needed.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. But the most important thing after losing that weight in 60 days, I've kept it off of those full 2 years. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by going to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The 4 o'clock hour is here.
It's fun time!
And you're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
No. Whoa! Coin toss coming down right now.
Is it really?
The Utah Jazz have won the tiebreaker with the Sacramento Kings.
Wow.
They are guaranteed to hold on to this year's draft pick.
How about that? Breaking news.
Just came down.
This is Jake and Ben on 97.5. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Scotty G and the coach coming up on Wednesday from 11 to 2 at Tim Daly Mazda and Sandy, 10785 South Auto Mall Drive. Yes, that was the big story of last hour. The Jazz won the coin toss with the Kings, meaning they will automatically keep their draft pick. They still split the odds, but they cannot fall to 9. So the Jazz will be participating in the up-and-coming draft. Ben, a couple other things, and then we've got our music segment real quick. We've had some feedback and some stuff going on online, part of the big announcement. Yes, Jake and Ben, we're moving up in the day, our schedule to 2 to 6. And as a celebration, I guess, the KSL Sports, Maddie put together a promotional video. That's like a, what is it, takeoff of the Full House?
Full House intro,
which is pretty funny. Great job by those guys on that. But Andrew tweets in and says, Tim looks like the cool high school teacher that really connects with his students, and Jake looks like he really wants to teach you about investing in cryptocurrency.
Oh, okay. Crypto Jake. Could be a new identity.
And then Adam says, the Audio Vault, a new segment or an old one you decided to dust off now that you have 4 hours of airtime to fill? The latter.
We don't need to get into that.
The latter.
Yeah. We don't need to point everything out.
Okay. If you are new to our show, maybe you just don't have a chance to tune in during the midday from 10 to noon. That is certainly understandable. But Ben, I've been honing my talents as a songwriter for the past, year or two.
Sometime.
But it's been a while.
Yeah.
So I get the band together, I write some tunes, and we make music, and we play it on the show. You'll hear our Island Vibes at the end of every show.
Yes.
Just Jake and Ben talking
rule.
sports.
Good. We got to make sure we point out that rule.
Yeah. So that is a thing. Should we revisit a couple of our favorites and then we'll do some new music?
Yeah. The midday crowd knows your music.
Right.
But the afternoon crowd certainly does not.
So this one was probably my favorite and where I want to start because I am writing a musical about Bob Costas.
Uh-huh.
And this was the centerpiece of the musical. This is the big number, the Go, 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 Joseph, if you will.
Yeah, defying gravity.
Right, It's about Bob not wanting to take the night off, even though he has pink eye
at the Olympics.
At the Olympics. So let's play a little bit of Bob Will Never Blink.
They taped my lips in matching gauze. The makeup team applied applause. The interns gag, the crew recoils. They Lysol spray my pens and coils. The producer pleads, we've called a sub. He's handsome, healthy, scrub-a-dub. But who will hype the bobsled run if Blinky Bob's not having fun? The steers fly, the torches blaze, the ice dancers earn perfect praise. How could I leave this frosty fight for chamomile and candlelight? I will not take the night off. I will not leave this chair. My pupils look like cherries. I still refuse to care.
All right.
Yeah, so you get the idea.
Yeah,
He's
but you're
not-
varied. You're not just a Broadway writer.
No. I did the other one we'll kind of play to get people familiar with it. By the way, it's still good.
It's a good song.
It's
move over, Lin-Manuel Miranda.
It's still pretty great.
Jake's here.
I mean, you wait till you see the rest of it.
Yeah.
I gotta do the follow up where Tirico fully bullies him out of his job. That's
Still,
that's the next thing.
The end of the play.
Yeah,
At least the end of the second act.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then he comes back doing Sunday Night Baseball. Clear-eyed. But it all dials back to that one day. But no, we did a campaign to sponsor the Jake and Ben show last year. And so I thought I came up with a pretty good, I don't know, you can't call this a jingle. It's a jam.
It's a pitch.
It's a jam
It's a
to
ballad.
get to encourage people to jump on board. Let's go ahead and play that.
Neon dreams light up the night. The Jake and Ben show shining bright. Voices calling through the air. A world of wonder if you dare. But we need you now. The keep it alive. Text GB to 575 around the rack. Sponsor the show. Let the love flow. Just one small text.
So we got a taste of your range.
I think it's a lot of range. That's a good
You can
word for
go, yeah, you can go Broadway. You can go pure hair rock 80s ballad.
Yeah, kind of 80s ballad there. Sponsor the show. Text JB to 575.
Don't do it anymore. Yeah.
You could still sponsor the show.
Yeah, we'd love that.
But you
No
can't
text line.
text that. that
Now
number.
2 to 6.
No, now 2 to 6. Yeah. All right, so I've got 3 new ones now.
Wow,
I don't know
it's
if
been
we
busy.
can. I don't know if we can play all of them because they are kind of long. But we cover a wide variety. We, as I said, we use the Island Vibes to close the show. I think we need something to open it. So I think we need a Jake and Ben theme song.
Okay.
Now, if you guys want to veto this and say it's not good, that's
I've
fine.
not
I can
ever
go,
heard this.
I can go back to the drawing board. Yeah, Ben has never heard
This is
these
fresh from the lab.
this new version. So this is the Jake and Ben theme song potentially. Go ahead, Christian.
From 2 to 6. Monday through Friday. Tune it in. Jake and Ben are jumping in on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Turn it up. You're in the zone. It's the Jake and Ben Show. Hot takes on the go. Bad jokes, big laughs, that's how they roll. Hey! From 2 p.m. to driving home, it's the Jake and Ben Show, where the fun runs the whole show. Talking ball till the whistle blows on 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Crazy calls and wild depicts, arguing who's good, who's great. Busting chops, then switching gears. Big time guests in your ears. It's the Jake and Ben Show. Hot takes on the go. Bad jokes, big laughs, that's how they roll. Oh yeah, from 2 p.m. to driving home, it's the Jake and Ben Show, where the fun runs the whole show. Talk 'em all till the whistle blows on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So grab a seat, don't be late. Jake and Ben.
I'm up for it. Only if we play the entire song to open the show every single day.
Fine with me.
2.5 minute open.
Well, there's a couple verses. We could just go through the first verse.
No, it's all or nothing. It's got to be the entire show. The first 2 minutes has to be the most unlistenable radio in all of Salt Lake City. To
That's
set you
not
up
unlistenable.
for the next 4 hours.
Jeez, How is that? That was unlistenable. I mean, hot takes, bad jokes. That's basically what we are.
It's a very meta song.
I thought it was good. Now I'm having a crisis of confidence. Christian, what do you think?
I will say that while it was playing and we're all listening to it, I mean, the cameras were off during that segment, but we were all three of us were sitting here bobbing our heads. Yeah.
Jamming.
Right. So let's do that for 2.5 minutes to start every single show at 2 o'clock.
You just called it unlistenable. How dare you?
Sorry to you and the band.
It's very descriptive. Gave all the information that is necessary.
It was very on the nose.
Yeah.
Now, so is...
That's what an opening song's supposed to be.
So is Take the Night Off, or I Will Not Take the Night Off. Also very on the eye, you know. But, yeah.
So to speak.
So to speak. All right. Well, what else do you have?
Okay, there's the opening. This one, Christian is back with us. He's a new father.
Okay.
He has a son.
2-week-old.
Named Dalton.
What are we at, 16 days? 17 days.
A lot of math.
17 days.
And so this one is for Christian. This one's called Drowning in Diapers.
Christian on the couch, remote in his hand, game on the screen like he's a one-man band. Dalton starts wailing from the nursery fall. Wife in the doorway says, "Get off that log." Now he's drowning in diapers up to his lazy eyes. Thought he'd surf on the sofa, now it's lullabies. Drowning in diapers, no time for alibis. 'Cause love looks like 3 a.m. and surprise supplies. He checks with one finger, says he smells just fine. She folds her arms, gives him that line. Christian Esparza, you help make that boy. You can change a diaper. You can earn your joy. So he's drowning in diapers.
Drowning in diapers. I like that he checked with one finger.
Checked with one
It
finger.
smells fine.
It smells. Every person has done that. He's fine.
And then the wife's like,
Bring him over here.
is he fine?
Drowning in diapers.
How are the diapers going?
Oh, it's more than I expected, I'll tell you that.
Well, you're at the stage still where as soon as you see the blue line, you're like,
change it.
Got to change him.
Change it.
And by the time they're like a year and a half old, you're like, that'll last for the next 3 days.
He's been in the
He's
same
fine.
diaper for weeks.
Yeah. When did you change him? Tuesday. What day is it? I don't know. You'll be fine. But you guys are at that point where it's like anything you're changing.
It's like, at least 10 a day.
Yeah.
Wait till you get to solids, pal. You're going to love that.
Right.
You're going to love that. All right.
That's the thinker thing.
So there's number 2, drowning in diapers for Christian. And then number 3, and I like drowning in diapers in our theme song, but I think this one might be the best one.
This is our best work.
This one goes out to our guy Nurk, who underwent season-ending surgery on his nose.
Yusuf Nurkic, as you like to call him, what do you call him? The beak?
The Bosnian beak?
Bosnian beak. Underwent nasal surgery at the midway point of the year. We
He
did
did.
not see him again.
Yeah. So what is this one technically called, Christian? Nurk can finally breathe.
All right.
Let's play it.
Nurk took a charge on a Tuesday night. Caught one straight on the nose. Saw stars, saw light. Coach said, shake it off. Crowd roared, you'll be fine. But every breath since then felt stuck in a lie. Hey, Nurk can finally breathe. Open sky running through his teeth. Utah crowd singing, feel that breeze. Hey, Nurk can finally breathe. Spinning down the lane so free. I swear I even look better. He grins with ease. 3 long years of that crooked stream. Sleeping like a bear with a broken dream. Season gone sideways, team down in a funk. Utah boys huddled round, said fix that trunk. Man, we're tired of watching you fight for air. Call the doc, let him straighten that stare. We'll lose some games, we'll lose some pride, but we want you whole inside. Hey, Nurk can finally breathe. Open sky running through his teeth. Utah crowd singing, feel that breeze. Hey, Nurk can finally breathe. Spinning down the lane so free.
Sing along, baby.
It's very, like John Legendy a little bit, like his jazzier stuff. So we we opened with Broadway Bob Costas, who, by the way, probably plays himself, right? Because he's not letting anybody else have that
That's
job.
probably true.
It's like you try to cast Bill Pullman.
Bob's like, I don't think so.
Cut his brakes. Weird. Then we went to the ballad with Sponsor the Show. Then we went to, what was that? The Music Man?
Yeah, I was going for kind of opening that way, yeah.
Okay. With the Jake
Wait, pump this part up.
in the afternoon.
I just want to get
Feel
this
the
part.
breeze.
Nurk can't finally breathe.
Then it was Drowning in Diapers. Which was wasn't quite Bob Dylan-y, but it was more singer-songwriter. And then we close it with John Legend. With some jazzy.
Nurk can finally
quite R&B,
breathe.
But yeah.
I pray that Yusuf Nurkic hears this song.
Oh man, we got to get it to Nurk. I bet his life's totally different.
If anybody has made it through this segment and is still listening, I hope that they're able to get that to our guy, the Bosnian Beast, aka the Bosnian Beast.
That was all gold. I'm not going to let your downer energy get me down.
I'm up for it. I'm just telling you, if
That
we're
was
going to
all
play
amazing.
the intro, which by the way got some text. Shout out Trevor Allen, listening on his drive down to. At least he's going to Manti. He said that's fire. He said that's got to be the opening of the show. And I said, fine. Then it's got to be the full 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I want to have the longest intro in sports history.
Nurk can't finally breathe. I think we're all relieved. I like it just a sing along there at the. I feel like we could all.
It would catch on.
Hold hands and feel good for Nurk. Like round the world support for Nurk's nose.
Well, it's got a good hook
for the Bosnian beak. Yeah, we can finally breathe again.
My wife liked the Drowning in Diapers.
Did she? Okay, that's good.
Shout out to everybody listening.
Well, yeah, I'm sure she's busting your hump all day to get off your duff and help out a little bit.
Well, that segment cost us a fortune. That blew our entire budget for the year.
Well, the guys are well paid.
Yeah, Jake pays the guys well, and of course, Dad's got to eat too. So
yeah,
Jake,
right.
The leader of the band's got to get paid.
Got to carve that off the top. Yeah, well, I got royalties, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. A little music segment for you.
And it pops up occasionally. You and the band get together. You're kind of the Rick Rubin of the whole situation. You're just kind of pointing them in the right direction, writing some of the lyrics. And maybe monthly? Maybe bi-monthly?
Somewhere
we have
around
something
there.
come up.
When I feel inspired.
You got a little downtime.
And Nurk's Nose was definitely inspirational.
I think that was the hit. Can I say
the
that was
jam?
my favorite? I think that was the best. Nurk Can Finally Breathe. And this is it has some shelf life. I mean, all of these really do. Our show's going to be around for, after that segment, at least the next 2 weeks. And then Christian has a baby and is going to be in diapers for 4 years, 3
Still
years,
drowning
whatever.
in diapers.
So that has some time. And then at least through free agency, if Nurk comes back.
Oh, that could live
can
on.
Finally breathe.
Nurk had 3 triple doubles in a row. Everybody's going to remember Nurk.
That's true.
They got shut down for a beak injury. How often does that happen?
And we'll have to track him wherever he lands if he doesn't.
And
land
his
in
healthy
Utah.
beak. I bet he balls out next year.
Yeah, better than
He'll
ever.
finally sleep again. He was sleeping like a bear with a nightmare.
Well, first of all, he's going to look dazzling.
Already does.
Because they probably, while they were in there, just cleaned it up a little bit too. Just whatever.
Little rhinoplasty, make it
give
look
me the
good.
right look. And then he's going to be breathing well, so his cardio is going to be at an all-time high. So he's going to be absolutely fit.
We've got Live at 5 at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. We've got Rules of the Show at 5:30. Stay tuned. We'll talk Mammoth hockey and, of course, the NBA playoffs straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 slowing way down going by SR 193 exit just as you start heading by the west side of Hill Air Force Base. There's also a northbound crash on Legacy Parkway in North Salt Lake just past the split from the 215 West Belt with slowing going by the accident on the left. Create your floral sanctuary with Olson's Greenhouse, locally grown premium quality flowers, the perfect complement to any space. Cheerful flowers for porches, patios, containers, and beds. Visit Olson's Instagram or ogg.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
Joining us now, longtime head coach at BYU, Dave Rose, kind enough to carve out some time for us. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, thank you. Not as well as Tim, but I'm doing really well today.
It's a good day today, Coach.
Yeah, it is a good day. I'm really happy for you, big fella. I can remember those days driving in the middle of nowhere on our way to recruit kids or watch games in the summer that you talked about someday wanting to have your own radio show. I thought you were kind of crazy, but
you already knew that.
Yeah, so I'm happy for you. Good luck to you.
It was such an awesome experience. I mean, I had so many different experiences. I worked for Rick and I worked for Ray, and they were distinctly different. And then Ray and Dave were so different, but all in a good way. I just value so much. It was a 12-year education on just how to be a good person.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and we'll make your dollar go farther with $3,000 more on your trade-in when you buy your new Mazda CX-5. Plus, get financing for as low as 1.9% and free gas for a year. With all that from Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you You and your dollar will go farther than ever. Visit us in Sandy today.
APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for 1,000 finance. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow with Mint Medical Clinic. If things in the bedroom haven't been what they used to be, you're not alone, and you don't have to just live with it. At Mint Medical, we treat the root cause. Our trifecta treatment combines 3 powerful approaches that work together. First, acoustic wave therapy, clinically proven to open up and regrow blood vessels. Second, compounded pharmaceuticals, from GLP-1s, peptides, and stem cells, which bring proven results from the inside out. And third, hormone support, because when your levels are off, nothing else works the way it should. It's not one thing, it's the process. And that process is why our patients see increases in their energy, drive, confidence, and performance. Right now, for the next 20 callers who sign up, you'll receive a free consultation, the blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift, completely free. That's a $700 value, yours at no cost. And this month only, we are covering your stay in Lake Tahoe or Branson, Missouri when you sign up. Our way of saying thank you for taking the first step. Call 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. Or visit mintmedicalclinic.com. Let's get you back to mint condition.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports, and this is a huge week on the Zone. Tuesday night, it's Game 2 from Las Vegas. The Utah Mammoth and the Vegas Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the opening round. Game 2 starts at 7:30. The pregame show, Hockey Night in Utah with Adrian Denny, starts at 6:30. And Wednesday night, it's Messi and Miami visiting RSL right here on 97.5 FM, the KSL Sports Zone.
Catch the excitement May 14th through 16th with the Epson Tour Copper Rock Championship. Golf's next-gen LPGA stars competing on a course as stunning as it is challenging. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Tickets and info at copperrockchampionship.com.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, now 2 to 6. Tune in every single day. We also want to remind you to call my friends at Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. That is Trajan Wealth. I thought I'm going to ignore your negative energy.
I thought it was a positive. I'm just trying to give you honest feedback.
And shout out to Wild Turkey Fart Blunt on the Snap Talk. He created some album art for Christian's song "Drowning in Diapers."
Yeah.
And I am excited that Christian's wife liked that song. I was hoping she would. Congratulations to her.
Shout out Julia.
Was it hard to leave home? You've been at home with the baby for a couple of weeks. Was it hard to go? Were you excited to get back to work? How'd it work?
Well, and it's a new schedule for us and the show, right? So it's already an adjustment, changing what time I come into the station. So yeah, it was a little weird waking up and then having like a few hours at home with her and the baby, and then saying, "Okay, I have to go to work."
How are you? What's your go-to hold? You like the football hold?
Christian
Do you
hasn't
like
touched that baby yet.
Yeah,
have
well,
you
it's
been
not,
a few months.
What do I hold?
You're
No,
not
I like,
holding the baby?
I like the over the shoulder.
Fireman carry. So
Yeah.
your head's facing
Yeah, yeah.
down your back. Smart.
I was
You don't
like,
hurt your back that way.
Drape a burp cloth over my shoulder. Yeah.
I was like the football with my youngest. You know what I'm talking about? Where you hold him like with the forearm because I feel like it maximized what I could do.
Okay.
Then my second hated that.
Okay.
Hated it.
She did not like
the
it.
first loved it. The second
You could write
hated
music
it.
with your offhand.
Oh man, I was doing dishes. I was doing all sorts of stuff. My second one required much more attention.
You have a baby, Bjorn?
No, I don't know. What's that?
That's the thing that the baby sits in, like you just strap it to yourself and the
Oh,
baby
yeah,
can
yeah.
sit there. That way you can.
In the front.
My wife does. I haven't
Yeah,
used it yet, but I can't wait.
Taking it for a walk yet?
We did. We took him for 2 walks. One, we took him out probably earlier than we should have, and he started screaming.
How's the dog handling it?
Dog's loving him.
Cowboy likes him?
He loves him.
Protective?
Yeah, and he'll get up and like want to lick him and stuff. He's very gentle, which is good.
My dog, who passed away in your absence, really did not like my grandma coming over to see the baby.
Oh really?
Shout out Big G. Yeah.
Have you experienced the purple cry yet?
Like it cries so hard he turns purple.
Hey, you haven't heard of the term purple cry? Yeah, there is some purple in there, but like the unconsolable cry.
He got close, and my wife, she's a nurse, so she can see like she's a NICU nurse, right? So she deals with babies. She saw it coming and like picked him up and said he's gonna stop breathing.
What a hack.
Yeah.
Yeah. The wife knows everything already. Good for her.
Did you see that the clinic wore ankle socks? And everybody's in game one against the Spurs, and people are either clowning him or giving a shout out like a true throwback millennial.
Since we have a new audience, the clinic is former Utah Jazz man Kelly Olynyk, who now plays for the San Antonio Spurs. There is a list, a mile long, of nicknames that Jake has for people that he just says, assuming that everybody listening for the first time or otherwise knows who they are. So I will do my best to interpret what Jake is saying so you understand.
Hey, we can talk about this more with the rules, but people, I am happy to reset any bit.
Absolutely. You just said the clinic the first time
clinic.
there, like everybody knows who the clinic is.
Hey, Thurl was calling him the clinic, too.
Okay.
That kind of caught on.
Kelly Olynyk, the clinic, was wearing ankle socks.
He was wearing ankle socks, and
Okay.
people are, because I am, do you remember the time, Ben, and this is showing how old I am. We can actually talk some NBA playoffs here in a minute, but I remember getting clowned by my classmates because I was wearing normal length socks.
Mm-hmm.
When ankle socks first came in, and if you were seen with socks that went above your ankle, you were made fun of.
A dweeb. Yeah.
So, and this is truly one of the most hurtful parts of my upbringing.
Your socks?
Because I was in junior high.
Okay.
And we went out to, I got sad that I was clowned for my socks. So I switched it up in gym. I said, Mom, go give me some ankle socks.
Or at the very least, a pair of scissors.
I'm getting freaking bullied here.
Yeah.
This is brutal. So I got some ankle socks and I went to gym, my first day at gym in my ankle socks. And all of a sudden people started making fun of me. I was like, what are you talking about? And I looked down and Ben, I've got up to my ankle a tan line. A tan line.
Yeah.
So now I have ankle socks, but I'm getting clowned for my tan line. It's like, I can't win
You
with
can't
you
win.
bullies. Leave me alone. And from this day on, that day on, I've been sensitive about my socks.
So what do you do? Just wear like knee highs or what? Thigh highs? What are you wearing? Just
No, I'm back to just normal socks.
Normal socks,
But I'm not
okay.
wearing shorts.
pantyhose?
No, but I've been damaged, even though the ankle socks went out, apparently, because it's news that Kelly Olynyk's wearing ankle socks. I just continued on with it because I think I'm kind of damaged.
Well, it's nice because Kelly, at most, I would think there would actually be a real issue here, which is you're wearing high top shoes. If you're wearing ankle socks, we're talking blisters, right? We're talking like ankle irritation.
The clinic goes with the low tops, though.
Does he?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, he only played 53 seconds, so it didn't end up being an issue. But I bet he didn't think he was going to be on the floor. So he's like, "Yeah, I'll wear dress socks." I
think he's got the low tops on.
Oh, that does look weird.
I think he should be their number one. The Jazz, that is, their number one free agent target.
Over the Bosnian Beak?
Over the well, I mean, what a Sophie's choice. But I think that the clinic has more to offer the Jazz young players
Than Yusuf Nurkic. Because you want him to teach them how to
play dirty.
Play dirty.
I don't, no offense to the Bosnian Beak, but I don't want you to teach the Jazz young players how to cook out there.
Sure, no triple doubles.
No, we don't.
Spiral fractures of the forearm.
No, but does Phil need to learn how to slide under somebody under the basket? 100%.
Here's how you take out a man's ACL without the ref noticing.
Who's Phil? Well, that's Kyle Filipowski.
Not Flip, which everybody else calls him.
No, it's Phil.
Phil. Yeah.
But Phil needs to learn how to pop Kevin Love's shoulder out of
their teammates
socket when it comes down to it. Just an example of what the clinic has done.
Okay.
In his past.
Okay.
Like he'll find a role in this playoffs. He will go out there and hurt the other team's best player at some point.
Kind of wonder if that's what the Mammoth need.
That's exactly what the Mammoth
need. They need their own clinic, Kelly Olynyk.
Yeah, they sure do. Yeah. So now I'm going to be paying attention. Does he stay with the ankle sock?
Okay, because he got made fun of.
I don't know. Some people are saying it's a great throwback to the millennial. Like it's a shout out to the millennials.
Okay, which he is one.
Christian, what version of sock was in or is in style now?
I think ankle socks, maybe mid. I used to wear the tall Nike socks, and I would get teased a little bit for that. So I guess mid.
Got to bring back the tube sock with the stripe. The two stripes, the two parallel stripes. You know what I'm talking about? All right. Anyway, the Spurs. Let me ask you this: we can transition to either the big Jazz news of the day. They win the coin toss with Sacramento, so they're keeping their pick for sure, ensuring that this season, which was not the most enjoyable Jazz season, that certainly I have covered, or you have, I'm sure, Ben, that it does pay off, and they do keep their pick, and they will pick no lower than 8th. I say go ahead and plan on 7th, but they will pick no lower than 8th. So you may be watching other teams in the playoffs this year, but the Jazz will still keep their pick.
And you can go into the lottery basically carefree. Now, I know Jazz fans now are going to want to be, I mean this nicely, greedy, and are going to just want to get a top 3 pick. I have contended the entire time that holding on to the pick should be the ultimate goal. If you can get the pick, you've got a good roster, you've got a very good young player in Ace Bailey, get the pick, add on top. If it's 1st, awesome. If it's 8th, awesome. Just hold on to the pick. And now they're in a spot where that's going to be possible. In fact, it's insured. So that's going to be a very nice thing for the Jazz on lottery night to go in without even that creeping doubt that a 0.6% chance they could lose it. That's no longer the case. It is also kind of funny to look at it this way: is this is guaranteed to be the second best pick of this tanking stretch for the Utah Jazz. Now, Ace was 5, and maybe they can do better than 5, but Taylor Hendricks was 9, and Cody Williams was 10. This can't be 9 or 10. It has to be 8 or higher. So this is going to be the second highest lottery pick the Jazz have had over the last 4 seasons. And I think, honestly, this year's draft, and you never know, but this year's draft looks better than certainly the Cody Williams draft and the Taylor Hendricks draft outside of Victor Wembanyama was atop the Taylor Hendricks draft. But it got a little thinner towards the back of the middle section of the lottery. I think this year looks a little bit better. So we will see. But May 10th, 3 weeks from yesterday, is the draft lottery. So that's coming up right around the corner.
Hey, we do have some breaking NBA news, which I'm super excited about because one of my preseason predictions proved to be correct.
Okay.
In your face, Ben.
Oh, no.
Take that. I managed to predict that Victor Wembanyama would be the Defensive Player of the Year. And yes, it's official. He has been named that. And in fact, he is the first unanimous Defensive Player of the Year in the history of the league.
Did I not pick that?
Nope.
Did I say he wasn't going to play enough games?
No, I think you just didn't pick it.
I think I was assuming he was not going to play enough.
Ben, you predicted Dyson Daniels.
Good call.
Okay. How many games did Victor play? Did he play 65? He hit the absolute bare minimum. Why does this say 64? He didn't get an exemption. Like we saw for Cade and Luka. I think he played 65. I think Basketball Reference is wrong here. No, good for Victor. And by far the best defensive player on the planet. I mean, he impacts the game like nobody else. And while he had a very good offensive game as well, 35 points, he still is just such a game changer defensively. I do think it's interesting to watch the league respond by everybody trying to get bigger. And the Jazz did that with Jaren Jackson Jr. I certainly think they're going to chase it with Walker Kessler this offseason. I think size is going to be the name of the game going forward, and the Jazz have a lot of it, but Victor's going to be a handful as long as he's healthy moving forward. He's going to be one of the best, if not the best players in the NBA.
ESPN has him at 64 too.
Yeah. There's no way he only played 64.
I don't think so. Chet is number 2. He had 239 total points. You get 5 points for a first-place vote, 3 for second, 1 for third. And Victor got all of the first-place votes, so he had 500 points. Asar Thompson was third at 60. Rudolph at fourth with 41.
That's Rudy Gobert.
And then Scotty Barnes after that at 21.
Dyson Daniels got 3 total votes. 5
He did.
points, so I wasn't that off.
1 second and 2/3.
I only lost by 495 points. Otherwise, pretty good.
Draymond Green still got a third-place vote. Come on. What clowns are they letting vote on this thing?
Yeah. And everybody. Yeah, every media member.
You give Draymond Green, old man Green, a third-place vote for
Draymond
Defensive Player of the Year?
Yeah. I like that Warriors team that won 35 games.
There's not a chance that he is the third best defensive player on the planet.
No. Nobody can justify that vote.
Now, I admire his ability to go out there and old man it up during the game, but he is no longer the Draymond Green that he was. So who is giving him a vote?
I will be curious how the Jazz defend Victor going forward with Jaren, with Walker, with Lowry, with even Ace, who's going to probably draw some of these like switches and have to guard guys in the post. And he's pretty big. Ace is pretty big. I'll be curious. They should be as equipped as anybody to do this, because if you want to have Walker roam and put Jaren on him, you can do that. Or if you want to put Walker on him and have Jaren roam, he can come over as a shot blocker. There are some options the Jazz have here. Now, Victor is going to become somewhat unguardable as he has the ability to step out to the 3. But on the flip side, who is Victor going to guard? Is he going to have to guard Jaren because Jaren's sitting at the 3-point line? And then you've got a 7-footer who catches a lot of lobs in either Lowry or Walker Kessler. Or does he stay in the paint, and then you have a guy like Jaren who can space the floor and shoot over anybody? It is not the worst design that and I should say it more favorably. I think it's a nice design that the Jazz have.
I don't understand why teams don't play him more physically. You talk about that. I'd have Walker punch him in the kidney for the whole game. That's
the Kelly Olynyk.
Bring
in Kelly because Kelly
even,
knows his weak spots because he's practiced against him.
I always like that idea. But no, I'm talking about, if you want to talk about the Bosnian Beak, I'm talking about a giant player that's super heavy that just leans on Victor all game and makes it extremely difficult every time he catches the ball.
Teams have tried.
And maybe not Nurk, but a big guy who's going to play him physically.
No,
I don't know why more teams don't do that, because you're never going to block his shot. You screw rim protection. You're never going to block that thing. Walker and Jaren Jackson both are great, but what are you going to do?
Go back to the Jazz's best win of the season. Remember they beat the Detroit Pistons and the San Antonio Spurs back-to-back?
Mm-hmm.
They went on the road. It was the second night of a back-to-back and beat the Spurs in San Antonio. And it was because Nurk was insane in that game, if I remember correctly, because Wemby has a hard time with a 300-pound high-skill player, and there are not a lot of those guys either. So I wouldn't actually be surprised. Steven Adams conceivably
go
should
lean
fit
on
into
him.
this type of model. Now, it's hard to go out and chase him around the three-point line, but then again, if you're an NBA team, you probably want Victor out on the three-point line shooting threes. Anyways.
Absolutely, you do. What do you want him out there shooting threes, even though he's good, or just
Dunking
leaning in
everything.
and dunking?
Yeah.
Doesn't even have to jump. He just kind of leans a little bit and then dunks on your head.
Yeah, Nurk had 16, 7, and 6 in 26 minutes, and the Jazz won 127-114. Again, you can't solve Victor Wembanyama, but there are going to be more effective strategies than others, and I think having big, skilled, strong dudes is going to be a part of it, who can also pull him out of the paint a little bit. And Nurk did that, and Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to be able to do that. Ideally, Lowry could do that, and I know neither of us are certainly waiting with bated breath about Walker's ability to step out and shoot the three a whole lot, but he flashed it at times, and if he does that, Jazz might be a weird matchup for him.
They don't need him to do that.
No, they don't.
You could make an argument before the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. They kind of needed him to. I don't think you need him to do that.
Certainly not the top of his list.
Again, let's settle for 75% from the foul line.
Yeah, he shot 70% this year.
Yeah, he did.
It was 5 games, but it was a good
that doesn't count.
Start in the right direction.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, better than 50%.
All right. Stay tuned. We have more NBA news we can get to. We've got live at 5 at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Rules of the show at 5:30. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A northbound crash on I-15 just past the 12th Street exit in Ogden is causing a headache for Weber County drivers in that direction with heavy delays approaching 21st Street. In Salt Lake County, reduced speeds on southbound I-15 are spreading out from 4500 South in Murray down to the Bluffdale exit. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
The energy, the roar. Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to Provo Town Center for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. The used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV, Provo Town Center, 1200 Town Center Boulevard, Provo. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry-aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles. Premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
I'm here with Monty from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer. So, Monty, I wonder if you know someone like this. He's the ultimate DIY guy. Restores classic cars, builds his own deck, and even smokes his own brisket.
Sounds like a talented guy.
He is, but get this, his other weekend hobby is troubleshooting his water softener. He's always down there resetting the timer or fiddling with the circuit board.
See, Doug, that's where I draw the line. Smoking a brisket is a great weekend project.
Yeah.
Fixing an electric water softener is just a chore.
Exactly. He thinks he's saved money by buying the bargain brand, but he's paying for it with his Saturdays.
That's the Connecticut difference. Our systems are premium because they are non-electric and fully automated. No computers to fry, no timers to reset. We install it and you get back to the hobbies you actually enjoy.
If you want soft water, do what I did and leave that to Connecticut. It runs on water power, not willpower. Learn more at softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to americafirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. The Mammoth dropped game 1 in Vegas. Here's the Bear, Andre Tourney, giving his thoughts.
We know Vegas is a really good team. It was a hard-fought game. It was physical, was intense. Every inch was contested. So proud of our prep, the way we came out. And I think the guys were pretty composed. They were in control. When we exploit our speed, that was a good factor for us. So we need to keep focusing on that.
Game number 2 from Vegas going down tomorrow night. Puck drops at 7:30 here on the station. Pregame at 6:30. Mammoth 50 update brought to you by BMW of Utah. 2 locations to choose from, Murray and Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And the bass keeps running and running and running and running and running and in this context, there's no disrespect. So when I bust my rhyme, you break your necks. We got 5 minutes for us to disconnect from all intellect and let the rhythm affect. To lose the inhibition, follow your intuition, free your inner soul and break away from tradition. Cause when we be out, girl, it's pulling me out. You wouldn't believe how we wow. We burn it till it's burned out, turn it till it's turned out. Act up from Northwest East Side.
Jake Ben now 2 to 6, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for the Rocky Mountain Chevy Play of the Weekend. Call in now, 801-575-ZONE with the Chevy Strong Play of the Week to win a $20 Amazon gift card. With an impressive lineup of cars, trucks, and SUVs, it's no wonder that people are switching to Chevy. Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers, America's fastest growing full-line brand. Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers. DJ and PK gave out the play this morning. If you know what that play is, be caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Other NBA news today, Ben?
Bad news if you're a fan of the Portland Trailblazers. This is honestly one of the weirder starts to an ownership group I've ever seen. If you missed it, you don't remember, Tom Dundon, who owns the Carolina Hurricanes of the NHL, recently bought the Portland Trailblazers from the Allen family after Paul Allen passed away. And he bought it for $4.25 million.
Okay.
Now, Dundon, this guy, has a net worth of $2 billion. So the math doesn't quite math there. He is living up to this persona of a cheapskate, of somebody who's worth $2 billion, buying a professional sports team for $4.25 billion. This first started to show up in a weird way. There were people in a hotel, and they're like, why are all these Portland Trailblazers people hanging out in the lobby of a hotel? Players included, but the entire staff.
Jeremy Grant's there at the coffee machine.
Jeremy Grant, Damian Lillard, who's just traveling with the team, is hanging out there.
You're talking about Weber State's GM?
Exactly right. Dundon had them check out of their hotel rooms before the bus arrived to take them to the airport to avoid incurring another day's hotel room cost.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So he is not willing to foot the bill for a day's worth of hotels, and they're staying in 5-star hotels. I get it. But you're a billionaire taking care of the greatest athletes on the planet. Well, that's one sign. The next comes out that he has a perceived cap on how much he wants to pay the head coach of his team. NBA coaches, guys, make $7 to $10 million. I bet the low end, brand new, never done it before, bad team, not expected to do a lot, might make $5 million. He wants to pay $1.5 million or lower for his next head coach. $1.5 million is what assistant coaches make right now. The top assistant coaches make $1.5 million. He wants that to be the top for his head coaching job, which means you're just going to get a very bad coach, is the problem. Third, he has decided he doesn't want to travel two-way players to the playoffs to support the rest of the roster. Now, look, two-way players cannot play in the playoffs. You're basically, you only are on a regular season contract. They have to convert your deal. But Caleb Love, who's been a very good player for the Portland Trailblazers this year, and is trying to establish himself as one of the guys and somebody you want to have around, and being in the playoffs and understanding what it feels like, was left back to watch the game on his couch, to not be with the Portland Trailblazers as they're traveling. That's one of the other issues. And then they announced today in the latest move, this is stacking day after day after day, they announced that when the Portland Trailblazers return home for Game 3 and Game 4 of the playoffs, there will not be shirts for the fans to kind of show off that celebration, which the San Antonio Spurs did a very good job with their kind of retro 90s, 80s colors at their home game. Any one of those, maybe not the coach, $1.5 million, and honestly the players not being able to stay in the hotel. Any one of those, though, by itself, I might be able to excuse. You stack up there of cost-cutting measures that way as a brand new owner is such a major red flag for me if I'm a fan of that team. And then you look back to what he did owning the Hurricanes, and he, kind of relevant to us, cut their radio cast for their games and only does a simulcast with TV, which is very old school. You know, that is what they used to do with Hot Rod, but certainly is not the case anymore. Everybody has radio talent in addition to your play-by-play broadcast on TV, because it's actually two very different jobs. If I'm watching it, I don't need you to tell me everything that's going on. If I'm listening to it, I need to hear everything, so they don't really work well together. But it sounds like there's a real cheapskate taking over in Portland, which is somewhat ironic because Paul Allen was one of the richest owners, if not the richest owner in all of sports before Steve Ballmer. And they're going to be on a shoestring budget, and that doesn't bode well. You might be able to get away with it some in the NHL. He's not going to play well in the NBA.
I think Allen was richer than Ballmer.
You're probably right.
So I don't care about the two-way guys. Who cares about that? That's just dumb. That feels like somebody finding
now,
something to freak out about.
Nobody else does this. Everybody else travels their two-way players.
I know, but I don't care about that. The hotel thing is interesting. Just to make this local, do you think Ryan Smith requires the Jazz to make money to have cash flow?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Mark Davis has to have cash flow.
Yes, owner of the Raiders.
And because he doesn't have, I pick Mark just because he doesn't have any other streams of income. He's just the owner of the Raiders. That's where his money lies. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but sports organizations, we've talked about, it's the world's greatest place to park extreme amounts of money. What it doesn't do is give you a yearly dividend.
Correct. It doesn't give you walking around cash.
It doesn't give you walking. People don't realize that, because that was always the criticism of Larry, and I think it was kind of Larry Miller, and I think it was kind of unfair. They said he just made the playoffs every year because that's where his profit came from, and he didn't care about investing that profit in the team to get them to a championship. He just cared about the playoffs. And what's true in that criticism is that is where they make their because they budget, and they have to because of the collective bargaining agreement, for all the revenue made during the regular season is all spoken for.
Yeah.
In fact, 48% goes to the players off the top. That is before.
Might be higher now. Yeah.
No, I think
whatever. Neither here nor
Derek Fisher lost 2 points, and it went from 50-50 to players get 48. So 48% of the revenue is automatically going to the players, and that's teams that are at the salary cap. Then you're talking about operating costs and employees and all this stuff. And Ben, basically most franchises break even at best.
Year to year.
Year to year, at best. And the value comes in when you eventually sell the team. Mm-hmm. But if you're looking at it as, wow, we've got to stay cash positive, that's rough. It's rough. And so if you see a new owner who's all of a sudden doing this because he's worried about being cash flow positive or worried about cash flow in general, I would agree with you. It's a bad sign.
It's a really bad sign.
But isn't this the same bozo that created that stupid league that had the Stallions?
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I think you're right.
This is that same bozo who decided that was a good idea, and I'm sure he lit a bunch of money on fire. I mean, so
Look, he's off to a rough start. He came in, remember, he pressured the local government there to pay for renovations for, was it the Rose Garden up there? I don't know if it's still what it's called.
It's the Moda Center.
The Moda Center, because there was a real threat that they were going to move out of Portland. But he got them to rally and spend the money to pay for this arena to keep it in Portland, not to rebuild, not to build an entirely new one. This is a bad sign. And look, Portland sports right now is not super healthy, which is really good news for the state of Utah because it's probably going to be why we end up getting a Major League Baseball team in the next few years. Portland would have been the other location, and it's just a bit of a wreck. And now whatever money they did have is going to the Moda Center, the former Rose Garden. If he's going to be cheap, Portland is not a destination for players. It's a very cool sports town. It's a has cool basketball history. It seems to always have like a very cool player there, and Damian Lillard's certainly captained that ship for a while, minus a couple of years in Milwaukee. If you've got a bad owner, people aren't going to go play in Portland. There's no reason to. And that's unfortunate because it's a cool city, it's a cool team historically, and a bad owner might ruin it.
Well, they've been out to screw over the Jazz for years, so I'm sure most Jazz fans don't feel bad about
for
that.
Paul Millsap.
Yeah. Stay tuned. We have Live at 5:05 coming up next. Then rules of the show at 5:30. Stick around. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Breaking news just announced. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown has no interest for up to 84 months on 4 brand new 2026 Nissans. 2026 Rogue, Frontier, Pathfinder, and Murano. 4 new models, 0 interest, up to 84 months. At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Less than perfect credit or more than your current car's worth with no interest up to 84 months. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown can solve your problem. You don't need perfect credit to qualify. And no money down is also an option. Save thousands in low monthly payments. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Financing OAC. See dealer for details.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Spring is calling, and we're not sending it to voicemail. I bet you're thinking about heading south this spring. But what if you tried something different, like Cedar City and Bryan Head? With gas prices going up, this is the kind of trip that gives you more vacation for the tank you're already on. Start with Three Peaks OHV trails that say, go ahead, take the scenic route. Then cool it down with disc golf. Because yes, you can be competitive and outdoorsy at the same time. Next, Thor's Hideout. Legendary hike, epic payoff. And if you want the kind of ride you'll talk about all week, hit the Iron Hills Trail System, now an official recreation trail. Just need to chill? Frontier Homestead Park, Cedar City Veterans Park, or play around at Cedar City Golf Course. Then finish strong with local dining, shopping, and small town charm in the historic downtown of Cedar City and Parowan. Spring is calling. Answer it with a one-tank getaway at visitcedarcity.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields of bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh, Lord,
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for Live at 5:05. We know right after you get out of work and jump into the car to go home, you want to know the latest and the biggest stories, and we will give both of them to you at 5:05 every single day. Ben, we go to, of course, KSLSports.com, where we have the staff and the resources to cover everything. So we want to give you the latest story at KSLSports.com, which is a banger put out by our boy Cole Bagley, talking about Sean Dursey, Ben, fined by NHL Department of Player Safety for headbutting Rasmus Andersson. And that is the latest at KSLSports.com. Good news is the biggest story of the day, the Utah Mammoth and their playoff run, playoff sports, back in Salt Lake City. They trail Las Vegas. The Golden Knights 1-0. By the way, Dursey's fine, did I mention it? $5,000 is the maximum fine under the new CBA. So the latest and biggest stories related today, Ben.
All the markers of a first game for a NHL team, and not an expansion franchise, but a team that A, has never played in Utah before, and then B, has never made the playoffs since being in Utah. And a lot of these players have never played in the postseason. I don't think that's letting them off the hook, but some early jitters, playing very quickly early on, settling in, finding their groove, and then not really knowing how to close. I think that actually is not that crazy of a storyline. I think that's not that uncommon. But that doesn't mean that they didn't find themselves behind 1-0, despite the fact that they were trailing after the first period, trailing after the second period, and had put themselves in an opportunity to wrestle back home ice advantage.
Is offense going to be a problem? Cooley had the first goal, great goal, had a little offense, and then it just disappeared. Their second goal was an accident. And the third period, they just got roughed up. We can combine it. Is offense/physical play going to be a fatal flaw?
My guess is no. I think they're going to be able to score in this series. I would be surprised. And again, the Stenlund goal was fluky. And then, part of hockey is puck luck. No question about it. You're not going to see one that fluky again. I think they're going to generate better chances. I would expect Keller to come out and play better. I would expect Schmaltz to come out and play better. I thought sometimes they passed it far too often. They need to be a little bit more aggressive, and that's where I really liked what Dylan Gunther did and what Logan Cooley did, and the rest of the team needs to adopt that. So I think they're going to score. I do think they are going to have to find a way to get the puck out of the D zone, stop allowing Vegas to just control possession, and especially if the Mammoths find themselves down. And that's where I would worry about this team. If they find themselves trailing, I don't know if they're going to be able to come back, because a very big, slow, physical team can just sit on the puck. And that's really what it felt like. They got the momentum in the third period, did Vegas, and then just held on to it and ran away with it, and the Mammoth got worn down. And where I would also worry about this is if we get to a Game 5, Game 6, Game 7, are the Mammoths just decimated? Physically, are they not able to hold up against a much bigger roster?
Logan Cooley, who I think looks like Stevie Weeks, had his life threatened. What was that guy's name again? Dowd. Threatened his life. Said, I will kill you, with a word in the middle.
Correct. But he actually yelled, Cooley, I'm going to kill you, which is crazy.
How many times have you been threatened like that?
A handful a week, but yeah, I don't take it as seriously as a guy with blades on his feet and big stick in his hands.
Like when you were your skate team took over the library one day, would people
the
come?
Scooter parents would threaten to kill me all the time.
Would chase you off.
I actually did have a grandfather. Thought I said something to his grandson one time. I didn't, but he thought I said something. And he said, "If you ever say that to my grandson again, I'll kill you."
Yeah.
Speaking of grandfather, Dowd is 35 years old.
Okay.
He's threatened a 21, 22-year-old in Logan Cooley.
And Dowd's a nobody, and Cooley's upcoming star, and the Mammoth will protect Cooley at all costs.
I think they should have Dowd arrested. I think they should. I think he should press charges. Can you just walk around like that old man that threatened you? Can you just walk
LVPD.
around threatening to kill people? I don't think you can.
I didn't call the police.
If you walked into the hallway and threatened to kill Salazar right now.
We'll explain who Salazar coming up in 20 minutes.
You'd be hauled out in...
I'm with you.
You'd be hauled out in cuffs.
Well, something happens when you get between the lines or on the ice. No holds barred.
Well, here's Logan Cooley talking about sticking up for his teammates.
There's going to be guys that grab you and try to bring you into the fight, and you got to make sure you're sticking up for each other, getting each other's back, and I think we did a good job of that, handling that the right way, and just got to make sure we're controlling our energy too.
As non-existent as the top line was, and didn't get anything from Keller, didn't get anything from Schmaltz, didn't get anything from Krauser, I thought Cooley was equally good. As bad as the top line was, I thought Cooley showed up extraordinarily well, and I actually thought Gunther played very well. Also, with that second line, I thought his ability to generate good looks is a good sign, and that's where I think this team is going to be able to score. And I would be surprised if you're able to shut out Keller and Schmaltz entirely. I think they will find some momentum at some point. But I thought Cooley showing up was a really good sign. The fact that he's got the playoff stuff. He's got what it takes to play at this level. Because as you said, you think he looks like Stevie Weeks from Mystery Alaska.
From Mystery Alaska, yeah.
Who's a 15-year-old who's playing on the men's league or whatever
like
it is.
16 or 17.
He's a kid. And Cooley looks like a kid. And Cooley is not enormous yet. He's getting bigger. You can already tell his shoulders are like bigger than they were even a year ago when he was playing with the Utah Hockey Club. He's getting bigger. He's going to be just fine. But his game translates well. And I think that's a positive regardless of what happens in this series. But no, man, they've got to play better. As much as we can say it's just about making the playoffs, and you wanted to get there, and that was part of the goal. Now you're here. Now there's a new season has begun, and you can't just be happy that you got the invite. I think it's now time to take advantage.
You kind of have had like a baby face throughout your life. I've had something similar. Has it been challenging? Do you have a tough time getting people, or did you? I shouldn't say. You look like a grizzled vet now in your 40s.
Thank you.
You're not quite there yet, right?
Mm-mm.
Next month? 2 months?
June.
But back in your 20s,
I'll become grizzled in June.
Back in your 20s, did you struggle with that?
Yeah. So yeah, people are surprised I'm 39.
Christian is 19 and looks like he's 56.
Correct.
So he does not.
Well, he's been smoking since he was 8 years old. He started a Facebook page and he started smoking the same month when he was 8.
His mom got him on Facebook at 7, and he already had a beard.
He found out the marketplace you can buy tobacco, unfiltered tobacco, and
sell it to your friends.
Yeah, he looks like an old catcher's mitt. But yeah, I've dealt with the opposite problem though.
But seriously, Logan Cooley looks like he's going to walk down to Tuxedo Junction to rent one for his
But you know
prom.
what? You know why that might be the case?
It's going to be tough to battle it, though.
No,
You've got old geezers threatening to kill you because he looks like a little kid.
That's the thing. You saw him already leaving the ice, and Dowd got the worst of it, but because Dowd was bleeding from his face. You saw Cooley after the game. I mean, he just had red marks and bumps all over his face. Like, he's going to earn his hockey face because he's going to be the guy they're trying to beat up on the ice because I think they recognize very quickly this is the most dangerous dude we're going to face in this series. Logan Cooley's the best player we're going to face, and we're going to do everything we can to take him out of it. And that's what Vegas's approach is going to be. And guess what? Coming into the next game, the Mammoth are going to beat up Stone or Eichel or Marner, and I don't mean fist fight, though clearly that's not off the table. They're going to try and rough these guys up too, and they're going to make sure that they feel it because Vegas did a very good job making Logan Cooley feel them throughout this game, and it's why he left with the beat-up face and having his life threatened. And I think that is what playoff hockey is about. I know the Vegas Golden Knights are particularly hated by NHL fans across the entire league, so I don't think this is new that they're a villain, but clearly they're comfortable leaning into it, and Cooley's going to be their target. So Cooley's going to have to prove that he can belong, and day one, I thought he did. Game one, I thought he showed his value.
I tell you what, hockey players are something else. I mean that from a good thing. I've got, because of course I've got Cole's great write-up on Sean Dursey and his fine, and I'm just rewatching the video of the headbutt.
The headbutt's great.
Where he goes at it, because he doesn't have a helmet on, and he headbutts the other guy. Do you remember when Deion Sanders and Andre Rison got in that slap fight in the NFL? You and I have, like, they're standing away from each other, like slapping themselves in the helmet, and you just can't help but rolling your eyes. Every fight in the NBA is a hold me back. Hold me back! Hold me back! I mean, it's a complete joke. Hockey players are out here headbutting them without helmets on.
There was a fight
Dursey is a crazy
the game
man.
started. McBain got into it before the game started.
Was he out there headbutting people without a helmet?
And then Sergachev was in it after the game. And then the first time out, I think they were tackling. I mean, it was every 6 minutes on the ice. There was at least 4 people involved in fights. And let's see if Familka throws the gloves down and meets Hart at center ice.
I honestly don't need the fights. And, Dursey headbutting someone without a helmet is pretty cool. But you have to have an edge. I mean, I think however that manifests itself, I think that's part of the Mammoth problem. I think they need to figure out where their edge is because they are not the bigger team. They are not the more physical team in a game that rewards that physicality. Now, does the speed win out and the Bear figure out a way to scheme it so the speed becomes more of a factor in this series? I don't know. But I gotta imagine, the captain, Clayton Keller's got to figure out a way to be more physical. That first line has to figure out a way to be better.
I do think you're right. I don't think you can fall into the trap of fighting so often that you're playing 4-on-4. Now, 4-on-4 may be advantageous for the Mammoths because they are quicker and you get more space. They are going to look a little bit better there. But I do think one of the areas you may need to be cautious or wise is see if you can draw fights without getting into fights. Because if you can put yourself in the man advantage with a power play, because Vegas, this is clearly Vegas's design. Vegas wants to fight. They want to beat you up. They're bigger than you are.
So how do you not play into it?
So don't play into it. Let them fight you. Have them draw the penalty. Get the man advantage and see if you can build a lead that way. I do think there is actually something to that the Mammoth might be able to use in their favor before the end of this series. But we'll see. It's big. This is game one. We'll see. I'm going to give them room to certainly recover. They haven't been here before. I didn't play particularly well. I thought some of the veterans were more disappointing than they should have been. We'll see if they're able to bounce back. But this is going to be the name of the game going forward. And if you don't have the size or you don't know how to fight it, it's going to be a short series, but a painful one.
Tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Philly and Pittsburgh are already underway just in the first period, about 13 and a half to go. 0-0 scoreless tie. The other games coming up tonight, starting at 5:30, the Senators are at the Hurricanes, game 2. Carolina leads that 1-0. The Stars play host to the Wild at 7:30. Minnesota with a 1-0 advantage in that series. And then game 1 of the Oilers and the Ducks from Edmonton is at 8 o'clock.
Game 1? Everyone else has already played. Why did they get such a good break?
I don't know. The Mighty Ducks have a cool logo. Maybe that's it.
Get Bettman on the phone.
Come on, Gare.
Saturdays and Sundays, buddy.
What are you doing, bro?
Monday, game 1? I don't like it.
But Connor McDavid in the nightcap.
No, I'm curious. I'm curious to watch these, and I've watched some of the games over the weekend already. I was a little more glued to the NBA playoffs, admittedly, but I want to see if the physicality matches what we saw from the Mammoth and the Golden Knights. And in some areas it has, some areas it's not. I do think that was a uniquely aggressive game.
I always kind of like the Penguins.
Okay, said the kid.
Did you guys watch the lead-in before last night's Mammoth game, the Buffalo and Boston?
by the Bruins, up 2-0 with 8 minutes to go, and gave up 4 straight. One of them was an empty netter, right? But 4 straight.
I got a good buddy who's
3 within 2 minutes. It was oof.
Who's a huge Sabres fan who I saw yesterday because my daughter was over playing with his daughter, and he was like on cloud 9 because the Sabres were supposed to suck. Now they're the best team in the East.
Yep.
Did you see the snowball riot in Buffalo?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's
very
cool.
cool.
I mean, we keep coming back to this, but they've got to build that here with the the NHL community, and as excited as everybody gets, and these markets where these teams have been there forever, and everybody the care factor is through the roof. And actually, I'd throw Vegas, or they're starting to be in that category, as they're off to a good start as a franchise. I think it's something that people around here can get into.
Hey, man.
The culture of it all, and I think it's important to experience this playoff run. The Mammoth need to rattle off a couple of wins to get people to really feel it. But
I totally agree. But Utah fans are going to show up. Utah fans are nasty. They're nasty at Jazz games. They're nasty at Utah games. They're nasty at BYU games. We talk about Utah State and the home court advantage they have in basketball specifically. These are rowdy fan bases that will get excited about this. And if you start building up the pressure that we saw come from Game 1 in Vegas, if that carries over to Game 2, which we know it's going to, then you have 3 days off before they play on Friday night here in Salt Lake City at Delta Center. Utah fans are going to turn up, and they're going to turn out. It's going to be really, really a difficult environment, I'm sure, for Vegas, because the Delta Center is still good, and hockey more than ever, it is right on top of you. We used to talk about how the Jazz were right on top of you. Those hockey bleachers are steep right behind the goalies, so it's going to be a very explosive environment. It's going to be a fun one to watch.
you know what I always kind of liked about the Maverick Center? My buddies and I used to go over there and sit right behind the goalie and yell at him.
Mm-hmm.
And the crowd was light enough that the goalie could hear us. And I tell you what, they switched sides for the second period, and when he came back in the third, we just kept right on it, and he just looked at us and shook his head, and it was like, I don't know what to tell you. His last name was Flaherty. I still remember it to this day. You suck, Flaherty!
Guy's making $22 an hour.
Oh yeah, playing AA hockey.
Yeah, I had to drive here.
Yeah, we let him know it was AA.
I had to pay
too.
for parking.
Flaherty had a rough day that day. Tell you what. All right, coming up next, rules of the show. Listen, we've Ben and I have been doing the show during the midday from 10 to noon since 2021. And we've created some rules, and now we're moving to a different time slot where hopefully we're taking our wonderful midday listeners and we're adding to them. So we thought we'd go over the rules of the show coming up next. Now, I have prepared this. Ben has not seen my visual aid. He will be
okay.
You will be participating, but there is a visual component. So I would encourage folks to get to KSLSports.com or get to your KSL Sports app or go to our YouTube page and consume the show visually, at least for the next segment. And Maddie assured me we'll get it up online. So if you're still driving, you'll be able to watch it later.
Okay.
I thought if it goes well, it might be something helpful to like pin so people can figure out what the rules are.
Okay.
We'll get to that. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Westbound delays on the 201 highway from the 215 West Belt over to a vehicle fire that took place just before the 5600 West exit. Southbound slowing down on I-15 in Salt Lake County almost continuously from 53rd South in Murray down to the Bluffdale exit, while northbound slowdowns go from 1300 South past downtown on I-15. This Mother's Day, treat Mom to something unforgettable at the Roof with our brand new spring into summer brunch menu she will love. Celebrate Mom in style above the heart of Salt Lake City. TheRoofSLC.com. Visit TheRoofSLC.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to Provo Town Center for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. The used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV, Provo Town Center, 1200 Town Center Boulevard, Provo. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Doug Wright here with Monty at Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer. Monty, give it to me straight. Why is Connecticut the premium choice over those standard electric softeners?
Doug, it comes down to this. Do you want an appliance you have to babysit? Standard water softeners have microprocessors and computers that need setting and adjustment. And they use a lot more salt. So you get to haul 40-pound bags of salt down to your basement every month or so.
And Connecticut?
Zero electricity, 0 timers to reset, 0 downtime, and uses 70% less salt. It's a higher standard of engineering that completely removes the hassle of owning a water softener.
That's what I love about my Connecticut. Dee and I never have to even think about it. We occasionally add a bag of salt and it just works, and I've never had to set or adjust anything. Do what I did and get the one that just works. Find out how soft your water could be at softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and we'll make your dollar go farther with $3,000 more on your trade-in when you buy your new Mazda CX-5. Plus, get financing for as low as 1.9% and free gas for a year. With all that from Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you and your dollar will go farther than ever. Visit us in Sandy today.
APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for 1,000 financed. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, have you seen the Johnson's house lately?
Yeah, new siding, new windows, even the gutters look amazing.
Right? I walked past 3 times yesterday.
You don't even live on this street.
I know, but their house looks that good.
When your siding, windows, gutters, and decking look great, people notice. That's what RGS Exteriors does.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110. 801-280-3110.
Proud sponsors of the Utah Puck Report, Performance Automotive and Bountiful. Find your next vehicle at performancebountiful.com. Performancebountiful.com.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Jake and Ben Show, now 2 to 6, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for listening, for absorbing the show. Is that what we settled on?
Yeah, if you want to watch it on YouTube, or you want to listen to it live, or you want to take in the podcast, or maybe you just want to sit on a speaker and just let the sound waves run through you, you're absorbing the show.
You are. Shout out to our friends in the future, the podcast people, the streamers, and the video streamers, which will play a role here, Ben. All right, so we're going to go over the rules of the show. We've been doing the show since 2021, and we've formed some rules. I have it broken down into 3 basic rules, Ben. But what I've done is I prepared, as you can see here, a visual aid.
Okay.
Now, I've really blown it out on the technology front, as you can tell. Now, Ben, here's the rule. Here's a rule of this segment, okay? No referring to the visual aid. It is a visual aid. It is to be consumed visually. It is not for our audio listeners.
Am I using the visual aid?
You are the one flipping the pages.
Okay,
yes.
and this is the last we're going to tear. Am I ripping or flipping?
No, just flip them, and I will tell you. All right. I will tell you when to flip. I have my notes here.
I'm going to tell you, I like the sound of ripping paper on live radio, so this is a little disappointing, but okay.
And where is his glasses? He can't see without his glasses.
All right.
Two of you guys are wearing glasses
and
now.
By the way, just in case you were wondering, yes, they are Tom Ford's.
Yeah.
So
part of a former bit that Jake killed because we bullied him.
Throwing that out there. But I've got notes. I've got a whole segment planned, and I've got to do this.
You
so
like John Gruden more than ever.
All right. So we have our visual aid, and Ben, I will tell you when to flip it.
Okay.
Okay. Rule number 1 is like that.
Like that?
Obviously. If you're new to the show, anytime one of us or a guest or
a sound
drop, if you say like that, this is going to happen.
Are we giving the backstory on this?
Now, yes. Now, people ask where that has come from. And if you'll go ahead and flip the page there, Ben, go ahead and flip. I'll just tell you when. It was inspired by maybe the world's greatest play-by-play call in history.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh, like that? Was she run over like that?
Was she run over like that?
Like that?
Like that?
So listen, I don't know about you, Ben, but this happens to be I like that people in my personal life. You know, if you're walking around liking that,
like that,
in your personal life to people you know, then we have truly won.
I will tell you, you have ruined the Zach Lowe podcast for me. I really like the Zach Lowe show on The Ringer. It's a good basketball podcast. I think he does really good work. He says that 55 times in an hour-long podcast. He says it over and over and over, and every time I hear it, I hear our like that drop.
Go ahead and flip that. So the rule, if you're new, if somebody says like that, go ahead and flip that, Ben.
This one too?
Mm-hmm.
Like
then
that?
You know how it works. Rule number 2, Ben. Learn the language. Go ahead and flip that. We have many different code word language, and it's always evolving. And I don't know if we're going to be able to get to them all. But go ahead and flip that. First, we'll just give out some examples. All right. First example, Ben, one of my favorites, and I'm listing it first. Fingernails. Caleb Williams.
Yes.
The former USC quarterback wrote F Utah on his fingernails.
Yep.
From that day forward, he's been known as Fingernails.
We talk about him a lot.
Considering he plays quarterback for the Bears now.
And that's Ben's favorite team.
It is Ben's favorite team.
And I said they should have taken him over Christian's favorite team. And pick 6, Bo Nix, throw picks.
Next up, Ben, hot dog. Taylor Horton Tucker, the former Jazz man. We gave him the nickname Hot Dog. It might be my favorite nickname that I've ever come up with, is because his style of play was always hot dogging it. And now he will forever be my example of a really crappy player that dribbled way too much and thought he was good.
Now, Christian has not reached this stage of parenthood yet because his son is 17 days old. But at one point, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse will enter your life, and it won't leave your life for 24 to 36 months. And you're going to hear that song, hot dog, hot diggity dog, every day for 24 to 36 months. And it will never leave you. But that was the name, yes, of THT, Taylor Horton Tucker, Mr. Hot Dog himself.
Hot dogging it.
He was hot dogging it out there.
All right, next. I like this one as a current example. Phil. Kyle Filipowski. Now, how that was born, a lot of people call him Flip. I'm sitting, shout out to Coach Lacombe, now on with Scotty G, 10-2. And Coach accidentally called him Phil. He's like, wow, did you see that move from Phil? And I thought to myself, that's way better.
Got a new name.
Are you kidding me? Phil? All right, go ahead. Next one. Up next, I would say the sommelier. That is J.J. Redick, who got his job because he did a wine podcast with LeBron.
Yes. For between 6 to 8 episodes, maybe?
Maybe.
Probably not that many, but they just got on a podcast. They loosened up a little bit with a couple of bottles of wine because that's an NBA thing, is really fancy old bottles of wine. And maybe a drunken promise, LeBron told J.J. Redick, you can be my forever sommelier.
After a bottle and a half of a buttery Pinot.
Yeah, something, whatever.
Like, hey, I'd like you to be my coach.
I really like you. You're the next head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers.
All right, that brings us to our next one, which is really important, and that would be Salazar.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Turn
Flip.
the page.
Now, Salazar is our nickname for Lloyd Cole.
Why is that?
Because Lloyd, his mom is from Portugal. Lloyd is Portuguese.
Yeah.
His mom's from a beautiful island off the mainland of Portugal. And I would love to go there someday. But Lloyd also, his management style, Lloyd is the boss, the program director, and let's just say he runs the place with an iron fist.
More than a tight ship, the way a dictator would.
And a famous Portuguese dictator, his name was Antonio de Oliveira Salazar.
Thus, you've named
Lloyd
Salazar.
So
when we talk about Salazar, that's what we're talking about.
He was basically the dictator in the 60s and 70s.
Okay.
So Salazar equals Lloyd Cole.
Lloyd Cole.
All right, next. Adele, Ben. She is our code name for Rich Paul and Clutch.
Entirely. Yeah, all of Clutch's management throughout sports.
Now explain why that is.
Adele is engaged or dating Rich Paul, who runs Clutch Sports, LeBron's friend growing up, started the agency, and now controls probably 10 to 15% of the NBA. But as long as you control LeBron, you control the league. And if you control Rich Paul, you control the world. And Adele controls all of it.
Because Rich Paul famously twists arms. And if you're going to have somebody call up and twist some arms, you saying no to Adele? I didn't think so. All right. Then the next one, this one might be the most important.
Okay.
Flip. Cats in the wall, Ben.
Yeah, okay, yes.
Cat in the wall, eh?
This is the longest we've ever gone on the show without bringing up this exact phrase.
Cats in the
This
wall.
is the first time we're saying this on this episode.
Now, it's pretty funny. We once got feedback from a listener who said that he pulled out cats in the wall in his personal life, and I can't remember if his wife or girlfriend was like, what does that even mean?
What are you talking about?
And he said, well, I don't really know. And then asked us to explain. And it basically was born on an episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Dee, doesn't matter. If you've never seen the show, it doesn't really matter.
She's the lone woman.
Dee gets a cat stuck in her wall. There's a cat in her wall, and it's driving her crazy. Charlie comes over, and he says, cat in the wall, eh? And then decides to help her figure out how to get her cat out of the wall.
But what is his solution?
Every solution he comes up with, and it's like 7 or 8 solutions, every single one of them requires or basically consists of putting another cat in the wall.
Every solution includes another cat in the wall.
Until there's like 20 cats at the end of the episode.
Thus, this has become shorthand for every time somebody tries to fix a problem and just makes it worse, which, as we have realized, whether it's the NBA draft lottery, tanking rules, NFL stuff, replays specifically, every solution that anybody comes up with, basically anywhere in the world, but really in sports, is a cat in the wall. There's already a cat there. You're trying to fix it, and your only solution is to put another one in there.
It describes so much of what the NBA does.
Over and over.
That's our number one
You will
example.
hear Cat in the Wall a lot on this show.
Well, this offseason, as they get flatten the lottery odds or whatever, that's a big meowing cat going right into the wall. Not going to fix anything, and in fact, makes it worse. All right, Ben, flip that over, and this is your segment. What am I forgetting? What else would you like to add?
Okay, you mentioned it a little bit. There is a song which you have to stick around for to hear. Now, we apparently did get some complaints about our 4 o'clock segment where we played a lot of music.
We didn't
from
get any
Jake's band.
complaints.
Apparently, there actually were quite a few of people not loving the 4 o'clock segment, which was a musical segment. It was very music heavy. That is not going to be every day at 4. There is, though, one part of our show where Jake's band steps in every single day, and it used to be 11:45. Now it is going to be 5:45, 5:55, essentially. Is that when we're playing it? Okay. You will hear another part of Jake's band. Now, it is the sign that that hour is coming to an end, specifically the 5 o'clock hour is coming to an end. And it's called Island Living. And nobody actually knows the Island Vibes, and nobody actually knows the lyrics to it. Though we think it says Two Amigos. You think you know what it means.
It does.
Okay,
It says-
Two Amigos.
On the airwaves.
Talking sports.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to hear the words. It's led to some real controversy apparently online. But that's what it says. So that would be the only other rule I guess I would add off the top of my head.
I feel like there's a bunch of other names, but I tried to hit some relevant ones.
I think that's totally fair.
You mentioned the clinic.
Talked about Armpit.
We did.
Talked about Rudolph.
We did
earlier in the show.
Yeah. So
we talked about Adele. There are a few that I won't remember our rules until we get to them. But yes, Jake has a language unto his own that I have adopted. I'm fluent. I want you to become fluent as a listener, and you will.
Rule number 2, learn the language.
Learn the language.
Let's move on to rule number 3. Go ahead, Ben.
Oh, there's another. Still going.
Rule number 3.
Uh-oh.
If you have something to say, call in.
Yes.
If you have something to say, we have a call-in feature on our KSL Sports app. You click that, you can record your beautiful voice, and then you can send it to us, and we will go ahead and play it.
Ben, you're such a freaking
Go ahead and
bozo.
flip that, Ben.
Yes.
That's
Excellent.
right. And go ahead and flip that again.
Okay.
And we have another one.
I finally get to call Jake Scott a bozo.
I didn't like that last one.
Okay.
No, I didn't like that.
Next page?
No, we could.
Okay.
But anyway, so use that call-in feature, and also go ahead and flip it. Remember the rules. Rule number 1.
Salazar.
Hey, don't talk about it.
Oh.
Rule number 1. Like that.
Like that?
Rule number 2. Learn the language. Rule number 3. If you've got something to say, call in. And those are the rules of the show.
You're going to hear bozo a lot. Bozo's a go-to insult that we have that actually flipped on us because Jake and I, but you, and I'm just going to throw Steve Bartle under the bus because I can. You guys went after Texas Tech with the fury of 1,000 suns, saying that they had no chance to win anything, specifically you more than Steve. This was going to be a bad football team. They've never done anything right. Even when they had Pat Mahomes, they couldn't figure out a way to win games. And we have a listener to our show, at least the midday show, the former show, who was also a BYU and Texas Tech fan. And I don't know how he spread the word to everybody in Texas Tech. But while you were on vacation, I caught that fury for 3 straight days of Texas Tech fans, livid, thinking that, I was the other voice on this clip that went viral, when really it was Steve Bartle, and had to answer for why you were calling everybody in Lubbock, Texas, a bozo. People think it was me because they look at the name Jake and Ben, not Jake and Bartle, and I caught the heat for it.
Steve, Bartle me this.
And that came back to bite us because Texas Tech not only had a good team, they won the league, beat both BYU and Utah, beat BYU twice, and got stomped in the playoffs to bring back their bozo behavior. But yes, that's kind of it's not the first time we used bozo.
It is not.
But that's where it really peaked.
The reason we picked it is because I love a good insult, but people are so sensitive these days. And clown is such a great insult because it's not really that bad. And bozo is a specific clown.
Yes.
Clown means unserious person, and it's a great insult. And so I love to use it.
Toilet take Mike, what was his name? Ryan. Toilet take Ryan called me a bozo. I can't remember.
You're such a freaking bozo.
I can't remember what he was mad at me for.
It was the Harlan
because I thought
thing.
Mark Harlan kicking the door down and taking over a Utah postgame show is the single funniest thing that's ever happened at the University of Utah. And I celebrated it, and I hope he does it after every game.
Defended Mark's behavior.
With my life. I'll die on the hill that Mark Harlan's never made a better decision in his life than to A, storm the field mid-game during a kickoff return, and then B, hijack a press conference. That was amazing. And then toilet take Ryan called me a bozo.
You're such a freaking bozo.
It was very apt.
Can I close this?
All right. What did you think of the visual aid?
I wouldn't expect anything less from you.
I thought it was pretty good.
Do you own a color printer? Or did you have to go to Kinko's to do this?
No, I own a color printer.
Okay. Fancy.
All right, there are your rules of the show. Stay tuned.
There's one more. You'll hear it next.
More Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Joining us now, longtime head coach at BYU, Dave Rose, kind enough to carve out some time for us. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, thank you. Not as well as Tim, but I'm doing really well today.
It's a good day today, Coach.
Yeah, it is a good day. I'm really happy for you, big fella. I can remember those days driving in the middle of nowhere on our way to recruit kids or watch games in the summer that you talked about someday wanting to have your own radio show. And I thought you were kind of crazy, but
you already knew that.
Yeah, so I'm happy for you. Good luck to you.
It was such an awesome experience. I mean, I had so many different experiences. I worked for Rick and I worked for Ray, and they were distinctly different. And then Ray and Dave were so different, but all in a good way. I just value so much. It was a 12-year education on just how to be a good person.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Tim Hughes once again at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Greg is back with me here, and of course it's in the name, Replenish Compost. And boy, it's beautiful when you pull down into your lot here and you see that bin full of Replenish Compost. It's just waiting to beautify some homes.
We've already moved hundreds of yards so far this spring. It is a material that's been proven for 32 years. It has great nutrients. It looks good, works great as a soil amendment, or it can be used as a top dressing for that professional look.
It's one of the reasons why landscapers, professional landscapers all over the valley and really this part of the world out west use Replenish.
We like to say the very best landscapers are our customers as well.
They can beautify your home too and get your plants and growing areas up and growing the way you wanted them to be this year at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call, 801-262-5142. As always, Replenish is good stuff.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Mammoth at 50 update. Here's Lawson Krause, knowing there's no room for error in the playoffs.
It's a game about learning. It's a game of inches out there. You know, regular season, it seems like it's a game about feet. Playoffs, it seems like it's a game of inches. So everything happens way quicker. Mentally, you got to be on the ball.
Mammoth at 50 brought to you by BMW Utah. 2 locations to choose from in Murray and Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah, drive elevated.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him made Jackson on soul. Loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
What in the world are we listening to? Whose idea was it to play this music during the time that I drive home from work? Please, make it stop. I'm going to turn the channel away.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Nick.
Shout out Nick. Not a fan of Jake's band.
No, listen to this jam. What does Nick know? Now I feel like I don't know, somebody who's put out a bad album lately. I feel like I don't know. I feel like
people didn't like Lord's latest album. You feel like Lord.
Yeah, like you put out some new stuff and people just kill it.
People turn their back on you.
Like Taylor's latest wasn't great, right?
Here's the truth. We're going to do a lot of segments. We're going to do a lot of shows.
A lot of songs.
We also don't want to lie to you. We want you to know what the show's about. We're not gonna pull the wool over your eyes. Occasionally, not all the time, there's going to be music.
It's going to be fun. The vibe of the show, Ben, for new listeners who listen in, we try to have fun. It's a fun deal. It doesn't mean that Ben and I don't disagree. It doesn't mean that we don't have it out like you and your friends when we're breaking down sports and having takes and all that good stuff. But you and I both, even when we're disagreeing, we enjoy each other's company, and hopefully that translates to the listeners out there, because we try to keep it light. We're definitely not condescending know-it-alls, and I think a lot of sports radio kind of falls into condescending know-it-all territory, and that's not the show that we want to do.
Speak for yourself. But no, we have a fun show. We have a good,
and that's all the funny, goofy rules.
Yes, there's going to be some bits. There's going to be some silliness, and there's also going to be plenty of serious sports talk.
I don't want to. I can't do a break it down 4-hour show. I can't do it like that.
No,
I just can't.
Like that?
No, it's going to be something for everybody. So we appreciate it. Honestly, this is excited for the future. Talking to Christian during the break about how exciting this is and how fun this is, and big part of this also Christian being made full time. We're excited about Christian's the company's investment in Christian too, because he's invested a lot in us. So
can't do a boring show. My wife is not going to like if I come home like that. She's not going to. She's not going to like that one bit.
Like that?
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to say like that until Nick sends in a call in that's mad about that too.
He will.
Which, honestly,
we have got complaint emails about you.
Oh, did somebody, what was our guy's name? Russ, who blasted me to the whole company.
Russell.
Who complained about me using Bozo.
He replied all.
That I was the smartest guy, and I always thought I was the smartest guy in the room.
Replied
said something
all.
about you yelling.
And I yell too much, and I yell all the time.
Yeah. He just sent it to @KSL Sports.
Send it to everybody. Just light this guy up.
Why does Jake yell?
The CEO of Bonneville Media was
That
like,
happens
what
as
is
well.
this? Yeah. Who's screaming about bozos all the time?
Gotta get this
I gotta
Jake
look
guy
into
off
this.
the air.
Seriously.
Or double the time of the show.
Back to rule number 3, though, in our rules segment, call in. Shout out to Nick. You know what? You can call in, you can criticize, you can make jokes, you can call us bozos, whatever. We love it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Part of the show. I've been called worse by better. And frankly,
I finally get to call Jake Scott a bozo.
yeah, you're darn right. Who was that? I forgot. Days C. Shout out to Days C. Bring it on. But in all seriousness, not above criticism or poking fun at ourselves, or even I get to take shots at Ben with a sign during a visual aid.
And you did.
And I did.
No feelings going home injured.
We're going to get that up online. So if you didn't have a chance, if you heard it but did not see it, go check it out. And we've got, we forgot somebody on the YouTube. Was it Angie on YouTube who said we should have explained what you got Wednesday?
Do you think that was my wife? Probably.
Shout out to Angie.
Yeah.
Whoever, that Angie, your wife Angie, all the Angies that are listening, we appreciate you. I bet we've got 5 Angies listening.
Okay. Wow. I don't think I've met 5 Angies in my life.
Maybe 6. Okay. Well, we cover a wide swath now. We're on in the 5 o'clock hour.
We do.
How many Angies do you think listen? Or do you think
just said 5?
No, do you think live in the radius of
I think it used
the
to be
signal?
a really popular name, and it died with Lansbury.
But there's got to be like 1,000 Angies in the area, right? And I got to think we got 0.5 of that listening.
I think there was always one in every class I was in. Not every class, but every grade. There was always an Angie. I grew up with one, then went to junior high and high school, and then I wed to one. So.
Is her real name Angela?
Mm-hmm.
She looks more like an Angie than an Angela.
All right.
Does that sound weird?
Keep critiquing my wife, whatever you want to do.
That's not a critique. Shout out to Angela. She's just an Angie. She's not an Angela.
All right. Just an Angie.
Just an Angie. That doesn't sound right either. Shout out to Angie. Yeah, I messed it up. All right, stay tuned. More coming up next, 6 o'clock hour, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.